Nahesu was late coming home from work. The girl stood at the front door. She opened it and heard a strange noise in the depths of the flat. Nahesu saw with a sinking heart the strange woman's shoes at the entrance. On unsteady legs, she went to the source of the moans. Nahesu peeked through the doorway and saw her husband with another woman. Nahesu woke up from a nightmare. She dreamed her husband cheated on her in their house. Her break's almost over. Time to get back to work. Nahesu's boss called out to her. Like she asked, he gave her her paycheck up front. Nahesu thanked him. The boss really appreciates her as an employee, so he's always happy to help her out. He asked how she was doing on her debts. Had her husband found a job? Nahesu thanked the boss and said they were doing well. Soon, her husband will get a full-time job and things will be easier for them. The man admonished her not to let her husband sit on her neck. A young girl like her shouldn't have to work from morning till night. Nahesu served the tables one by one. She passed a table where a guy was worried about his girlfriend's diet, saying she needed to eat better. Nahesu listened and thought about how wonderful it is to be in love. How wonderful it is to be taken care of, just like in the novel. She was thinking that love is beautiful when people are young. Does that mean her life has faded and will never be the same? Nahesu listened to her coworker's indignation at being called an ajuma. She's still so young, even though she's married. The girl kept insisting that Nahesu is very attractive, even though she doesn't wear makeup. She also has a wonderful personality and is a pleasure to work with. After her friend's words, Nahesu walked home in a good mood. She was pleased to observe a young and energetic colleague. She thought she was beautiful and secretly envied her. There's nothing beautiful left in Nahesu's life. Her husband's always complaining about her. He complains about her appearance and the fact that she is tired all the time. He says he hates coming home to such an unkept wife. Nahesu really hasn't allowed herself to spend extra money in a long time. Because of her exorbitant debts, she doesn't have time to think about makeup. She thought of their love and life withering away like a dilapidated, moldy basement. Her life is like hard labor as she has to work to pay off their debts. Her husband told her that the sight of her made him lose his appetite. Nahesu was feeling wilted. Nahesu's work schedule was terrifying. She has to combine 3 jobs. A coworker who happened to see her schedule was shocked. Nahesu told her to stop wondering and get to work. The girl began to carefully trim the flowers. Then, while arranging the flowers, Nahesu thought about the fact that all she had done all her life was work. When she was younger, she worked to make a family life for herself without help from her parents. Until one day, a terrible thing happened. Her husband, who promised her a trouble-free life, ran up debts in her name and couldn't pay them off. She forgave him and promised that together they'd work it out. Her husband tearfully promised that things would work out. They'd pay off their debts and live happily ever after. Nahesu thought that if you worked hard and persevered, everything would be fine. But as time went on, it became harder and harder to hold back the tears. Debts continued to grow and love withered. The ringing of the doorbell snapped Nahesu out of her thoughts. A handsome young man entered the store. Nahesu's coworker said that he comes every day and buys a bouquet of roses. She volunteered to serve him because she liked him. The girl greeted the young man and asked what kind of bouquet he was interested in. Handsome looked around. After a moment, his gaze stopped on Nahesu. Unsuspecting, the girl continued to do her job. Unexpectedly, the young man tapped the counter in front of Nahesu. He asked her to take his order. Nahesu went to the checkout, bypassing her upset coworker. She thought he was acting pretty weird. Nahesu inquired if his order would be a bouquet of roses. A smile played across the boy's face. He said he was glad she remembered his preferences. Chapter 2. Nahesu was picking up a bouquet and thinking about how in the world there are those who are always the center of attention and those who no one cares about. At first glance, it was clear that this guy is very popular. Nahesu thought of herself as unremarkable. When the bouquet was ready, she held it out to the young man. At that moment, she caught herself thinking about him a lot. She couldn't understand why he was so tightly lodged in her head. Her coworker told Nahesu that this guy comes exactly on her shift and only wants to be serviced by her. She's sure he likes Nahesu. Nahesu admitted that she noticed him for the first time. The friend was shocked. How could she have overlooked such a handsome man all this time? Nahesu was uncomfortable that she didn't recognize a regular customer. It's not surprising with her work schedule. She was very tired. Her friend kept assuring her that the guy liked her. Nahesu thought that a woman like her couldn't be interested in such a handsome man, especially since she was older than him. In response, the friend replied that now it's fashionable to date someone older. And that guy didn't take his eyes off her. At this time, the guy was looking at the bouquet and thinking about how beautiful the girl who gathered it was. Nahesu had very low self-esteem, so she didn't believe her friend's words. She wondered how a stranger could compliment her while the man she lives with thinks she's ugly. Her coworker kept encouraging her and saying that they would look good together with that guy. Nahesu admitted that she already has a man. She remembered him coming home yesterday. Without even saying hello, he started demanding food and complaining about how tired he was. He headed straight for the shower on the way, throwing his clothes around. When he came out of the shower, Nahesu had already laid down to rest. Fed and clean, he lay down beside her. He thought about the fact that despite her appearance, she had a rather attractive figure. Suddenly, he began to kiss her neck and began to cuddle up to her, hinting that he missed her. But Nahesu remained motionless. The man tried calling out to her, asking if she was asleep. Nahesu replied that she was very tired. Then he started complaining that she was always tired and didn't pay enough attention to him. He got angry and started calling her frigid, said she's being dramatic because of work. Everyone works and is tired, but they have time for their husbands. Then he turned his back and went to bed. Nahesu exhaled with relief and fell asleep. Nahesu's mornings always started early. Although she doesn't have to go to work so early, she gets up in time to make Minchol's breakfast. Since he doesn't like to eat the same thing, she makes fresh food every morning. Then, before she can eat anything, she runs off to work. Regardless, she comes to work with a smile. She changed her clothes and decided she'd hold off on the food until lunch. The ringing of the doorbell announced the arrival of a client. Without taking her eyes off the monitor, Nahesu said hello to the customer. When he answered, she looked up and immediately recognized the handsome regular customer. Nahesu offered to pick him a bouquet of roses as usual, to which the guy replied yes with a smile. While she was punching the check, she caught herself thinking that only now she noticed what a beautiful voice he had, a low timbre and a polite tone. His voice excited her. She pushed the check towards him. At this moment, Nahesu's stomach made a rumbling sound. The guy looked surprised for a second. He reached for the check. Their fingers almost touched. The girl became uncomfortable. She hoped he didn't hear the sound her hungry stomach made. At this time, the guy texted his driver. He sat down in a chair and waited for his order to be placed. After a while, Nahesu's coworker spotted a handsome man in the window. He was standing in the street talking to some man. When he turned around, he looked like a model sipping a drink through a tube. She thought he was really tall and hot. The girl couldn't stop admiring him. He took his bouquet and left. Nahesu noticed that he left his sandwich on the counter. A man was walking down the street when he heard his name being called. Nahesu caught up with him and told him he forgot his sandwich. The young man looked at her with interest. He said he bought it for her. When he had already turned around, Nahesu grabbed him by his jacket. She thanked him and said she couldn't accept it.
Because you don't want to eat it dry?
He handed her his cup.
I took a sip, so there's definitely no poison in it.
The guy said with a chuckle. That charming young man stood and held out his cup to Nahesu. Looking at him, she couldn't refuse him. Chapter 3. When Nahesu came back, she didn't know what to think. Her friend said that the guy really liked her since he bought her a sandwich and gave her his coffee. Heisu looked at herself in the mirror and saw an exhausted woman with wounds and no makeup. She looked so pitiful that she mistook his actions for pity and charity, rather than a show of interest. She looked at the food and thought, what if he was interested in her after all? Then she needs to immediately draw a line between them. Anyway, it's just her fantasy, so she decided. Her friend couldn't stop saying how lucky Heisu was to have such a handsome man paying attention to her. She wondered if she was going to pay attention to him. Since the coworker didn't know, Nahesu said she was married. The friend apologized, she didn't know. But Nahesu had a reason for not spreading it around. Her husband won't let her tell outsiders about their relationship. They had to divorce because of debts, and he wants to hide the fact that they live together from everyone. In the office, the workday is in full swing. Someone called Minchel. A young, beautiful girl handed him a coffee. The cup had a sticker on it wishing a good day. Minchel was pleasantly surprised. The girl walked away humming a little song to herself. During a smoke break, Minchel's older coworker was telling him about Ari, how young and beautiful she was. How lucky he was that she liked him. They started making lewd jokes about young girls. Minchel thought that she was really young and hot. The man told him to take advantage of the opportunity while he's young and handsome. Ari clearly has a crush on him. He asked if Minchel was free. That's when Ari and her friend walked past them. Minchel looked at the girl interestedly and replied that he is single. Later at home, Minchul watched TV while Na Hai-soo put things in order. She asked how he was doing at work, which made the man angry, saying he was tired and that she shouldn't bother him. The girl replied that she was just worried about him. She hopes that when he gets a permanent place, they will be able to pay off their debts faster and get married again. Talking about marriage pissed him off. He told her to stop nagging him. He said that Na Hai-soo couldn't live a day without him, so she shouldn't push him. Suddenly, the man remembered something and decided to appease her. He starts asking her for money for perfume. Does she want her man to smell bad now that he works in the office? When Na Hai-soo said that they can't afford to spend too much this month, Minchul got angry and started saying that he deserves a nice expensive perfume. He said she was just greedy, turned around and went to rest. The next morning, Na Hai-soo was calculating how much Minchul spent on himself to look decent coming to work. She understood that a young man wanted to look well-groomed, but no matter how much they worked and saved, they were still in a lot of debt. To please him, she decided to take extra shifts at work. Na Hai-soo left him money for perfume. She'll have to work overtime for a while, but Minchul will be happy. Then she went to work. Late at night, two young men were standing in an alley smoking. One of them was surprised at the sudden invitation to dinner. Normally, Bom Tai-ha can't be dragged anywhere. The guy usually shies away from noisy places, but his friend's always happy to hang out. A guy asked if he could invite a couple of girls with him. Bom Tai-ha was fine with it. His friend thought it was strange. The guy never went to cheap eateries, much less called anyone for company. The young men finished their cigarettes and headed for the establishment. Bom Tai-ha looked happy and excited. It was a cheap diner that served beer and fried meat. A group of drunken men were discussing how a woman should behave so that her husband would not leave her. They said that a wife should be affectionate, not to cross her husband and in everything to please, then any man will try for her. Na Hai-soo thought at this moment that despite her best efforts, she was only hearing reproaches from her husband. There was a time when he could be affectionate and attentive. She wondered if it was her fault what their relationship had become or time. Suddenly, a group of young men entered the establishment. Hai-soo wondered how many there would be. Among them, she recognized the handsome man from the flower store. She was so startled by his arrival that she was speechless. Chapter 4. The guys were happy to all get together for dinner. The cute girl in the center said they needed a table for 4. Na Hai-soo led them to their table. While the young people were studying the menu, Na Hai-soo came to her senses. She thought it was strange that this handsome man came to the place where she worked. Her friend's words about that handsome man being interested in Na Hai-soo came to mind. But she couldn't believe it, and she wasn't interested either. She was embarrassed that he had bought her breakfast and now tried not to look in their direction. The girl sitting next to Bom Tai-ha tried to strike up a conversation with him. While Na Hai-soo was wondering if they were dating, the guy kept his eyes on her. The girl asked him who he kept looking at. His friend laughingly told Hee-ji that she wasn't Bom Tai-ha's girlfriend. No need to bother him with questions. The girl didn't like the guy's remark. They started arguing.
Donuk, your meat is on fire.
The guy interrupted their argument. The guy calmed down and started eating. Hee-ji watched Bom Tai-ha and realized that he kept looking at their waitress. She asked if he knew her personally. The guy cracked a smile and said yes. Hee-ji was jealous. How could such a handsome man be acquainted with an unattractive ajumma? Na Hai-soo was cleaning up as usual when she noticed that her coat was torn. She thought Minchul would be angry with her because she had just bought it recently. Minchul was having fun on his phone. He asked if Na Hai-soo was going to go to bed. Minchul noticed that Na Hai-soo was going to sew. He snatched the item from her and accused her of pulling it out in front of him on purpose. He started yelling at her for dressing like an old woman, that this rag should be thrown away, that she was pathetic and no man would look at her. Na Hai-soo remembered again how the handsome man had bought her breakfast and realized that it was out of pity. Minchul felt a little ashamed of himself for snapping at her. He pulled her to him and told her that even though no one wanted her, he was still with her. Na Hai-soo was sure at that moment that she only had him. She realized she was living a very unhappy life. The next morning, Na Hai-soo made Minchul's breakfast as usual. Since rain was forecast for the day, she started looking for an umbrella. There was one whole umbrella. She checked the old umbrella. It was a little broken, but still worked. Hae-soo left a whole umbrella for Min-chole so he wouldn't get wet on the way home. Eri, smiling, headed for the coffee. She knew she'd find Min-chol there. The girl tried to draw his attention to herself. She started looking for coffee on the top shelves. Suddenly, the girl screamed and clung tightly to Min-chole. She said she saw a big bug and she was terrified. When Min-chol offered to chase him away, the bug was gone. Min-chol was pleasant around Ari. He felt courageous. Meanwhile, at the flower shop, Na-hae-soo's friend was sighing and waiting for handsome Bom Tae-ha to appear. Finally, she saw him from outside the window. Na-hae-soo felt uncomfortable. She asked her friend to take care of the clients while she herself worked in the back room. The young man was surprised at how quickly Na-hae-soo ran away. He thought it was pretty interesting. The guy decided not to embarrass her further and placed an order with her coworker. He didn't even look at her, hoping to see Na-hae-soo. The workday is over. It was pouring rain outside and the girls said goodbye. Na-hae-soo thought about how stupid she was for running away today. Tomorrow she would try to behave normally. Suddenly, her umbrella literally fell apart. She tried to think of what she should do. She couldn't run home in such a heavy downpour. If only she had bought a new umbrella in time, but she always feels bad about spending extra money. If she called Min-chol, he would definitely get mad at her. She thought about waiting out the rain under the awning. Suddenly, someone covered Na-hae-soo with an umbrella. When she looked up, she saw the handsome Bom Tae-ha.
Where do you live?
The young man asked her. Na-hae-soo was embarrassed, thanked for her concern, and said there was no need to help her out. She thought he'd turn around and walk away, but the guy didn't move. He kept his eyes on her. He really wanted to be with her for a while.
Let's take shelter under my umbrella together.
Chapter 5. Na-hae-soo was astonished. Heaven must be laughing at her and pushing her into the sky over and over again. The handsome guy stood looking confidently at the girl. Na-hae-soo decided it would be awkward to refuse him, so they went home under his umbrella. They stood at the stoplight in awkward silence. Contrary to her expectations, the guy didn't try to make conversation. The sound of the rain made Na-hae-soo feel comfortable walking with him under the same umbrella. Bom Tae-ha kept his eyes on the girl, careful not to let the raindrops hit her shoulder. The girl noticed that despite his tall stature, the guy tried to walk slowly, adjusting to her pace. Na-hae-soo thought about the fact that with Min-chol, she always had to run and walk behind him. Then she remembered that she had seen the handsome man with the girl at their diner. She asked if his girlfriend would mind him walking under the same umbrella with another woman. Bom Tae-ha looked at her interestedly and asked why she thought he had a girlfriend. Na-hae-soo admitted that she remembers him having dinner with friends and a girl sitting next to him. The guy was amused. He said she was wrong. He doesn't have a girlfriend. He said it was just his friends. He moved closer to Na-hae-soo.
It's a true. Please believe me.
Hae-soo felt strange, said she believed him. Suddenly, a headlight came around the corner and a car horn honked. The guy grabbed the girl's shoulder and abruptly turned her around to face him. A passing car doused him from a puddle, while Na-hae-soo remained completely clean and dry. The girl snuggled her face into his broad chest, feeling safe beside him. Bom Tae-ha apologized for scaring her. He was afraid the car would hit her. Na-hae-soo felt uncomfortable. She was pleased by the guy's concern. Suddenly, she realized they were standing tightly pressed against each other. He covered her completely with his body.
I'm big, right?
Said the guy. Na-hae-soo stared at him.
I mean my height. I'm tall. I covered you from getting splashed on.
Na-hae-soo looked at him in confusion. She thought that maybe he was interested in her, but why else would he behave like that with her? As they continued walking, the girl ventured to ask why he was so kind to her. She couldn't believe someone would behave like that without ulterior motives.
You found me out. I have my motives. I just want to get to know you.
The guy smiled. When Na-hae-soo said it was impossible, the guy smiled condescendingly. He wondered why she didn't want to get to know him better. Hae-soo replied that he's young and popular with young girls. He shouldn't waste his time on an ajuma like her. When they arrived at her house, she thanked him for his help. The guy asked if she was sure she didn't want to get to know him better. Nahai-su suggested that they remain strangers. There's no need to complicate things. Bam Taeha promised to do as she asked. He wished her the best and went home. The girl stared back at him with a sense of bitterness. He was tall and sturdy, and deep in her heart she was hurt that he had backed down so easily, but a line had to be drawn between them. When Na-Hai-Su returned home, she noticed that Minchul had forgotten to bring an umbrella. She remembered the words of the men at the diner, that a woman should take care of her man. Na-Hai-Su grabbed an umbrella and decided to head out to meet her husband from work. She hoped he would appreciate her concern. Finally, she approached his place of work. People were leaving the building one by one, but Minchul did not appear. His phone was off and he didn't read her message. Hae-Su thought he might have left by now. Suddenly, she saw him walking under the same umbrella with a pretty young girl. Na-Hai-Su froze in place. She felt jealous. Finally, the couple noticed her. Minchul was confused, and the girl looked suspiciously at Na-Hai-Su. The man told Ari it was his family member, came to meet him because of the rain. Hae-Su didn't like that Minchul introduced her simply as a relative. Minchul said she shouldn't have come after him in this weather. He would have gotten there on his own. He waved goodbye to Ari and tried to get Na-Hai-Su away quickly. He then proceeded to berate the girl. He wasn't happy that she came. He didn't want them to be seen together. When Na-Hai-Su asked what kind of girl it was, the man got even angrier. He didn't like that she was interrogating him. She was just his co-worker who decided to help him out. Minchul said she wouldn't understand since she has no friends or co-workers. A memory of a handsome guy wanting to get to know her better surfaced in Hae-Su's mind. She experienced a sense of guilt in front of Minchul. The girls were very tired, so they got a very large order. They were sitting there exhausted when Hae-Su's co-worker started complaining that her arms hurt. Na-Hai-Su offered to work on her own while her friend rested for a while. Suddenly, a new client appeared in the doorway. The handsome man looked around the store. The girl was in anticipation. She hoped that today he would order from her and not Na-Hai-Su. Na-Hai-Su said hello and was about to ask if she would make him a bouquet as usual. To her surprise, no sooner had she finished speaking than the guy walked past her as if she hadn't even existed. The girl felt cold and shocked. Chapter 6. It's been 2 weeks. Minchul started staying at work more often and even going out on weekends. Life went on as usual. Na-Hai-Su continued to work. Bam Taeha no longer approached Na-Hai-Su, pretending they didn't know each other as she had requested. Hae-Su was offended by his behavior, even though she herself asked for it. She must have mistakenly thought that he was in love with her. Maybe it's for the best. If his feelings were true, it might hurt. Minchul didn't respond to Na-Hai-Su's messages. She would fall asleep before he got home from work and leave while he was still asleep. Na-Hai-Su served the table where the man was celebrating his divorce. He had already had a few too many drinks and was bragging about how well he was going to do now. Now he can hit on young girls. His friends congratulated him. There were dirty jokes at the table and the company was having a good time. Suddenly, the drunken man glared at Na-Hai-Su. He thought to himself that she had an appetizing figure and a pretty face. Since he was a regular customer, she must have known he had his own business. He thought his attention would be flattering to her. He called Na-Hai-Su very loudly and demanded that she pour him a drink and drink with him herself. The girl was a little frightened. She was not comfortable with this attitude. She politely declined. The man started yelling at her, threatening to complain and have their eatery shut down. The owner of the diner came running out screaming. He was trying to figure out what was going on. Nearby visitors began to defend Na-Hai-Su, saying that the man was hitting on her. The drunk man shouted that he was a rich and regular customer and that he had to be served the way he wanted to be served, or else he would stop coming to the place. The owner of the diner apologized, offered dinner at his expense. That wasn't enough for the scumbag. He told Na-Hai-Su to kneel down and apologize. While the owner of the diner was arguing with the man, the girl knelt down and apologized for being rude. She didn't want her bosses to have problems because of her. The boss reached out to her, asking her not to do this because it wasn't her fault at all. After work, the boss scolded Na-Hai-Su for giving in to this impudent person. He didn't want her to be humiliated because of him. He was worried about her because he knew she already had a hard life. There are a lot of people out there who can be hurtful. Sue was pleased by the boss's concern. She assured him that everything was fine, making sure their diner didn't lose a regular customer. She has worked hard and faced hardships since her youth. She gradually stopped taking such incidents to heart. Boss offered to give her a ride home, but it turned out that Sue was leaving for her next job. The man was concerned. When does she rest? He didn't mean to be rude, but he asked if she really had that much debt. Sue remembered the first time debt collectors came to them and trashed their apartment and threatened their lives. She was broken. Minchell tearfully promised that they would pay off the debt and live happily ever after again. She simply answered yes. Now she lives in fear of debt collectors every day. A drunken man was walking home and talking about how nice it was for him when the waitress knelt in front of him. Figured she'd be nicer next time. That now she knows not to piss him off and will do as she's told. In his drunken ramblings, he didn't realize someone was following him. From behind came the sound of footsteps. The man got his ass kicked, flopped to the ground, and yelled who dared touch him. The stranger grabbed him by the hair and lifted his head up.
Do you want to die?
Came the voice of a stranger. He told the man to hit him first and quickly. The man got angry and started shouting that he would teach the guy a lesson. The man swung his hand and slapped the guy in the face. The young man rubbed his lip with pleasure. He asked the drunk man if he knew who he was. The man roared that he didn't know him.
Don't you? This is your chance to find out,
the guy said, and blood spatter flew in different directions. This evening, Sue was working a shift at a convenience store. Even though it was late at night, there was still plenty of work to do. She was tired, but she knew it wasn't usual for customers to be out this late. Her eyes closed from exhaustion and she dozed off. Suddenly, she woke up to a slight noise. She had already started to say hello when she realized she knew the man. It was the handsome guy from the flower shop. Sue wondered if it was a coincidence that he was coming to the flower shop and the diner where she works, and now to the shop. Despite the awkwardness, there's no one to serve him but her. The young man put only a packet of Band-Aids on the counter. Sue looked up and saw the wounds on his face. She was worried about what had happened to him. The guy stood staring at her intently. His gaze was expressionless. Chapter 7. Sue looked at the horrible wounds on his face and wondered what kind of monster could have done this to him. She was genuinely upset, but she didn't know if she had the right to ask him what had happened. Even though they had decided to remain strangers last time, the girl couldn't just ignore him.
If you just put a bandage on without applying any medicine, it will get worse,
the girl said. Taiha was surprised that she spoke to him. The girl thought she might be minding not her own business. After all, they decided not to keep in touch. The young man broke out into a smile. He was pleased with her concern. Suddenly, he leaned on the counter and loomed over the girl. His eyes were full of mischief.
Then, what should I do? Please teach me.
Sue was embarrassed by the way he spoke to her, how close he leaned to her. He looked at her again with interest and was surprisingly polite. Sue decided to talk to him informally since she was older than him. She told him to follow her. Bamte had decided if she was informal with him, it was a good sign. He liked it.
Let's sit outside and I'll help you.
The girl called him to follow her. The guy followed her as if on a leash. Sue handed him a healing ointment, but the guy said he didn't know how to use it. The girl grumbled and said that she would do it herself.
Suck it up, even if it stings,
she said, and began to treat the wounds.
The
boy shuddered. Sue wondered if he was in a lot of pain. She was very worried about him.
It is a little ticklish,
he said. He enjoyed her touch. Sue asked how old he was, but the guy only said he was adult.
A grown kid is running around fighting?
The girl inquired. Taiha said it wasn't his fault. It's just the way life is. There's not much joy in it, and he has problems at home. Those words echoed in Sue's heart. She remembered herself as young and joyless. It seemed to her that their situations were similar. She couldn't ignore his words. She looked into his deep eyes and saw sadness. His words touched her, and she made a decision.
Last time you asked if we could be acquainted. Okay, let's get to know each other.
He asked if he could call her Nuna, to which the girl flatly refused. Since she is older, he should address her as Ajuma. The guy grinned contentedly. He was very happy that Nahai-su sympathized with him. He later thanked her and asked her to add him to her contact list. The evening turned out well. One evening at a company party, a group of colleagues stayed late. Minchul had lost track of what he'd drunk. He didn't feel like going back to their shabby apartment. Boss kept pouring Ari drinks even though she was already drunk. She looked into her glass and did not understand what she was drinking, but it was indecent to refuse the boss. Suddenly, Minchul discreetly swapped her glass for a glass of water. Ari didn't expect this. She was grateful to him. Colleagues drank and chatted happily. They started asking Minchul type of women he disliked. He said he can't stand ajumas who are perpetually tired and neglected. He likes young girls who wear nice lingerie and take care of themselves. Minchul immediately thought of the unattractive Na-Hai-Su. To be honest, it was her type that annoyed him. Colleagues started teasing him. He described the image of the ajumas in such detail as if he was living with one of them. Maybe that's the kind of girl he'd really like? Minchul snorted, saying that he prefers beautiful, well-groomed, and young girls. This conversation began to irritate him. Ari listened to their conversation and realized she was quite his type. She liked Minchul. She would like him to pay attention to her. Nahei-su stood staring at her phone. Earlier, she and Bom Tae-ha had exchanged contacts. She decided that she would try to get to know him better. He immediately started texting her. She thought he had an unusual name. At the same time, Minchul did not answer her. The girl decided not to distract him because he was working so hard and he was having a hard time right now. Minchul decided to walk Ari home as they got very drunk. The girl was barely on her feet, said there was no way she could make it on her own. Suddenly, Ari clung to Minchul and started saying that he was not like all the men around. Embarrassed, the girl confessed that she had liked Minchul for a long time. She reached for him and offered to go to her house. Chapter 8. Minchul didn't reply to Nahei-su, so he must have gotten home late and gone straight to sleep. That's what she thought. But Minchul was actually spending time with Ari. Nahei-su worked the night shift and was heading home. She was very tired. She hadn't even sat down to rest all night. She wanted to go to bed as soon as possible. The girl walked quietly into the house so as not to wake up Minchul. Suddenly she froze. Minchul wasn't home. At this time, the man was sleeping sweetly in the arms of his young mistress. Later that morning, Minchul called Nahai-su to say that the corporate party had gone long, and he was spending the night at a nearby bathhouse. He was annoyed that she was worried. He said he was going straight to work and hung up the phone. Nahai-su felt guilty for making a scene. She believed her husband's words. She didn't even realize that he could lie to her. Minchul, hugging Ari, happy with the night, went to work without hesitation. A lonely guy was going about his business and looking under his feet. Suddenly, someone appeared in front of him and called his name. The boy recognized Bom Tae-ha and said hello. He wondered what he wanted from him, since they hadn't talked to each other in years. The guy was surprised that he remembered him. They went to school together, but Bom Tae-ha was popular in school and always sat behind, while Jimu was the nerd and sat in the first desk. Despite this, Bom Tae had a good reputation. He was not a bully. So Jimu was friendly and asked what he could do for him. Bom Tae-ha smiled and asked him to switch shoes in a rather friendly manner. Jimu was surprised. His cheap sneakers didn't compare to Bom Tae-ha's expensive sneakers. He wondered if he was joking with him, but finally he said yes. The boys exchanged shoes. Jimu thought it was a favorable exchange for him. Bom Tae-ha thanked the acquaintance. The guy went on about his business. Bom Tae-ha sat alone and listened to music. Suddenly, Hiji came over to him and asked him what he was listening to. He let her listen. It was an old band's love song to Ajuma. Hiji was surprised. No one listens to that kind of stuff anymore. Bom Tae-ha looked happy, said he liked it. The girl turned her attention to the guy's shoes. She thought it was strange that he was wearing such old, cheap sneakers. She asked what was wrong with his shoes, to which the guy cheerfully replied that he liked them like that. At this time, their friends were passing by. They were jealous that all the girls were always hitting on Bom Tae-ha. Donik said the girls like his face, that's all. His friends started teasing him about Bom Tae-ha stealing Heeji away from him. He noticed that Heeji was interested in Bom Tae-ha. Jealousy and anger reddened Donik's eyes. The girls sat waiting for customers. Nahaisu's coworker was saying that she must have been mistaken that the handsome man liked her, because lately he didn't want Nahaisu to serve him. She sighed dreamily and wondered if this handsome guy would come to her for a bouquet today. Heisu remembered last night, but she decided not to tell her friend. At that time, a familiar, pretty face appeared in the doorway of the store. Bom Tae-ha immediately looked at Nahaisu. With a confident gait, the man walked right up to her counter. Nahaisu's colleague was shocked. Who dared to disfigure such a beautiful face?
I'm here to buy flowers.
Bom Tae-ha pulled himself closer to the girl with a slight smile. Nahaisu was embarrassed. He was too close. She asked what kind of flowers he wanted to buy.
You know what I'm going to order? We know each other now.
The guy said playfully. Nahaisu started picking a bouquet of roses. A guy stood next to her and watched her. The girl observed a strange picture. The handsome man was joking ambiguously with Nahaisu, asking if she would make a discount for her good acquaintance. From the outside, it looked like the two were flirting. Suddenly, Bom Tae-ha asked if Nahaisu was free after work. The girl was embarrassed. She asked if Bom Tae-ha wanted her to scold him.
I do want to be scolded.
The guy thought to himself and smiled contentedly. Chapter 9. Nahaisu finished her work at the flower store. Bom Tae-ha was waiting for her at the entrance. The girl had her next job waiting so she could spend time with him. The guy said he remembered that she worked at the meat counter. He offered to walk her to work. Bom Tae-ha joked that they just met and she doesn't have time for him anymore. He was upset that she was working so hard, said being an adult was boring. Heisu was noticed that the guy, although young, he is very tall and broad. Bom Tae-ha noticed that the girl was considering him and asked what she was thinking about. Heisu replied that the guy was very tall, so she thought about his height. The young man smiled, said she was good at it, he was even jealous. Nahaisu was surprised. What was there to be jealous of since she was shorter than him? The guy smiled indulgently. He thought to himself how honest and naive she was. He said it would be his pleasure to walk her to work. Nahaisu didn't mind. Nahaisu turned her attention to his worn sneakers. Even though they're old, they look good on him. The girl asked why he buys flowers every day instead of buying more practical things. Bom Tae-ha looked at her thoughtfully and replied that there was little joy in life, so why not make yourself feel good? Nahaisu was touched by his words. They were said so quietly and heartily. She thought about how there was little joy in her life either. This guy turned out to be very wise. She felt ashamed that at first she had condemned his actions. She had spent so much time picking bouquets for other people that she didn't even think flowers could make her happy. She thanked Bom Tae-ha for keeping her company.
If you're grateful, then let's see each other often in the future.
The boy smiled sincerely at her. The lunch break had started in the office and Ari was looking for Minchol. Suddenly, she heard one of her coworkers discussing her with Minchol. The man told Minchol about Ari being seemingly arrogant. He said that all women get mercurial as they get older, so he should take advantage of them while they're young. Ari listened. She wondered what Minchol would say, but he didn't say anything, and then the man continued to ask him if they had had anything yet. This kind of talk was not to Minchol's liking. He decided to teach that jerk a lesson. He said the man had been with the company for quite some time but had never attained a high position. Instead of wasting his time talking, he should be doing his job. Minchol walked right up to him and told him to finish cracking up. He looked like an idiot. Then he turned around and walked away. Minchol was standing on a flight of stairs. A coworker had angered him with his talk. Ari suddenly appeared and wrapped her arms around him. She heard their conversation, afraid that Minchol was just playing with her feelings. But it turned out he was a good guy. The girl was afraid that after a night together he would forget about her. But she was wrong. Ari was very happy. She decided she would never let him go. A carefully prepared dinner was waiting for Minchul at home. The man at this time was having a carefree dinner in the company of his mistress and had no intention of returning home. Nahesu worked the night shift at the motel today. She received encouraging texts from Bom Taiha. He showed attention and care towards her. Hae-soo was very pleasant. She thought he was young and romantic. Bom Taiha was directly across the street from her work at this time. That guy had his own secrets. A very drunk man entered the lobby. He was barely dragging his feet. The man asked for a number and then started demanding that some girl be called to have some fun. Nahe-soo politely asked for his card to pay for the room. The drunk handed her the driver's license and began to hustle. The girl didn't know how to talk to him so as not to cause problems. Suddenly, another man appeared in the lobby. He asked if there were any rooms available. The man handed her a card and told her he was buying out all available rooms for that night. Nahe-soo was shocked. This had never happened before. Bom Taiha stood sheltered in the shadows. He checked his phone and got a message saying, "Problem solved." The drunk was walking and cursing that he couldn't get a motel room. Bom Taiha was pleased with himself. The motel manager was amazed that all the rooms were booked. She was happy to let Nahe-soo go home. The girl was overjoyed. She thought that luck had smiled on her. In a good mood, she walked home and was glad that she would be able to get a good night's sleep tonight. When she got home, her heart sank. The food left for Minchul was untouched, and he himself was not at home. Chapter 10. Na Hai-soo continued to receive caring texts from Bom Taiha. He showed attention, worried about her, wished her a good day. Throughout the day, he texted her periodically. Na Hai-soo thought it was because he was still very young. She enjoyed his attention and felt better every time he wrote to her. Regardless, she never once answered him. She just didn't know what to write him. Bom Taiha smiled enigmatically and thought to himself how to get her to answer him. Donik asked why his friend was always smiling and looking at his phone.
She is ignoring me,
replied the guy, smiling. The guy wondered what kind of girl could ignore Bom Taiha. He was even more surprised that his friend was texting a girl. Na Hai-soo was standing at the stove as usual, cooking Minchul's favorite dish. He was in good spirits after his meetings with Ari. Suddenly, he felt like saying something nice to Na Hai-soo. The girl blew on her spoon and gave him a taste of the dish. He said she cooks so good her food is to die for. Minchul didn't feel guilty about cheating, he just felt sorry for her today. He thought that cheating was even good for a long-term relationship. He thanked Na Hai-soo for the money she gave him for the perfume. Suddenly, an idea popped into his head. Minchul thought to himself that her figure was more appetizing than Ari's. He got excited. He bit her ear and whispered that it had been a while since they'd spent time with each other. The man began to caress her and bite down on her neck. The girl asked to be let go because she was late for work. Minchul let the girl go. Hae-soo worried if he was offended. The man assured her that it was fine. Minchul didn't expect anything else from her. He lay down and started texting Ari. He enjoyed their relaxed conversation. Ari suggested they get together. He was thinking of going with her and picking out his perfume. He remembered how they usually went shopping with Na Hai-soo. She always chooses the most unattractive and cheapest clothes. Minchul noticed that she glances at beautiful things, her eyes always full of regret at that moment. But every time he asked if she liked something or offered to buy it, she refused. She always felt bad about spending money on herself. It pissed the man off. He decided to go with Ari because Na Hai-soo doesn't know how to shop and is boring with her. Bom Taiha met his subordinate in a dark alley. The young man gathered information about Na Hai-soo's husband. He made sure that such a bastard didn't belong with her. He held up a lighter and the fire began to consume the photo. His eyes were full of grim pleasure. The guy was determined to act. Na Hai-soo's shift at the motel was coming to an end. Her eyes were closing from exhaustion, but she had a shift at the meat diner ahead of her. Suddenly, there was a text message from Bom Taiha. He wanted to see her for a little while after work. The girl didn't mind. She was happy to spend time with him. Bom Taiha stood at the entrance to the motel, waiting for Na Hai-soo. The girl came out and stared at him. Bom Taiha looked so handsome and confident. She complimented him. She thought to herself that he was actually more mature than she had originally thought he was. Na-Hai-Su said she didn't have much time because she was in a hurry to go to another job. Bom Tae-ha was happy to have a short meeting and said he would see her off. The young man said that this alley was very dark and dangerous. She must be scared to walk here alone. But the girl assured him that she was not scared.
I'm scared.
The guy tried to flirt with her and gave her a sly smile.
You're so big it's like you're a barrier. A walking barrier.
Na-Hai-Su stared at him.
Ha 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 ha.
The boy laughed heartily.
Then shall I walk behind you? Like this.
Bom Tae-ha stood behind her so tall and smiled. Hae-Su threw back her head and their eyes met. It was nice to feel secure around him. The girl sighed, told him to go and keep quiet. Bom Tae-ha slowed his step and looked closely at the girl's figure. She looked so fragile and delicate. He wanted to protect her. His gaze fell to the back of her head and became icy cold. The guy saw the bite mark on her neck. Jealousy boiled up in him, and he reached out a hand to the girl. He pulled Na-Hai-Su to him and leaned over her. Chapter 11. Na-Hai-Su asked what happened. In a low voice, Bom Tae-ha said that she must have been bitten by an insect. The young man gently wrapped his fingers around her neck and stared at the bite site. Na-Hai-Su was surprised. Insects were rare at this time of year, and she didn't feel any discomfort either.
It definitely made the insect.
The guy said a little strangely. Na-Hai-Su couldn't understand where the bite on her neck could have come from. Suddenly, the girl remembered what had happened since morning and that Minchul might have left this trace. The girl felt ashamed that Bom Tae-ha had seen this. She blushed.
Yes, I think it was a bug. I think I got bitten by a bug.
The girl tried to cover her neck with her hand.
I knew it.
Bom Tae-ha breathed out into her ear. He ran his finger gently over the bite site. Jealousy and anger fought in him, but he decided to pretend he believed the girl, didn't want to embarrass her. Bom Tae-ha said he had to put a Band-Aid on the wound to heal it, and started rummaging through his pockets. Na-Hai-Su exhaled, thinking the guy believed her. The guy very gently and with care put the Band-Aid on and smoothed it out a bit. Hae-Su felt a strange emotion. She was embarrassed. Suddenly, he asked why the girl wasn't responding to his texts.
I'll get sad if you don't reply.
There was sadness in his words. Na-Hai-Su had never received a text like this before. She wasn't cared for, so she didn't know what to reply to him or if she should. Then she remembered how sad she was when Minchul didn't reply to her texts, and she realized how Bom Tae-ha felt. She experienced intense feelings of guilt and apologized. She had never communicated like that with anyone. She did not want to offend him. Said he must be bored with her. The girl wanted to socialize with him, for she had no friends. She was happy to know that someone was interested in her. Bom Tae-ha fixed her collar. He said she didn't have to apologize because he wanted to write to her and insisted on communicating with her.
I was just throwing a tantrum, like a little kid.
The guy leaned in and said, he asked her not to apologize or try to please anyone to her own detriment.
Na-Hai-Su, do as you wish,
he said fondly. The girl heard such a phrase for the first time in her life. It was the first time someone had told her to do what she wanted to do. Na-Hai-Su was in a good mood. She asked her boss if she could buy one flower for herself. The boss offered to pick up the flower for free because Na-Hai-Su is working hard, but the woman insisted that she would pay for it. She decided to give herself a gift and was very happy with it. It was the first time a girl had ever let herself buy something for her own pleasure. She decided to come home before her next job to put a flower in a vase so it wouldn't wilt. She poured water into a small vial and placed the rose in it. There was joy in the girl's soul. Na-Hai-Su decided to share this event with Bom Tae-ha. She took a picture of the rose and sent him a message. At this time, Minchul decided to stop by the house for a little while, too. He was surprised, asked why she was at home and not at work. The girl replied that she had come in for a short while and was leaving soon. Na-Hai-Su thought he was already back, but Minchul said he would quickly change his clothes and go to work overtime. Suddenly, the man noticed the rose and asked where it came from. Hae-Su replied that she had bought one rose just to please herself. Something came over him. He felt so sorry for Na Hai-soo. He wanted to caress her just because she looked so pitiful. Suddenly, he realized that the thought of fooling two women tickled his nerves, and he decided to caress Na Hai-soo. He wanted to do it quickly and leave to meet Ari, but suddenly the girl protested and said that she was going through a dangerous period. When he heard that, he got angry and grabbed her chin and growled disappointedly that she would never get pregnant anyway. He said she screwed up as usual, got up and left. The girl was left lying on the floor in torn feelings. Bom Taya stood and looked at the message from Na Hai-soo. He was very happy that she had texted him. Suddenly, some girls he knew approached him. They didn't believe it was him at first. It was a poor neighborhood. What would he do here? The girls said it was a big coincidence that they met in such a place. Bom Taiha smirked. He didn't believe in coincidences. Behind every seemingly plausible coincidences, there are hundreds of inevitabilities. Some inevitabilities are intertwined one after another. For that one coincidence that will reach you. The guy smiled and replied that there were no accidents. Na Hai-soo was folding clothes when she came across Min Chol's shirt. The girl noticed a lipstick imprint on his collar. Her head rumbled. Her heart began to beat desperately. Chapter 12. Min Chol was waiting for Ari in the parking lot. The girl smiled when she saw him. She asked where they would go this evening, but Min Chol was angry after the incident with Na Hai-soo and didn't answer anything. The man swung open the car door and tore the girl toward him. Still angry after the incident with Na Hai-soo, he took advantage of Ari's pliability, who, unlike his wife, didn't refuse him. Na Hai-soo was distracted. After discovering lipstick on her husband's shirt, she couldn't get over it. Everything fell out of hand. Suddenly, the girl dropped the glass and it shattered into small pieces. The thought of a lipstick mark had been on her mind since she had never used makeup herself. She didn't rule out the possibility that it could be a misunderstanding. She tried to convince herself that she was making it up. The girl was afraid that her suspicions were unfounded and she would upset Min Chol. And although she held back unshed tears, she decided not to worry and hoped that everything would be fine. By an unfortunate coincidence, Na Hai-soo witnessed a client's telephone conversation. She supported her friend whose husband cheated on her. From the conversation, she realized that her husband cheated on her because they had not been able to have a child for a long time. Usually at work, Na Hai-soo was distracted from thinking about her life. But today, everything reminded her of the worst of times. The girl remembered what had been the last straw for her, the hardest loss of her life. Every time she had a hard time, she tried to think of the good things, the best things ahead. But right now, she wasn't sure of anything. Didn't know what was going on between her and Min Chol. Bom Taeha rode his bike up to the store where Na Hai-soo worked. He saw her through the window, sitting with her head bowed and upset about something. The guy thought about the fact that the more he tried to distance himself from her, the more he was drawn to her with destructive force. Without removing his helmet, he walked straight toward her with a confident gait. Na Hai-soo was so absorbed in her thoughts that she didn't immediately notice the customer. The girl thought he was weird, came in silent and didn't buy anything. Then she noticed his tall stature. A thought flashed through her mind that he looked like someone else. Suddenly, the guy held out her phone with a message on the screen. And finally, everything fell into place. Bom Taeha was flirting with her again. Na Hai-soo sighed. At least it wasn't a strange stranger.
Do you want to be scolded?
Bom Taeha opened his helmet, a chuckle red in his eyes. Hae-soo asked why he was wearing a helmet, and the guy took it off. He said he came to see her from work. The girl assumed he worked in delivery, and Bom Taeha didn't deny it. She said he should be careful on the roads.
Are you worried?
He said with a smirk. Na Hai-soo calmly motioned for him to stand up and raise his helmet above his head as punishment for his jokes. She was just kidding, but the guy actually complied. The girl was speechless. Bom Taeha stood there and smirked. Even in this situation, he looked very attractive. Na Hai-soo asked why he came, and the guy said he hadn't had dinner yet. He wanted to buy something. The girl was worried that he was hungry, reprimanded him, said that he should change his job if he didn't have time to eat at this one. Bom Taeha was amused by her concern. He was pleased. The guy remembered what he was doing that night. thought about watching her bastard husband with his mistress. He was disgusted to realize that this man was next to Na Hai-soo, but he was patient. Suddenly, the guy stood up close to Na Hai-soo and said he couldn't quit because he was doing a very important job. The girl remembered that he mentioned problems at home. She believed that he had to work hard, and given his large frame, he also needed to eat well. She said she would treat him to dinner tonight. Na Hai-soo told him to pick what he liked and she'd give him a treat. The guy didn't expect her to do that.
All I'll take from you is your heart. I can afford to buy a meal,
said Tae-ha. The guy stretched out his arm and rested it against the shelving unit. He asked Na Hai-soo to just help pick out the most delicious things they have in the store. The girl was embarrassed. She thought he was joking like that again. She felt his back. He was big and strong. His presence excited her. Na Hai-soo's gaze fell on his wrist. She saw the beginning of the sentence in the form of a tattoo. Chapter 13. Na Hai-soo turned to Tae-ha and asked what it was on his wrist. The guy looked at her. For a moment, he thought maybe she didn't like tattoos. Maybe she thought they made him look like a thug. He rolled up his sleeve so she could see.
Do you hate it? Then I'll erase it,
said Tae-ha confidently. Na Hai-soo grabbed his hand in a soothing gesture, her voice trembling.
Tell me, why do you have a scar like this?
She raised her eyes full of alarm at him. Tae-ha was surprised by how worried she was about him. With what trepidation she squeezed his wrist. For a second, he remembered how the wounds bled under the black ink. Na Hai-soo thought about this young man's life, how many hardships he had to endure, whether he had done this to himself. She wanted to know what was behind his sad eyes. Tae-ha realized everything from her face full of sadness. He was pleased that she sympathized with him, and it was funny. He felt a kind of pleasure in her expression, so he thought about teasing her some more. The guy gently ran his hand over her arm and said the scars were from the accident. Na Hai-soo was surprised by his answer and looked at him anxiously. She reacted exactly as he thought she would. Tae-ha was pleased with himself. She is naive and he likes it. He said it wasn't worth her trouble. The guy started picking out food. Hai-soo thought that he had lied to her very skillfully, but since the scars were old, she decided not to press him with questions for now. The girl helped the guy choose a delicious meal, saying since she was treating him, he should trust her. Na Hai-soo set the guy down to eat dinner and went back to the counter herself. Tae-ha shone a smile. He was pleased that the girl cared about him. He tried to be at ease with her. Na Hai-soo was confused as usual. She thought that this guy gave her conflicting feelings, but she definitely liked him. She liked that she could temporarily escape from her drab life and problems with Minchul. Tae-ha seemed like a strange guy to her, covered in scars and wounds with a suspicious job. Everything about him seemed strange and tempting at the same time. Minchul and Ari were lying around talking. The girl laid her head on the man's chest and suddenly confessed that she wanted to marry him. Minchul instantly tensed up. Ari pouted and asked why he reacted that way. Said she hadn't thought about marriage before she met him. Minchul was tensed by such talk. He tried to joke that the girl was still too young to think about marriage. Ari jumped up and started to get indignant. She said that Minchul was old enough to think about getting married, and since she was his girlfriend, it was okay. The resentment in her voice was palpable. Minchul pulled the girl to him and continued to convince her that she was still too young. He said that all young girls are in a hurry to get married. Isn't it silly to waste your youth on one man? While Ari looked at him with resentment and incomprehension, the man continued to convince her that it was too early for them to think about marriage. Minchul thought about almost getting caught. He'd thought they were just having fun, but he didn't think she'd take their relationship so seriously. He thought that the girl must be from a well-to-do family, judging by where and how she lived. Ari dressed well, has her own car, is well-groomed, and most likely grew up in a loving family. Minchul thought she was the opposite of Na Hai-soo, and he liked it. The girl didn't stop and asked the man how he sees his family when he gets married. Minchul thought about it and replied that he wanted a cozy apartment, a car that could accommodate the whole family and one child. Ari was touched by his revelation. She asked if he really wanted kids. The man recalled an unpleasant moment from the past. When he had a chance to have it all, he was saddened when he found out that Na-hai-su was so weak that she couldn't have children. But now he's glad the circumstances are the way they are. A child is a great luxury for them. He told Ari that it's expensive and hard to raise a child, so he's not ready for that yet. Ari could hear the notes of bitterness in his voice. She wanted to support Minchul in some way. She clung to him tighter and told him that his dream would definitely come true. The couple continued to lie there, each thinking about his own thoughts. Night shrouded the city. A lone figure stood on the roof of a skyscraper and stared into the distance. Bam Taiha stood on the roof and recalled a recent conversation with his subordinate. They were sitting in the passenger compartment of an expensive car. Bam Taiha held out his wrist to the man and asked what he saw. The man assumed a Buddhist saying was tattooed on his wrist. Bam Taiha smirked. He was once again admiring Na-hai-su.
How can that be? How can anyone notice the white scars beneath the black ink before seeing the ink first?
He pondered. The man stood there thinking how amazing she was. He stood and thought about how he wished he could wait for her relationship to end, like an adult. But of course it won't be like that. He realized he was too impatient, and even though she'd done nothing, he'd already lost his freedom. The source of all suffering is attachment. Bam Taiha took a deep breath and realized that his suffering had already begun. The attachment overwhelmed him. He couldn't and wouldn't resist it. Na-hai-su was late returning home as usual and was absorbed in her thoughts. Suddenly, she recognized the man walking towards her. It was the drunk man who had been harassing her at their diner. The girl tensed up, thinking he was about to start hitting on her again. To her surprise, the man saw her and froze in horror. He turned and ran down the first alley without saying a word to her. Na-hai-su was surprised, not realizing that it was just now. But she was glad that she could get home safely. When she got home, Minchul was already asleep. She undressed quietly and lay down to rest, too. The girl was surprised that her husband fell asleep so early. She thought that he really worked hard and was tired. She was worried that he was overworked. Suddenly, Minchul's phone began to vibrate. The girl's name lit up on the display. Na-hai-su's heart skipped a beat. Fear and anxiety gripped her. Chapter 14. Na-hai-su had been at a loss all day. She wondered if she should have answered that call to find out what that young girl wanted from Minchul. A sense of jealousy demanded that she ask her if she and Minchul were really just co-workers at work. The man slept soundly while Na-hai-su went over all the questions she wanted to ask this girl in her head. She never decided to answer, and the call stopped. The girl was afraid that she would not be able to bear the answer. She consoled herself with the thought that this girl was calling him on work matters. At work, a coworker started showing her pictures from her friend's wedding. The girl was very excited. It was the first time she had been to a wedding, and she was very happy about it. She told her how she dreamed of one day meeting a nice man and wearing a white dress. The girl remembered that Na-hai-su was also married and started asking her if she had a hard time planning the wedding, what kind of dress she had, and where they spent their honeymoon. Hae-su had nothing to reply to. All these questions made her plunge into her memories. She and Minchul just filed the papers. There was no grand ceremony. They were both surprised at how quickly it was processed. Having registered the marriage, the couple left the building as if nothing had happened. Minchul suggested going to a diner and eating meat. Despite the man wanting to lighten the mood, Na-hai-su tried to object. They needed to save money, but eventually agreed. Minchul hugged the girl tightly and said that in a year's time they would definitely hold a lavish marriage ceremony. He promised that she would wear a beautiful wedding dress, that they would give each other diamond rings and be sure to go on a honeymoon. To Hawaii. Na-hai-su listened to him and believed him. She believed every word he said. The man kept telling her how good they would live and that everything would be perfect for them. The girl continued to blush and believe, and Minchul teased her that she was blushing. Though Minchul didn't keep any of his promises, they both laughed and were happy that day. That day shone brighter than any diamond. Cars drove down the road one after another. Bam Taiha checked his phone again and again. She stopped responding to his messages again. He really wanted to get close to Na-Hai-Su, thinking about how he could do it.
If I had known it would turn out this way, maybe I should have taken a few more hits that day,
he thought. Suddenly, a lighted lighter was brought to his face. His new bodyguard suggested he light a cigarette. Bamteha stared at him intently. He was unhappy that he had been pulled out of his thoughts. He said it wasn't necessary and showed that it was just candy. The bodyguard faltered. He apologized, said he'd like to give him a light if he smoked. Bamteha handed him a lollipop and said that if he wanted it so badly, he could light his candy. He said he hadn't seen him before. The man replied that today was his first day. Bamteha asked with an impenetrable gaze if he had ever buried a person before. The young man was thinking about what he should do since the girl doesn't answer him and what he would like to do with her loser husband. The newly minted bodyguard didn't know what to say. He said he'd never had to do this before. The man said if his master took care of him and paid him well, he would try to do whatever he was told. Bamteha handed him a lighter and told him to relax. He was just kidding. The man stood there and didn't know what to think. He couldn't tell from the look on his new master's face whether he was joking or not. He asked the second bodyguard, to which his colleague replied with a shrug. Bamteha stood on the bridge and continued to think about his. At this time, his new subordinate was thinking that anything could be expected of him. Bamteha looked just like his father, the chairman, and it was even scary. Na-Hai-Su witnessed a conversation between two friends. One of them was complaining that her husband was having an affair at work. While she was working several jobs and counting every penny, her husband was spending money on a mistress. Everything was falling apart. Memories of Minchul's strange behavior resurfaced in her mind. Hae-Su had doubts. What if Minchul really cheated on her? She panicked, thinking what would happen to her if it was true. Growing anxiety squeezed her heart. The girl found it hard to breathe. A passing supervisor noticed that she wasn't feeling well and asked her what was wrong. The girl replied that she was not feeling well. Na-Hai-Su gasped and asked to leave work early. The boss immediately agreed to let her go, saying he was worried about her, so let she rest. The man asked if she needed to go to the hospital, but Hae-Su said she would rest and it would go away. She thanked him and headed out. The girl ran down the street without remembering herself. Her head was buzzing, her legs carried her on their own. Tears covered her eyes, and it was at that moment that a gentle, familiar voice sounded in her head. The voice of the man who had once told her that she should do what she wanted. That calm voice made the ever-submissive Na-Hai-Su find herself at Minchul's work. Once inside, the girl began to hesitate. Minchul had said he would work at night, but she had never been here before and didn't know where to find him. Suddenly, a guard called out to her. The man said no outsiders were allowed in here, asked her what she wanted. Na-Hai-Su knew that Minchul hid their relationship from others. She said that she was his relative and she urgently needed him. The guard thought for a moment and said that he didn't remember Minchul staying at work that night. Na-Hai-Su's eyes darkened, and for a second she thought she would lose consciousness. But suddenly the guard offered to escort her and help her find him. The man led the girl to the right department and loudly asked if Minchul was there, saying he had a visitor. Na-Hai-Su clutched the strap of her bag tightly, her eyes darting around the office looking for her husband. Chapter 15. The office was full of employees working overtime. Ari heard that someone came to Minchul and immediately recognized the girl who greeted him with an umbrella on a rainy day. Minchul appeared from behind his desk, asking who might have come to see him. Seeing Na-Hai-Su, the man froze. There was an awkward pause in the air. The girl stared at him and clutched the strap of her bag tightly with excitement. The man jumped up and said that he needed to go out for a while. Ari looked at them with interest. Minchul roughly grabbed Na-Hai-Su's arm and dragged her away from the office. He gave the girl an annihilating look and told her to follow him. The man dragged her roughly all the way, even though Na-Hai-Su asked him to calm down, saying that her arm hurt. The man pinned her against the wall, clutching her wrists tightly. He started yelling at her, asking her what the hell she was doing here. Minchul became very angry, saying that she was disgracing him. Suddenly, he noticed that the girl was numb with fear, trembling and mumbling that she was scared. Suddenly, it hit him. Minchul bent down to her face and asked angrily if she was afraid of him. Na-Hae-Soo tried to refuse, but that only made Minchul even more angry. He squeezed her wrists even tighter and shouted in her face. How long would she keep reminding him of the past? The girl didn't want to remember it, but because of the events of the past, the girl was frozen with horror every time she heard the screams. Her body was shaking and her heart was racing. Her eyes filled with tears, and Minchul gloatingly asked why she was crying. Suddenly, Bom Taiha's voice came back into her mind, and she forced herself to ask her husband whose lipstick mark she had found on his shirt. Minchul didn't expect the ever-submissive Na-Hae-Soo to do such a thing. He even asked her again. She said she never wears makeup, so she wanted to know how he got lipstick on his shirt. And though she was trembling with fear, she demanded an answer from him. Minchul sighed. Everything became clear to him. He smiled evilly and said she was jealous. Deep down, he felt the satisfaction of that. He told the girl that she was acting like a psycho out of jealousy. The man said she was crazy to come to his workplace for such a trifle and make a scene. Na-Hae-Soo was in a stupor. She didn't know what to say. She didn't want it to turn out like this. Minchul said he probably just bumped into someone. He said Na-Hae-Soo disgusted him, turned around and walked away. The girl, frightened and humiliated, remained standing against the wall. Her legs could hardly hold her. She felt very guilty. Na-Hae-Soo wandered around the street in a semi-conscious state. She didn't even notice the people around her. She accidentally grazed the shoulder of a passerby and didn't even turn around. She looked strange from the outside. Suddenly, this same passerby was shoulder-bumped by a very tall and sturdy man. The stranger tried to swear, said his shoulder was dislocated. Did he run into a phone pole?
Watch where you're going.
Bom Taiha threatened him. The young man walked silently behind her, shortening the distance and counting the remaining steps to her. He himself did not notice how there were no more than 10 steps between them. Bom Taiha looked sadly in her wake and thought that she should have noticed his presence by now. It saddened him to realize that if there had been 3 steps between them, she still wouldn't have noticed him because she didn't want to. All her attention was focused on her loser husband, and this made him very angry. Bom Taiha pretended to be a nice guy, trying to be patient, but he wanted Na-Hae-Soo to notice him. He wanted her to turn around right now and scold him for his wicked intentions. Bom Taiha continued to write to her even though she didn't answer him. He warned her that the forecast said it would snow today. He'd want her to be happy for the first snow, but she was so jaded she'd forgotten what it was. So they walked all the way to her house. Bom Taiha took out his phone and typed the next text message that it would rain after the snowfall. He hoped the sound of the phone would bring her back to reality. Na-Hae-Soo silently stood outside her house, hanging her head. Soon a downpour fell from the sky. Na-Hae-Soo continued to stand and stare blankly at nothing. The water ran down her face and the coldness permeated her entire body. She tried to comprehend everything that had happened that evening. What was she thinking when she rushed to Minchul's workplace? The girl bent in half, dropped her head to her knees, and sobbed bitterly, as loudly as if the noise of the rain could drown out her suffering. Bom Taiha stood around the corner, his heart breaking with pain for her. He thought that she should have realized what kind of man her husband was. He dropped his umbrella and set his face to the jets of rain. He wanted to take all her pain for himself. The young man was fighting himself because he was having a hard time staying a good person with her. He remembered how she empathized with him, tried to support him. She said he was a good man and he would be fine. But she was wrong. He wasn't good. He was a fool for believing that her unhealthy relationship would soon end on its own. In fact, he'd been willing to do terrible things for her. And today was the last time he'd let her cry. The next morning, Na-Hae-Soo came to work with puffy eyes. Her friend was worried about her and asked her if she was okay. She said she just ate too much ramen for dinner. There were still 10 minutes left before the workday started. Hae-Soo said she'd be gone for a while. Minchul never came home last night. Na-Hae-Soo cried and waited for him until morning. She wanted to make up with him. The girl was thinking that their wedding anniversary was coming up and she would like to go to a restaurant with him, hoping things would work out for them. Suddenly, something warm touched her face.
You're slacking off.
The suddenly appearing Bom Taiha loomed over her. Chapter 16. Nae-Su just stared at the handsome young man for a while. Bom Tae-ha started making fun of her puffy eyes and the fact that she was shirking work. The girl was embarrassed, said she wasn't amused. The young man brought her coffee and told her to be careful as it was still hot. Nae-Su thanked him. The guy asked if she would scold him for coming to her even though she didn't respond to his texts. The girl was very pleased that he had taken care of her by bringing her coffee. She thought that the more she scolded him, the more insistent he became. So she said she wouldn't scold him. Nae-Su was embarrassed but still asked a question.
Are you into that sort of thing?
Bom Tae-ha innocently inquired as to what she meant. The girl clarified if he liked being scolded. Bom Tae-ha laughed heartily, even covering his face with his hand. Nae-Su was very sweetly indignant and asked him not to laugh at her. The young man looked at her languidly and said,
Well, actually, I'm not into that sort of thing. But I'd be okay with anything from Nae-Su.
It sounded very exciting, and he looked very seductive at that moment. Nae-Su thought he was messing with her again. Bom Tae-ha said that from now on he would come to her without warning. The girl did not mind, but she said not to look for her on Friday. He asked why, and Nae-Su replied that she and her husband would be celebrating their wedding anniversary. The guy was very surprised and displeased. The girl apologized that she didn't have time to tell him that she was married, but she thought that he himself had already guessed. The young man imagined her reaction if he told her that he knew everything about her life, that she was divorced. He gently took a strand of her hair and only said that he was a little confused.
If it were me, I think I'd hate it.
While Nae-Su was listening to him attentively, Bom Tae-ha kept his eyes on her. He said that if he were her husband, he wouldn't let another man do all the things he did for her. He would always take care of her himself. The man seemed to mesmerize her with his gaze. He almost touched her lips with his fingers when he asked if her husband wasn't jealous of her. Hae-Su was pleasantly stirred by his words, but she didn't want to show it to him. She just said that he was still young and didn't realize that there is a friendship between a man and a woman. Bom Tae-ha looked at her and thought how naive she was. While her husband sleeps with a young mistress, she is so kind, hesitant about him, afraid to get too close to him. The guy smirked and said he wouldn't bother her. He wished her a good day and a good time with her husband. As he walked away, he cast another glance at her. Nae-Su didn't have time to say anything. She was a little embarrassed, wondering if she had offended him. She liked being with Bom Tae-ha, but her conscience didn't allow her to cross the line. Minchul once again stayed overnight at Ari's house. She sat on the edge of the bed and thought back to a recent conversation with her friend. The girls were sitting in a cafe and Ari was telling to friend how beautiful Minchul was. She was very happy in her relationship with him. She bragged that even though he's in his 30s, they spend a lot of time in bed. Suddenly, a friend asked her a question. Is it strange that for all his virtues at his age, he still hasn't gotten married? That alarmed Ari. The girl turned to the man and stated that she wanted to finally be in his house. Minchul tried to wriggle out of it. He said she had a nicer house than he did. He thought about how lucky she was to live in a prestigious new house, not far from work. He wished he could live in a house like that. The man thought about the fact that if he left Nae-Su for Ari, she would still stay in their shabby house and always wait for him because she loves him. But he didn't know if he loved her. Minchul thought about Nae-Su being cold and emotionless like a doll. She doesn't look like a real woman. While he was indulging in his thoughts, Ari started to get angry. Suddenly, Minchul grabbed Ari and started kissing her. The man admitted to living in a shabby apartment with a relative Ari had seen before. Minchul said he came from a poor family, no education. He was afraid if Ari saw how he lived, she'd leave him. Suddenly, Ari hugged him tightly and told him that none of this matters. She accepts him for who he is. The girl was touched that he opened up to her. Tears welled up in her eyes because of her love for him. Minchul invited her to come to his house. Nae-Su was preparing breakfast as usual early in the morning when Minchul suddenly appeared. She was surprised. He didn't usually get up this early. The man replied that he had a lot of work to do today. The girl asked if he would be late for work. Minchul said he didn't know yet. She didn't want to think that he had forgotten their anniversary. Hae-Su took an evening off from work. She decided that she would tell Minchel later that she was free and they could spend time together. All day long, the girl worked tirelessly. As she left work, she anticipated how happy Minchel would be that she was able to free up her evening. Suddenly, she got a text message from her husband. He said he would be working all night, but since she was also working tonight, it was no big deal.
Of course he forgot.
She texted him that she was on her way to work, too. The girl stood in the middle of the street and thought how stupid she was. Once again, she was deceived by her expectations. Hae-soo decided to go to work after all. At that time, a man was watching her from around the corner. Minchol hugging Ari led her to his house. The girl was overjoyed, glowing. Now she could rest assured that if he was taking her home, they were definitely serious. The man warned her that she might not like his house, but Ari assured him that she didn't care as long as she was near him. Ari took his hand and pressed herself against him. She said she'd do anything for him. The couple slowly headed home. Minchol was touched by her words, so he said that he would also do anything for her. She is very dear to him. Ari was genuinely pleased and smiled at him. She said she felt that they were going to be fine. Minchol was happy to be near her. The young people were so absorbed in each other that they did not notice how Byum Tae-ha was watching them. He thought to himself that Nahae-soo would also be fine with him by his side. The guy called his driver and asked him to pick him up soon. He needed to change his clothes. It's time to put his plan into action. Byum Tae-ha's face lit up with a sly smile. Chapter 17. Minchol brought Ari to his and Nahae-soo's apartment. He was embarrassed, so he told her not to freak out too much. Ari was surprised to see the apartment, saying it was very clean and cozy. The girl praised the man. Minchol felt embarrassed because it was all Nahae-soo's merit. The girl began to freeze. The living room was very cold, and Minchol suggested going to the bedroom. He said the girl might get sick, so they should meet at her house. Ari hugged him tighter and replied that he could keep her warm. Hearing this, Minchol immediately pressed the girl against the door and kissed her. A memory of Nahae-soo shivering in the cold nights flashed through his mind. She never asked him to keep her warm. Every time he tried to get closer, she remained cold and distant. So as time went on, he lost the desire to take care of her. He didn't even remember that today was their anniversary. Byum Tae-ha reached home and began to change his clothes. The man was well built, his muscles rolling over his back. Today, he was going to put his plan into action, so he was confident and determined. The ringing of a bell caught the salesman's attention. A very tall and handsome guy entered the store. Byum Tae-ha stood with a basket in his hands and picked out the goods. The girl looked at the strange customer and didn't understand what was going on. Byum Tae-ha placed a full basket of warming packets on the counter. The guy smiled innocently while the girl checked out the purchase and wondered what he needed so many warming packs for. Byum Tae-ha thanked the girl and went on his way in good spirits. Late at night, a woman took a smoke break in the back of a restaurant. Suddenly, an unfamiliar young man approached her.
I'm sorry, but could you call Nahae-soo for me?
He looked unwell, spoke in a breathy voice. A woman came running to Nahae-soo, saying there was someone waiting for her outside. Nahae-soo wondered who could be waiting for her at this hour. She hoped it was Minchol. The girl rushed to the back door full of hope that her husband hadn't forgotten about their anniversary, had decided to surprise her. Her heart beat faster with excitement. She looked outside and called out to Minchol. The courtyard was empty. She wondered if her coworker was playing a joke on her. Suddenly, she was raked into a bear hug from her back. Big, strong arms wrapped around her body. She felt so small and fragile. Byum Tae-ha hugged her like something very precious. His face was very close to hers, and the girl felt his breath on her face.
Nuna.
The guy exhaled. Nahae-soo was embarrassed, saying he should call her Ajuma, otherwise outsiders would think something wrong. The girl said she'd definitely scold him next time. The young man smirked and continued to hug her. It felt so good. She was soft and warm. Suddenly, Nahae-soo turned to face him and asked him with a concerned look if he had hurt himself anywhere.
Come here.
The girl carefully ran her hand under his hood. Gentle fingers ran over his face, and her eyes studied him. Bomtaeha's heart raced, and he couldn't take his eyes off her lips. Her face was so close he could feel her breath, and that look in her eyes again. The guy leaned even closer. He was thrilled by her closeness, but he had to be patient. Nahesu suddenly realized that he had a fever. She was afraid for him. Bomtaeha said he didn't want to bother her, but he had nowhere else to go. He said he wasn't feeling well. When Nahesu said he had to go home for treatment, the guy said he couldn't go there. Haesu's heart snapped in frustration as she remembered that he had said he was in trouble at home, always bruised and wounded. The girl sat him down and asked him to wait for her. Bomtaeha did not want to let go of her hand and looked at her hopefully.
I'm not leaving you behind. I'll ask the boss to take some time off.
The girl calmed him down.
Oh, then I'll wait for you.
He was pleased with the way events were unfolding. Soon the girl came out, held out her hand to him, and led the way. They walked in silence. Nahesu thought about giving him medicine and resting for a couple hours while Minchul was out of the house. The girl glanced at Bomtaeha every now and then, thinking that he was so big that he might not fit in their small old apartment. A guy noticed a girl staring at him all the time. He smiled sincerely and broadly at her. Haesu asked why he smiles so often, to which Bomtaeha replied that he was just happy to see her since they hadn't seen each other for a long time.
Then, since the kid I used to see all the time on my way to and from work isn't around, I'm feeling a bit bored, too.
Unexpectedly, the girl confessed. Bomtaeha was surprised to hear her say that. He thought she wouldn't admit that she was attracted to him.
Okay, I'll come to see you every day from now on.
The guy smiled sincerely at her again. He was very happy around her. Nahesu looked at him and thought that she liked it when he smiled at her. She realized that she couldn't take her eyes off him, unable to turn away from him. Finally, they came. The girl had warned him that the apartment was small and old, but at least he would be able to take a break. Nahesu approached the door and stopped. She thought it was strange that there was a light on in the apartment. Bomtaeha stood behind the girl and felt satisfied. Everything had turned out just as he had wanted. A woman's laughter came from the apartment. Nahesu heard Minchul having fun with a girl in their apartment. She reached out a trembling hand to the doorknob. Bomtaeha stood quietly and waited to see how Nahesu would act. The girl hesitated for a moment. Chapter 18. Nahesu stood there thinking about how Minchul's cheating had ruined everything. Their love, their memories, and their time together. She stood listening to the other girl laughing in their house and couldn't decide what to do. Bomtaeha stood behind her and said quietly,
Don't run away.
The young man put a hand on her shoulder in a calming gesture. Nahesu was as if she was in a trance. She was thinking that her relationship was over. The cold voice brought her back to reality. Nahesu suddenly realized that their love had ended long ago. Her relationship and marriage kept her shackled to her past and did not allow her to breathe freely. While her husband was happy on the side, she suffered alone. Nahesu tried to break free from Bomtaeha's tight grip. The guy tried to hold her down, telling her to calm down.
Let go of me!
Suddenly, there was fire in the quiet, malleable girl's eyes. She broke free from his grasp. The girl pulled the door open and burst into the apartment. Bomtaeha stood stunned for a while. The young man looked at his hand and smiled. He was pleasantly surprised that Nahesu didn't run away. She was braver than he thought. Minchul and Eri were lying in bed when there was a noise. A furious Nahesu burst into the room.
Kang Minchul!
A frightened Eri pulled the blanket over himself and yelled why his relative was barging in on them. Minchul was shocked and asked why Nahesu had come home. Nahesu stood with eyes full of tears. In her heart, she had known the truth for a long time, but she just didn't want to accept it. She asked her husband who she was to him. Minchul didn't care. He was even glad she caught them. He said that now is not the time to sort things out. The girl grabbed him by his shirt, trying to stop him and find out everything now. Minchul nonchalantly dressed and waved her off.
Are you saying that after living together for 13 years, I'm just relative?
The girl trembled with anger and resentment. Eri, who was watching them, suddenly realized, said Minchul was a freak and left. The man rushed to catch up with her, asking her to listen to him. He said that they had been divorced for a long time and that this woman was absolutely nothing to him. Those words broke something inside Nahai-su. She got really angry. The girl threw up her hand and pulled Minchul's hair with all her might. She didn't even expect to have so much strength in her. The man tried to escape her grip, shouting that she was a psychopath. Nahai-su continued to pull him and call him names. Minchul swung around and hit her. The girl fell to the floor with a great thud. The man screamed like crazy that he was sick of her. He found a young and beautiful girl and started cheating on her with her. He said that Nahai-su couldn't leave him anyway. He left the girl lying on the floor and himself rushed to catch up with Eri. The girl sat devastated. She looked at the broken vase and the rose on the floor. She thought the same thing happened to her. Nahai-su clutched her chest that was bursting from the inside. Tears flowed. She wailed frantically. Minchul caught up with Ari and asked her to stop and talk to him. The girl told him to stay away from her, but the man kept telling her that he was divorced and just didn't want to upset her with his past. Bom Taiha stood around the corner and listened to the man say that Nahai-su was just obsessed with him, that in fact he was sincere with Ari. Anger began to boil within the young man. He thought about killing the bastard. Minchul went to get Ari, and Bom Taiha thought about how much he's been torturing Nahai-su all this time. He thought that death was too easy a punishment for him. He'll make sure Minchul suffers. The guy will make him pay harshly for what he did to Nahai-su. Bom Taiha remembered the pleasure he felt looking at her as he followed her. In his heart, he was glad that on this day she would finally learn her husband's dirty secret. He wondered what she would do about it. He was glad that today was the day she'd finally leave her loser husband. But now he was in pain. His goal accomplished, her relationship destroyed. Now seeing her so broken, his heart ached and was bruised. He didn't want to hear her tears ever again. Bom Taiha headed toward her.
Tell me, what do you want? If it's you, I'll listen to anything. If there's something you want, I'll give it to you. If there's something you want to do, I'll do it with you. If there's a place you want to go, I'll take you there. If you asked me to kill, then I'll do it.
Bom Taiha headed toward her. All the way there, he thought about her. But he knew she wouldn't ask. Bom Taiha gently stroked her head. He decided that he would protect her even though she continued to stare at her husband. He would be by her side. He thought that his first love tied his hands and feet and tortured him. Bom Taiha gently called Nahai-su by name, asking her to calm down. He kept stroking her back, worried that she would get sick from crying so much. The young man was genuinely worried about her. Suddenly, the sobbing stopped. Nahai-su fell on Bom Taiha's chest and lost consciousness. Chapter 19. Bom Taiha sat by Nahai-su's bed and watched her every breath. The girl was breathing heavily. He reached out and carefully tucked a curl behind her ear. The young man, without taking his eyes off her, thought about how he slowly, step by step, without missing anything, will erase every unpleasant moment from her life. He will be there for her every time she needs it. Eventually, her wounds will heal. Bom Taiha didn't want to, but he had to leave her for a while. The bodyguard expressed relief that no serious illness was found in her. After an antipyretic injection and good sleep, she will feel better. Bom Taiha was very worried about her. He said that a high temperature is not a joke. The man said that she had not been well long before this situation. He did not understand why she did not go to the doctors earlier. He couldn't imagine how anyone could live at such a rhythm. Even if he was forced, he wouldn't be able to. The man admired her strength and stubbornness. Bom Taiha didn't answer. He just grinned tiredly. He told the man to follow him. They have business at the flower shop. The man stared at the gentleman's back and thought, what else did he come up with? Hearing Bom Taiha's plan, the man was stupefied. The guy said that he would work Nahai-su's shift on his own and decided to let him go. The man replied that he would rather wait and stay nearby. Bom Taiha liked his tenacity and dedication. Entering the store, he saw a girl out of breath. She asked the client to wait since they were not open yet. The girl raised her head and stared at the first client. She recognized the handsome man who came every morning to pick up roses. He looked great today, too,
I'm here to cover for Na Hei-su.
said the handsome man. The girl thought she heard wrong. She became worried and started asking what happened to Na Hei-su. She had never missed work before. Was everything okay with her? But what was more interesting was what kind of relationship they were in, that this handsome guy was replacing her at work. Bom Tae-ha saw the girl's interest and just grinned. The girl and the owner of the flower shop were thinking about what to do. The woman offered to send him home and work on her own, to which the girl said that such a handsome man should not be sent away. He could help attract more clients. While they were deciding what to do with it, Bom Tae-ha stood and looked at the store. He was pleased to think that he would help Na Hei-su. The store owner offered to put a mascot costume on the guy to stand outside and attract customers. Hajun was against it, said it was a crime to hide such a pretty face under a costume. At last, they made a decision, and the girl turned to Bom Tae-ha. The guy asked if they were done discussing what was required of him. The girl smiled very slyly and contentedly, handed him a sign, and told him to listen to her carefully. A woman and her daughter were walking down the street when something caught the girl's eye. A very handsome and tall young man stood outside a store and offered passers-by to buy flowers. He noticed the girl was looking at him and approached them. A young man sat down in front of the girl, said hello, and very sweetly asked if she liked flowers. The girl asked if the store sells everything, to which Bom Tae-ha replied affirmatively and asked if she liked anything. The girl immediately took the guy's hand and told her mom she wanted to buy this appa. Bom Tae-ha was surprised and smiled. The woman blushed and began apologizing for her daughter's behavior. The guy just smiled and marveled at the little girl's determination.
I'm sorry, I've already been sold. Some lady already bought me.
Bom Tae-ha tried to explain to the girl, but she was not taken aback and said that there was nothing wrong with it. She also bought one boy in kindergarten, and he told her that now he must marry her. Bom Tae-ha burst into laughter. The girl's mom stood and blushed even more. The man stood and watched the unfolding picture. Suddenly, he remembered something important. His file was on the chairman's desk. Lee Jae stood in the chairman's office with his head bowed. He didn't know why he had been invited. The dangerous man sat relaxed in his chair, playing with a glass of hard liquor. Setting down his glass, he stood up and started the conversation. He said that his son often did things that even he, his father, found hard to understand. A man wanted to know immediately when his son was doing something weird. He was so dangerous that Lee Jae didn't dare to raise his head. And now he was looking at the sky and thinking about how everything he was doing looked weird. The man didn't even know what exactly to tell his father. The bodyguard thought it would drive him crazy. Na Hei-su lay there delirious in her sleep, begging Min-chol not to leave. Suddenly, the girl came to her senses in horror. She realized she was in the hospital, tried to remember how and when she got there. Hei-su looked at what time it was and was horrified. She was shamelessly late for work. She grabbed her phone and started calling her employer. The girl with tears in her eyes apologized to the owner of the flower shop for not coming to work and said that something had happened to her. The woman told her not to worry, thanked her for the replacement. She said they sold out the entire store because of it. She wished Na Hei-su the best and said she had to run away. The girl sat in a stupor. She couldn't understand what kind of replacement she was talking about. Bom Tae-ha's phone vibrated. When he read the text message, he thought that he had hoped Na Hei-su would sleep longer and finally get a good night's rest. Lee Jae asked if she was awake, to which the guy said yes and said he had to go see her. Bom Tae-ha asked him if he had ever worked in a butcher store. The man immediately understood what the young gentleman was getting at. He asked him to work a shift for extra pay, and the bodyguard agreed. The bodyguard couldn't figure out whether this guy was driven by curiosity, caprice, or just plain fun. Na Hei-su sat in her hospital bed and got dressed. Though her head was full of frowning thoughts, she decided to tidy herself up. Suddenly, gentle fingers touched her forehead possessively. Na Hei-su's body was covered in goosebumps. She's not used to being taken care of. Hei-su looked up and saw Bom Tae-ha standing behind her. smiling sincerely as usual. Her chest felt warm.
Let's see. Dear Auntie, has the fever gone down?
Chapter 20. Out of surprise, the girl didn't know what to say. Bam Taiha suggested standing like that for a while. He said that she seemed to have a slight fever. Haesu replied that a long stay in the hospital would not speed up her recovery. The young man asked if she was going to go back to her home. When she said yes, he asked, "What about her husband? And should he keep calling that man that?" Haesu replied that she honestly doesn't know what to call him now. She didn't even know how she would cope on her own. She felt strange, couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't over. Their love had lasted so long that she had never imagined how it would end. Once she thought they'd be together forever, no matter what the adversity. In her life of misery, he was the only ray of sunshine and encouragement to move on. Na Haesu knew that it was over between them. Their feelings had shattered like a vase and could not be glued back together. The girl shook with anger and wondered if she should be angry with herself, and how much for such stupid thoughts. She turned to Bam Taiha and admitted that it sounded pathetic and stupid. Na Haesu asked him what she should do. Her eyes were full of fatigue. The man could see she was ready to burst into tears. He looked at her and listened intently. Strangely enough, the guy understood her feelings. Bam Taiha reached out and gently stroked her cheek, stopping an unsolicited tear from rolling down her cheek. He said that if these feelings could be thrown away so easily, it wouldn't be love at all. Na Haesu was soothed by his gentle voice. She said he was strange. The guy was surprised and asked why she thought so. The girl replied that in the most difficult moments, he always says exactly the words she wants to hear. Suddenly, the guy started fixing her disheveled hair as if nothing had happened. But he was interrupted by the sound of a vibrating phone. Bam Taiha took out his phone to check who was calling him. Na Haesu noticed the girl's name on the screen, and she was a little interested. The guy didn't want to answer. He put the phone back in his pocket and sat down on the hospital bed. Na Haesu crouched down next to him and asked why he wouldn't answer. But the guy said that the call was not important. He wasn't interested in anyone but her. The girl looked at him carefully and thought that she had recently witnessed a similar call. When someone calls for such a long time, it indicates a longing and desire to hear a favorite voice. Bam Taiha looked at the girl carefully. It was obvious that she was thinking about something sad, and he realized that she was unhappy that some girl was calling him. The young man dropped the call and smilingly told Na Haesu not to worry, suggested they talk about something. Suddenly, Na Haesu said that the girl who called him liked him. She sounded sad. Bam Taiha asked why she thought so, to which she replied that there was no such thing as friendship between a man and a woman.
What about us, then?
He moved his hand over and began gently stroking her hand with his thumb. Then he sat down close to her, leaned over and asked her who they were if they saw each other every day, and he walked her home from work. Na Haesu said he was still very young. The young man grinned and said that the girl Minchel cheated on her with was much younger than him, too. The girl asked him to stop joking. She didn't believe that anyone could fall in love with someone like her because even the one who once loved her was tired of her. She turned away from the guy, afraid that she would cry when suddenly he said that he liked her.
It's not a joke. I like you.
Without taking his eyes off her, Bam Taiha said. His voice was calm and gentle. He brought his face closer. Na Haesu was shocked by what she heard. She felt his breath on her lips. Bam Taiha was magnetically drawn to her. The girl jumped up sharply from the bed. Her heart was pounding against her ribs. She knew the guy was serious, but she wasn't ready to discuss it now. She had mixed feelings. Trying to turn away so Bam Taiha wouldn't see her blush, she said she was tickled by his whispered words. The young man looked smug. He noticed how she blushed and became embarrassed. He wondered how long she could pretend she hadn't heard what he said. She didn't refuse, and that was a good sign. When Na Haesu left the hospital, she was worried about how did he pay her medical bill, to which the guy replied that he had some savings. The girl said she would pay him back for sure. Bam Taiha started joking that he would come and remind her of her debt every day. Suddenly, the girl remembered that she had to go to work at the meat restaurant, but the guy calmed her down and said that there was someone to replace her today. Meanwhile, in the restaurant, the waitress was thinking about how to get all the trash off the table. Lee Jae showed up and took all the bottles away at once. Visitors were delighted with how skillfully he cooked meat on the grill. He could easily and quickly quiet noisy customers with just his appearance. Dongwook asks Heeji if she's upset about Bom Tae-ha. He's nice to everyone, but there are always a lot of girls around him. She should not think that he is interested in her. The girl got angry that Bom Tae-ha didn't answer the phone and told Dongwook that he was happy to attract the attention of any girl, because a few of them were not interested in him. Heeji left the guy and walked away typing another text to Bom Tae-ha. Minchul stood in front of Ari's house and tried in vain to call her. The girl turned off the phone. He was afraid that she would spill the beans at work, and he had nowhere to spend the night. He did not want to return to Na-hae-soo's house. Suddenly, he was distracted by something. Bom Tae-ha stood on the bridge in a good mood. Lee Jae asked what the young master was doing that made him look so happy. He texted Na-hae-soo and smiled. He couldn't wait to see her again.
I'm collecting debts.
The guy grinned. He was very pleased with himself for finally getting Na-hae-soo's donkey of an ex-husband out of the way. Suddenly, the bodyguard leaned over to him and said he had received an important message. Chapter 21. Bom Tae-ha has been informed that his older brother will be arriving in the country soon. The chairman asked to tell him that the whole family should gather to greet the eldest young master. The guy couldn't believe it had been a whole year since they had seen each other. Bom Tae-ha grinned and asked with a sneer, "Since when did the chairman care about sibling bounds?" He looked at Jae, laughed and said that when his brother saw his face, he'd get all the food stuck in his throat. The bodyguard only grinned nervously. While Jae pondered the tremendous tension between the two brothers, Bom Tae-ha kept joking, asking hopefully if the plane his brother was coming on would crash. The young man shifted the lighter between his fingers and pondered. When the bodyguard asked what he planned to do, the guy said they could tell his brother that he was dead. He was sure it was his big brother's greatest wish. Bom Tae-ha's gaze became mischievous and cold at the same time. He said with a chuckle,
Let's give him a sweet lie as a welcome gift.
Minchul stood in front of Ari's house and kept calling her, but the girl didn't pick up. Suddenly, something hit his back. He lowered his gaze and saw a small bag of chips on the ground. Ari stood across from him with her head down and said in a tired voice that he was a jerk, and asked why he was here. Minchul reached for her hand, but the girl waved it away and yelled for him not to touch her. The girl trembled with rage and resentment and told him not to dare to touch her with the hands he used to touch another woman while he was dating her. The man stated that he had not slept with his wife since he started dating Ari. The girl started pounding his chest furiously with her fists and screaming that he was a liar and she didn't believe him. Minchul stood still, giving her a chance to blow off steam. The man was calm and began to tell her that he did live with his ex-wife, but only because he had nowhere else to go. He said that he really hadn't slept with her since he started dating a girl. They'd been divorced a long time and living as roommates, and it was true. Ari stood there listening to him in disbelief. Minchul kept saying that he had brought her home, knowing that if she knew the truth, she would immediately leave him. But he wanted to be honest with her. The man reached out and stroked the girl's cheek. He said he wouldn't bother her again. The girl stood looking at him with bated breath. He said he had come just to apologize to her. Minchul noticed her grocery bag and told her not to drink too much because she can't tolerate alcohol well. He also advised her to eat soup in the morning to cure her hangover. In the end, he wished her to find a good boyfriend, not like him. Ari stood with her eyes red and swollen with tears. The man said he was sorry he was the one with no opportunities, nothing to offer her, and a dark past. Minchul turned around and began to slowly walk away. The girl stood there, silently torn by conflicting feelings. Her eyes filled with tears. She knew with all her being that every word he said was a lie. Suddenly, despite this, she rushed forward and hugged the man from the back, started shouting for him not to leave. Tears poured down her cheeks. She shouted curses at him but continued to embrace him. Minchul smirked slyly, thinking to himself that he knew she would act like that. Na-hae-soo returned to her miserable home, where everything was waiting for her in the same manner in which she had left it. She stood with a devastated look and contemplated her dwelling. Picking up the scattered condoms, the girl thought that she'd like to ask her 20-year-old self if she ever thought she'd be cleaning up Minchel's infidelity in her own home. Nahaisu thought about how stupid she was when she promised to love him forever. She kept trying to hold on, but time after time she just fell apart. She cleaned the whole apartment, packed up all his stuff to throw away for good, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. The girl was sitting on the floor with her head down on her knees when the phone lying next to her started ringing. She thought it was the debt collectors, thought they were the only ones who could be so persistent. The phone kept vibrating and it gave her a sense of foreboding. Sue thought that such a long call is an indication that either something urgent has happened or someone who loves you is calling. She picked up the phone and saw Bom Tai-ha's name on the screen. The young man stood naked to the waist and rubbed his neck nervously. The muscles in his big, broad back were rolling. He was relieved to say hello when the girl answered his call. He sat on his bed and said he couldn't wait to hear her voice, so he wanted to call and hear her. Bom Tai-ha inquired how she was and why she was awake. The girl replied that she didn't know if she could even sleep in her house after everything that had happened. Nahaisu started apologizing to him for having to see all this, regretting that she couldn't take care of him. She admitted that things were actually even worse now that she was back at home. Bom Tai-ha sat with a serene look, reveling in her concern, thinking how naive she was. The guy said he was fine, joked that even his cold got scared and went away. The girl smiled weakly and replied that there was something to be afraid of. She felt lighter when she talked to him. Bom Tai-ha's gaze became serious, and he asked sincerely how she was feeling. The girl replied that she was fine, but he asked incredulously if that was really the case. Nahaisu was silent for a moment, then sighed and replied that she wasn't fine. In fact, it was even hard for her to breathe. Every time she remembers what happened, it becomes harder and harder to breathe. Minchel's footprints all over the apartment hurt the girl deeply. Life had made her stronger, but her feelings were defenseless against the one she loved. Bom Tai-ha listened intently to the girl and offered her to break free. The girl asked him what he meant. The guy asked her to have fun just as her husband cheated on her with a young girl. He fell silent and waited with interest for her answer. The girl was silent, and then Bom Tai-ha asked if there was anything she wanted to do, but for whatever reason did not dare to do it. Something came to Nahaisu's mind. It was quite late when the girl was in the store thanks to the incitement. As she stepped outside, she held a pack of cigarettes and a lighter in her hands. Sue thought it might look like she was acting like a rebellious teenager. She ran out to buy cigarettes even though she couldn't afford them. In fact, she had always wondered why people smoked. She remembered that Minchel hardly ever parted with his cigarettes. The first time they met, she thought it was hooliganism, but he looked cool. Later, he always made sure to throw away his cigarettes when a girl was near him, even if he was just starting out. He said that his wife shouldn't breathe smoke, and Nahaisu childishly admired him for it. 13 years later, the acrid cigarette smoke was something he easily exhaled right at her. In especially cold weather, she would look at that white smoke and wonder if it brought comfort. She wondered if the sadness in that white smoke dissipated like a sigh. The girl stood looking around for a place to smoke. She found a secluded spot around the corner. Sue decided to smoke at least one cigarette because they were so expensive. She was sorry to waste the money. The girl took the cigarette in her mouth. Her hands were shaking. She felt like she was doing something illegal. She held up the lighter, but nothing happened. The cigarette wouldn't light. There was the sound of footsteps behind the girl. Suddenly, familiar hands with graceful long fingers took the cigarette from her mouth. Sue exhaled in surprise. Behind her, Bom Tai-ha stood behind her with a smirk.
That's not how you do it?
Chapter 22. Aries' house was quiet. Only the clothes scattered around the room were evidence of what had recently happened. Earlier, she stood in tears and begged Minchel not to go back to his ex-wife, said she would forgive everything and offered to stay live with her. The man contentedly lay with the girl sleeping next to him and thought about how easily he had managed to deceive her, even too easily. He even laughed at how naive she had been. He thought of her as young and naive, fun to have fun with for a while, but no more. Minchel really thought about moving in with her, but he didn't want to. Ari looks the same as Nahaisu, so it's just going to be the same story. He thought about whether he should feel any desire to leave Na-Hai-Soo and settle down with another woman, but he decided that would never happen. Ari was snuggling up to him in the dream, and he was thinking about staying with her for a while until Na-Hai-Soo realized how hard it was for her without her husband. He wanted her to miss him. Minchul knew that the girl would be angry at first, but he knew her and knew that she would never leave him. He knew that even if he hurt her time after time, she would just heal it and forgive him. It wasn't just self-confidence, but he knew that Na-Hai-Soo would always be like that. At this time, the girl asked Bomtaiha in surprise how he found her. The guy replied that it was quite easy because she had said she would go to the store, and it was the closest to her house. He reached out and flicked on a lighter. The young man held up a lighted lighter and offered Na-Hai-Soo a smoke. The girl looked at him with interest and thought she had never smelled cigarettes on him before. She asked if he smoked since he had a lighter. Bomtaiha smirked and replied that he didn't smoke, and the lighter belonged to his friend. He saw the girl's look of disbelief and said he wasn't lying to her. Na-Hai-Soo sighed tiredly and said that adults aren't supposed to behave like this, to rebel like this. She also heard that men don't like women who smoke. The guy pulled close to her and told her it wasn't. He said he didn't care if she smoked or not. Everything she did was fine with him. But if she decided to smoke because of that person, then he'd be against it. He moved even closer and hovered over her, thinking to himself that she looked pretty cute when she was trying to smoke so ineptly, and that was the problem. Everything Na-Hai-Soo did was fine. He looked at her intently and said in a low voice,
I'll teach you. Ask me again.
He put the cigarette in her hand. The girl stood and studied his face intently. Na-Hai-Soo was slightly embarrassed, tucked a loose curl behind her ear, and took a cigarette into her mouth. He gently brought the dancing fire to her face. The girl crouched down. The fire touched the cigarette. She covered her eyes in anticipation, but nothing happened. The girl started mumbling that the cigarette wasn't working. Bomtaiha burst into loud, hearty laughter, even covering his face with his hand. Na-Hai-Soo stood there not understanding what she had done wrong, telling him not to laugh. The guy slowly took the cigarette out of her mouth and told her to watch him closely. The girl stared at him in shock and embarrassment because he was about to put her cigarette in his mouth.
Hold it on your mouth, and while the flame is there, take a breath like this. You need to inhale for it to catch fire.
Bomtaiha clamped the cigarette between his teeth and covered his eyes. A soft light illuminated his face. The tip of the cigarette lit up. The guy exhaled some smoke and said it wasn't hard. At this time, all the girl's attention was fixed on his long fingers and languid eyes. Hae-Soo was so mesmerized by his appearance that she didn't immediately realize she was staring at him, her cheeks blushing slightly. At this moment, he looked very seductive, and she couldn't take her eyes off his lazy but confident movements. The girl realized, lowered her head, and tried to cover her burning face with her hand. She stammered and told him not to do it again because he looked like a delinquent. Bomtaiha laughed low and said he wouldn't. He thought to himself that she had it written all over her face. Na-Hai-Soo took out a new cigarette and decided to try again. She thought back to what the guy had told her. The girl immediately coughed, her eyes watering. She started wailing about how anyone could smoke at all. Bomtaiha stood beside her and patted her on the back. He took the cigarette from her and told her she should stop. The girl tried to protest, saying that she was sorry for the money spent, to which the guy said that her health was more important. The guy said that she should not force herself to do harmful and unpleasant things just because she is sorry. He asked if there was anything else they could do and approached her. He wrapped his arm around her hand with his and reached for a pack of cigarettes, wanting to throw them away. His fingers traveled down her. He pressed the girl against the wall, their noses almost touching. He could feel her breathing hard, her chest heaving as she pressed against him.
There are many better things than cigarettes.
Na-Hai-Soo's heart was pounding frantically. She felt that she had nowhere to run. The memories of his confession from the hospital came to mind, and for a second she wanted to give in to temptation. But then she restrained herself, cursing herself for thinking such a stupid thing. The girl came to her senses and uttered,
Stop saying weird things with that face. Do you think I am 19-year-old girl who would feel my heart flutter for a young kid who looks like he has a lot going on?
She yanked her hand away from his. Bom Tai-ha pulled back a little and said bitterly that in that case he wished she was 19 so he could make her heart flutter. When Na Hai-soo heard this, she told him to find a young girl, to which he flatly refused. The girl got uncomfortable and said that if he didn't like 19-year-olds, he could find a 20-year-old girl. The guy hovered over her again and said he preferred older women. She looked up at him. He was standing too close and the conversation was taking too dangerous a path. She couldn't find any more excuses. The sudden tension was interrupted by the ringing of the phone. Na Hai-soo managed to notice Do Hee-ji's name on the screen before the guy dropped the call. She remembered the girl and thought that since she called the guy so often, maybe there was something going on between them. She felt uncomfortable and asked if he had accidentally dropped her call. Beom Tai-ha rested his hand on the wall behind the girl and brought his face close to hers. He looked her straight in the eye and said that he had done it on purpose. The guy was a few centimeters from her lips again and exhaled.
I'm with someone I like, so I don't want to be disturbed.
His gaze was full of tenderness and hunger at the same time. She couldn't resist him. The girl realized that he had left her no avenues of retreat. A little more and all her resolve would surely crumble. Na Hai-soo frantically started gibbering, asking why he even liked her. After all, she was married and almost had a child. Beom Tai-ha looked at her carefully and calmly replied that none of this was important to him. He said that people often called him a dirty rag. The girl stood in embarrassment, asked if it was true. The guy smiled slyly and asked her what she thought, to which she replied that he did look a bit promiscuous.
That's a bit unfair.
The young man still smirked and ran his fingers over his lips. At that moment, he looked very attractive.
I'm more innocent than you might think.
He looked at the girl again with a serious gaze. Suddenly, he jerked forward and pressed himself against the girl with his whole body. He leaned in close to her ear and said,
But if that's the kind of man you like, I'll come to you, even I get worn out.
A group of young people were having fun at a restaurant. Dong-wook stared at the door, still waiting for Do Hee-ji to return. At that time, their friends started discussing that the girl had left as soon as she realized that Bom Tai-ha wouldn't be with them today. The girls judged her for chasing after him and eventually being rejected. He always was especially nice to her, but probably because she was prettier than the others. Dong-wook was slowly becoming furious as he listened to how much dirt they were talking about Do Hee-ji and Beom Tai-ha. They were saying that he probably slept with a lot of girls while pretending to be a nice guy. The guy dropped his beer glass on the table with a clatter and growled for them to shut up. He said they're assholes and talked trash about their friends. As he left, he told them that none of them had the courage to say it to their faces. But behind their backs, they weren't afraid to yell at the top of their lungs. Do Hee-ji stood around the corner and smoked. The girl was staring tirelessly at her phone. Dong-wook came up to her and said he was worried that she was standing outside for so long because she might freeze. He noticed the phone in her hands and asked if she was still sending messages that she wouldn't get a reply to. The girl was indifferent to him, kept texting and asked him what he meant. The guy said he was just sorry to see her ignored, to which the girl replied that what happens to her is none of his business. Dong-wook was offended and blurted out that he knew everything. He knows why Beom Tai-ha was especially nice to her. The girl looked up at him. Chapter 23. Dong-wook looked at the girl and asked with a sneer if she had any pride at all and why she was clinging to a man who didn't care about her. Do Hee-ji got mad and told the guy to stop acting like a jackass and stop talking about what he didn't know about. The guy replied that she was the only one here who was acting like a fool, always chasing after Beom Tai-ha and ruining everyone's mood with her behavior. He admitted that he didn't like Beom Tai-ha from the first time he met him. Even though he was older than Dong-wook, he always asked to treat him informally as a friend. But it wasn't because he was so friendly. It was because he didn't care about people like them, so he didn't care how they treated him. Even though Beom Tai-ha tried to seem nice, the guy often noticed that he had a creepy look in his eyes. Dong-wook started shouting that all the girls look at Beom Tai-ha and see that he is intelligent and seems more mature, with a special aura. But in reality, he is just a man like the others, just a little older than his friends. the guy was yelling that he's just as good as him. The girl listened to him silently and then said with disdain that he was just a pathetic bastard. When the guy heard that, he pushed the girl back against the wall and told her not to call him names. But Hee-ji said that he was a total jerk, and the young man gritted his teeth and said that Beom-tae-ha is a total jerk. He continued to hold the girl and said he knew why Beom-tae-ha treated her better than the others, because her brother is disabled and she takes care of him in her spare time while her parents work to pay the hospital bills. He just pities her for her attachment to her sick brother who can't even go to school. Because he's a dumbass who didn't go to school for a long time because he's a sick bastard. Suddenly, Hee-ji interrupted the guy's tirade with a ringing slap. The girl was very angry and told the guy to shut his filthy mouth and called him a bastard. Dong-wook swung around in a fit of rage and was about to hit the girl, yelling at her for daring to hit him. Then he stopped, exhaled, and said that even if he hit her, it wouldn't change anything. He said he wasn't going to waste his time on someone like her. The guy took out a cigarette and lit it, muttering that if he ever decided to take care of her again, he'd be a dog instead of a man. Suddenly, a tall, dark figure appeared behind him. Beom-tae-ha put one hand on the guy's shoulder and took the cigarette out of his mouth with the other. He grinned and asked why the guy was smoking in the street. He looked like a delinquent. He looked at the guy expectantly. Dong-wook noticed that he was looking at him with that same creepy gaze. Beom-tae-ha said suspiciously calmly that there were no ashtrays around and lowered his hand with the cigarette. After a moment, Dong-wook felt a burning sensation on his wrist. This psycho put out the cigarette on his hand. While the guy bent in half and screamed in pain, his friend looked down at him and said that whoever was smoking should put out the cigarette. He looked at him like he was dirt, his eyes full of ice. Do Hee-ji stared at the guy in bewilderment. He walked past her as if nothing had happened. The girl started to call out to him, but the guy kept walking without turning around. Then she shouted at him not to ignore her and to stop. She demanded that he tell her if he had a girlfriend. There was anger and resentment in her eyes. Beom-tae-ha smirked and answered in the affirmative. He said he had someone he really liked a lot. So he asked the girl not to try to contact him again from now on, turned around and walked away. Nahae-soo was about to go to bed when she pulled out her phone and decided to text Beom-tae-ha. A guy was walking down the street when he heard a text message notification. He stopped and looked at his phone. Nahae-soo texted him that she would believe him that he doesn't smoke and asked him not to do it anymore. Beom-tae-ha smirked after reading it. He was amused by her naivety. He texted her back that he promised not to do it again and contentedly went on his way. The next day, Nahae-soo was picking a bouquet of flowers to order while Hwa-jung was looking at her intently, and then suddenly said that she had long wanted to ask what kind of relationship the girl had with the handsome rose customer. She noticed that lately he'd been picking the girl up from work almost every day, and when she was sick, he'd even filled in for her. Nahae-soo was staring at her coworker in shock. Hwa-jung suddenly felt a sense of jealousy. She asked Hae-soo if he really feels sympathy for her. Maybe he doesn't know that the girl is married. Nahae-soo blushed and tried to make a joke, saying there was no chance he could like her. Hwa-jung became serious and said that she was just kidding. She doesn't really think that that guy could like Hae-soo. It's not possible. She reasoned that even though Hae-soo is very cute and looks younger than her years, there's still a big age difference between her and this guy. Why would he want her when there are plenty of younger girls around? The girl assumed that they were connected by some old hidden history like in doramas, as if she had saved his life a long time ago. And she laughed. Anyway, the world has changed and their relationship is not possible because now even love at first sight is possible only between people of the same level. While Hwa-jung argued about the impossibility of such a relationship, Beom-tae-ha looked at the pack of cigarettes taken from Nahae-soo and reminisced about her. Later at her second job, Nahae-soo couldn't get the girl's words out of her head. She was thinking about that. At one point, she even felt sad. Had she really thought too much? A colleague pulled her out of her thoughts and said that an acquaintance had come to see her. Nahae-soo looked out the window and saw Beom-tae-ha sitting on a motorcycle. He caught her gaze so hopefully that the girl thought he looked like a puppy that had finally found its owner. The woman told her to hurry up and go to him. Hae-soo was embarrassed and asked if she could take off work for a while, to which the colleague said she would be happy to fill in for her without a problem. The girl hurriedly got out. The young man leaned loosely against the motorcycle and looked straight at her.
Hello, Auntie.
Tae-ha said hello to her and smiled. The girl asked him why he had come, and he said he was just passing through on business and wanted to see her. Hae-soo remembered that he was working late and asked him if he was hungry. He said he had eaten dinner earlier. The girl thought that he would probably be hungry after work. She suddenly turned around and asked him to wait for her for a while. The guy stared at her in surprise, not sure what she was up to. The girl ran into the restaurant counter and got her hands full of candy. She turned back to the young man and held out her hands. He was surprised and smiled and asked why she was giving him candy. The girl said that it's nothing special, but it helps a bit when he's having a tough time. He was very touched and pleased by her concern. Tae-ha smirked slyly and raised his hands, showing them to the girl.
You're wearing gloves. It's fine. Don't take them off. I'll feed you.
Hae-soo unwrapped the candy and thought that Hwajung was probably right. It's impossible to fall in love with someone you're not on the same level as. Tae-ha looked at the girl in anticipation. He didn't think she would offer to feed him. The girl continued to think that this guy with a kind look and infinitely warm heart most likely has not romantic feelings for her, but interest or perhaps even pity, especially after all he had seen. She held out the candy straight to his mouth. The guy froze for a moment and then exhaled, feeling a rush of arousal. He opened his mouth and, without taking his gaze from the girl's eyes, ducked down and lightly bit into the candy along with her fingertips. Hae-soo was confused and blushed slightly. She didn't expect it to be so embarrassing, and the feeling of his teeth sliding lightly across her fingers made her heart beat faster. The guy noticed her reaction and it amused him. He picked up the candy and ran the tip of his tongue over her fingers, licking them. He liked embarrassing her. Hae-soo felt his wet tongue on her fingers and was even more embarrassed. Her mind started to think of different things. Tae-ha was in no hurry to let her go, still staring into her eyes. And the sight of him excited the girl's imagination even more than the last time he'd taught her how to light a cigarette. As her heart pounded frantically, an inexplicable pleasure flowed through her veins. Her mind frantically tried to find an explanation for what was happening. Chapter 24. Hae-soo was sleeping very restlessly. She had a nightmare about Minchul cheating on her. At the same time, the girl felt the bitterness of betrayal and tears began to well up in her eyes. Suddenly, a male silhouette appeared behind her back. The young man reached out with his hand and stroked her cheek. He gently wiped away a tear and the girl opened her eyes. She felt the warmth of his body behind her and his gentle hands. The girl wondered if it was Kang Minchul who had come home. She was confused, called his name, and tried to turn around. Suddenly, the guy exhaled and covered the girl's eyes with his big, cool palm. She sighed and shuddered in surprise.
Who would have thought I'd be doing this with you?
When he touched her, the girl felt like she'd been electrocuted. She recognized the voice. At this time, the guy, satisfied with her confusion, bit her ear and exhaled heavily. And then he began to descend, kissing her neck gently. She was very much aroused and embarrassed, took the guy's hand off her face, and couldn't believe to the end that all this was actually happening. Hae-soo took the guy's hand and saw a familiar tattoo on his wrist. The girl slowly turned her face, flaming with embarrassment, towards the one she already knew she would see. Tae-ha's face was right in front of her. He was looking at her with insanely excited eyes and a sly smirk playing on his lips. Suddenly, Hae-soo woke up breathing heavily and feeling dissatisfied. She got up and looked around, but there was no one in the room. She tried to catch her breath and wondered what the hell had just happened. Had she just fantasized about Tae-ha? Was she crazy just because of what he did the other day? The memory of him holding her fingers in his mouth came to mind. The girl thought it was his fault too, for it was he who had behaved so promiscuously. Do young people nowadays behave so frankly with each other? She pulled her legs up to her and rested her head on her knees. She thought about the fact that he was so open about liking aunties. Anyway, now is not the time to blame him for his behavior. Maybe it's because she hasn't done it in a long time. After all, she and Minchul hadn't been intimate for a long time before they broke up. Nahaisu remembered making up pathetic excuses not to do it. She even wished Minchul would leave her alone and not bother her. Though what could be worse than waking up in tears and sweat? She thought of Beom Taiha, a strange guy, either promiscuous or innocent, who behaves recklessly and doesn't give a girl time to grieve. She was embarrassed by her thoughts again and thought about the fact that this guy wouldn't let her rest day or night. Nahesu's co-worker was about to go home after a hard shift and was thinking of buying a bottle of beer as a reward for a job well done. Suddenly, she saw outside the window the guy who had been coming for her co-worker every day lately. The young man stood in the street with his head down and his hands in his pockets. She wondered if he was too lazy to wait for Nahaisu in the cold every day. The woman turned to Nahaisu and told her that her acquaintance was waiting for her again, asking if he would come every day from now on. The girl was about to go home too. She replied that it is not safe to walk alone in the neighborhood in the evenings, as there are a lot of entertainment districts and suspicious people around the area. The girl calmly walked past her co-worker and added that this guy is afraid to walk alone in the dark. The woman was left standing there in a stupor, not realizing what was happening. She thought it was the guy who was afraid for Jesu's safety, not the other way around. She thought they were a very strange couple. Nahesu walked out to Byumteha and said hello. The guy smiled and said he was looking forward to seeing her. Suddenly, he held out his hand to her in anticipation. The girl looked at it and asked what happened, and why did he extend his hand? He looked at her slyly and without lowering his hand replied,
Actually, I had really scary dream last night. So, let's hold hands and go like this,
he said and opened his palm. Nahaisu was confused. In light of recent events, she had made the decision to keep her distance with him, and now she didn't know how she should proceed. Suddenly, she remembered her dream from last night and the feelings she had experienced. It was wrong. She was afraid of her own feelings. Beom Taiha continued to stand there and smirked. He was sure the girl wouldn't be able to refuse him. Nahaisu shuddered. She pulled herself together and walked resolutely forward past the guy. He remained standing stunned and confused with the offered palm of his hand. And then he heard,
Don't come too close. Stay a bit further away.
Beom Taiha was surprised. He thought that she was clearly acting strange today. He asked why she wouldn't let him walk beside her, since he had a really scary dream last night and is still afraid to walk late alone. The girl walked calmly, trying to walk ahead of him, and answered that that was why she was with him now. Beom Taiha took a closer look at her. He felt like the girl was trying to hide something, acting too suspiciously. He noticed that the girl's ears were reddening. Was she embarrassed? It felt good, even though he didn't want to embarrass her. He came up behind her and said he would go behind her back, but asked her to hold his hand anyway. Nahaisu felt the young man lightly touch her pinky finger. She looked at their hands, and all her resolve to keep her distance crumbled. She couldn't resist him.
Forget it. Come here. Just walk next to me.
Beom Taiha was surprised and overjoyed. Suddenly, he realized that the girl had feelings for him after all. Nahaisu took his hand and asked him if he was afraid now. The guy smiled broadly and said that he felt good now. She scolded him for being afraid of nightmares for such a grown-up guy. The young people were walking down the street holding hands, and suddenly Beom Taiha asked if she thought it was colder than usual today. The girl asked if he asked that question to change the subject because he was embarrassed, to which the guy laughed and said she got him. The young man watched the girl's embarrassment and was very pleased with himself. He made sure she wasn't blushing from the cold, which meant that the girl had another reason for it, and that was enough for him for now. The chairman stood in front of the panoramic window in his office and looked out over the city at night. One of his bodyguards came up bowing and reported that the chairman's eldest son had landed safely in Korea. The man's face expressed nothing. His thoughts were occupied with the fact that they were now going to have a family reunion. A young man in a dapper shirt and with a lanky gait walked out of the airport. He immediately started wailing about how it was the first time he had flown to Korea in a long time, and it was too cold, and he immediately wanted to fly back. He took off his glasses and saw the bodyguard and said with a sneer that it looked like his father, the chairman, would live longer than he did, and that he had nothing to worry about. Then he asked how his brother was doing. The bodyguard asked if the young master was really interested, to which he only waved it off. The young man smiled evilly and replied that, except for his obituary, he wasn't interested in any news related to the damn bastard. Chapter 25. The young man smirked and said he wasn't interested in any news about Byum-Taiha unless he was dead. The bodyguard said his brother was dead. The guy smirked again and asked if Byum-Taiha had asked him to say so, to which the man replied in the affirmative. The young man rubbed his neck tiredly and said there was no chance of his brother being dead. He pointed out that the guy had become quite insolent during his absence, and that no matter how much he wanted him to die, his brother clung stubbornly to life all the time. His gaze turned cold and he said he just wouldn't let him die in peace. In the guy's mind, a memory surfaced of the little battered Byum-Taiha who continued to look at everyone with defiance no matter what. He vowed to make sure that bastard suffered. Pushing the unpleasant thoughts away, the guy said he wanted to go to a hotel and get some sleep. The bodyguard asked him if he was going to go to his parents' house, to which he replied that he would not be able to rest there. The young man, out of habit, reached out to hug someone and realized that there was nothing around him. Then he waved to his bodyguard and told him to take him to a place where he could relax with the women. Byum-Taiha slept very restlessly. He was having nightmares again. Sweat began to trickle down his face from the exertion. In the dream, he was again lying beaten on the floor. Again, the same tall figure towered over him. And though he was a child, beaten bloody, his eyes burned with hatred. Despite the restraining terror, Byum-Taiha slowly woke up. This dream haunted him, so he calmly opened his eyes. Head aching from lack of sleep, the guy sat up on the bed. He ran a hand over his head, ruffling his hair, and exhaled heavily. Suddenly, he heard a strange noise in the flat. Lee Jae sneaked into Byum-Taiha's apartment and looked around. On a small table was a packet of cigarettes that the guy doesn't even smoke, a cheap lighter, and an empty pack of Band-Aids. And even though they were perfectly ordinary things, they didn't fit in here in any way. He bent down to get a better look, and his instincts told him that that woman might have made a huge mistake in getting involved with Byum-Taiha. Suddenly, a chill ran down Lee Jae's back. He froze and turned his head to the side. The owner of the apartment stood silently towering over him. Byum-Taiha looked at the bodyguard carefully and said hello. The man was surprised that the guy was awake and asked how he knew he was here. Lee Jae was sure he was acting quietly like a ghost. The young man replied cryptically, something about scattered rose petals. The man stared at him and thought he was really crazy. Byum-Taiha turned round and asked what was wrong. The man replied that he had come to tell him that his older brother just arrived in the country, but he wasn't sure if he should wake him up for that information. The guy took a bottle of water and muttered that he wasn't surprised now why he was having nightmares again. He looked at the bodyguard carefully and asked if it was such an urgent matter that he had to barge into his house. Lee Jae smiled awkwardly and replied that he thought the young master seemed concerned about his brother's arrival. So he thought he would be interested to hear about his arrival right away. Byum-Taiha approached him and told him to relax. He did the right thing. That's why he trusted him with the password to the house. He patted the man on the shoulder, thanked him, and said he would rely on him that way in the future. Lee Jae breathed a sigh of relief. Nahai-Su finally started waking up a little later than usual. Since Minchul is no longer around, she doesn't need to diligently prepare breakfast early in the morning. Her daily expenses have also decreased. Although she still had a mountain of debt, Minchul's big hands weren't around to constantly take her pocket money. The wounds left by his betrayal no longer ached so often. Instead, she has a smile on her face more often and thus reassures herself that she is doing well. But sometimes her heart suddenly bursts out of her chest and tears gather in her eyes. In 13 years, every moment she have lived and every breath she have taken reminds her of Minchul. In Nahai-Su's world, a part of her world has been emptied out that took up more space than she did. The girl pondered if she would ever be able to fill that void. Would she ever be able to forget Kang Minchul? Sometimes Nahai-Su thought that it would be better if he physically harmed her, because that way the wounds would definitely heal in time. And while Minchul was enjoying life with Ari, the girl wondered if the wounds he had inflicted would continue to bleed for the rest of her life. Suddenly, her attention was caught by a teddy bear that was displayed in the window of a toy shop. Recently, Na Haisu has reduced her spendings, and perhaps because of this, a girl who would never spend an extra penny made an impulsive purchase. She bought a teddy bear for a certain boy who has nightmares. The girl remembered how recently her work colleague was embroidering a heart on a soft toy and told her about one omen. She said that if you embroider a heart on the toy with which the child sleeps, it will have a soul, and it will protect the child in sleep and ward off nightmares. Beom Taiha came to meet Na Haisu from work as usual. The girl looked at him and wondered if it would be too childish to give him a teddy bear. Still, she thought that she wanted to please him. She imagined how she would give him the teddy bear and how cute he would look cuddling it. She hoped with all her heart that it would help him get rid of his nightmares. Beom Taiha noticed the girl smiling sweetly and asked her what she was thinking about. She looked so happy that he smiled. The girl smiled even more and said it was nothing special. Suddenly, the guy asked if she was busy this evening. Na Haisu thought about it. She was planning to start embroidering a teddy bear tonight. She had a lot of free time lately, and for some reason, she didn't want to say no to Beom Taiha. Lately, she'd been enjoying spending time with him more and more.
No, I'm not busy,
She said, and the guy smiled happily.
Then please, spend some time with me.
Suddenly, Beom Taiha put his helmet on her head. The girl stared at him, not knowing what was going on. She just wanted to ask him what he was up to. Na Haisu then felt the guy's arms around her, and she ended up on his shoulder. Hanging her head down, the girl started to resent him, asking what he was up to. Beom Taiha took her comfortably and said with a smirk,
I want to steal you away.
She was so petite and fit so naturally on his shoulders that the guy felt joy and mischief spill into his chest. The girl hanging from his shoulder grumbled that he looked like a mountain tiger. Beom Taiha grinned contentedly. There was a sepulchral silence in the flat. Suddenly, light, inaudible footsteps crossed the threshold. Lee Jae crept into the flat like a ghost and started looking around. Chapter 26. The roar of the motorbike subsided, and Beom Taiha put it on the footplate. He carefully removed the helmet from Na Haisu's head. The girl exhaled a sigh of relief.
This is the place, the one I wanted to come to with you.
Beom Taiha brought her to the place he comes to when his head gets too full of thoughts. The girl stared in surprise at this view. The guy was only looking at her, and his mind was racing with thoughts of what Na Haisu's house feels unusually close to the moon, even for such a neighborhood. At night, the entire cityscape of Seoul's lights could be visible from below. He admired the way the girl was mesmerized by the lights of the night city and how the thousands of small lights reflected in her burning eyes. He knew that when Na Haisu was returning home tired after work, the thought of turning her head and looking at the lights around her didn't even cross her mind. So now he was admiring the way she was enjoying what she was seeing.
To think that I've lived this long without knowing that the city I live in is this beautiful,
Said the girl with a mixture of bitterness and joy. Beom Taiha suddenly asked if there was something she wanted to say. The girl didn't quite know what he meant. Then the guy explained that if she had any emotions she wanted to vent, she could shout them out right now, since there was no one else around but them. The wind ruffled his hair, making him even more attractive. The guy just said,
Shout and let it all out until you feel refreshed, whatever it may be.
His words echoed in her soul. Na Haisu grabbed the railing and sucked in a lungful of air. She put her hands together and started screaming as hard as she could that Minchel was a bastard. And every time the wind carried her words away, she felt joy and relief in her soul, felt the wound in her chest heal more and more. Beom Taiha watched her with pleasure. Tears welled up in the girl's eyes, but she continued to scream that the bastard could enjoy his life without her. The girl screamed that she didn't love him anymore, and even if he later regretted what he had done, she would never forgive him or accept him back. Beom Taiha stood silently watching her. He waited patiently for the girl to let go of all that had accumulated in her soul. When Na Haisu finally finished, he gently embraced her and asked if she was relieved, to which the girl calmly and evenly replied in the affirmative. Beom Taiha inquired if she had said everything she wanted to say. The girl, feeling his big warm hand on her back, was silent for a while, and then said she wasn't finished yet.
Thank you.
Her voice rang out and the guy froze in surprise. She said it so suddenly. It was the first time in his life that anyone had ever treated him so sincerely. Nahai-su looked at him with eyes full of warmth and repeated again.
Thank you, Byom-tae-ha.
Byom-tae-ha looked carefully into the girl's eyes and didn't understand how every time, without even realizing it, when he was about to get upset, she managed to understand it. The fact that she was so attentive to him made him feel worse about himself. He started to take off his jacket and thought that he was not a nice guy at all. And every time she was so sincere and innocent with him, he felt guilty in front of her. The guy gently wrapped her in his jacket to keep her warm and then said quietly,
Do you know what goes on in my head when I hear something like that from someone I like?
Nahai-su continued to look at him and asked what he was thinking about. Byom-tae-ha took her in his arms and enclosed her in his embrace so quickly that the girl had no time to object. Their faces were very close together. The girl stared unblinkingly into his eyes, felt his strong hands and warm body. Her heart began to beat a crazy rhythm. Byom-tae-ha held her tightly but at the same time tenderly, feeling how warm and soft she was. He liked to feel her in his arms. He grinned playfully and said,
Indecent thoughts.
He headed with the girl in his arms towards the motorbike. Nahai-su put her arms around his neck and blushed, asking him what he meant. The guy smirked and continued to flirt and asked her if she wanted him to tell her everything in detail from start to finish. He put her on the motorcycle and said with a laugh that she turned red from embarrassment. The girl was indignant and said that it was because of the cold. Continuing to grin, the guy said that they were leaving and he would take her home. Hae-su felt embarrassed by his ambiguous phrases, so when he got behind the wheel, she felt embarrassed to hold on to him tightly.
It's going to be dangerous, so hang on tighter than you did before.
Byom-tae-ha's voice came from under his helmet. When he felt the girl hugging him tightly around the waist, he contentedly pressed the ignition button. They were traveling along the night road at quite a high speed, and Hae-su clung to him tighter and tighter. The noise of the engine and the monotony of the motorbike's movement soothed the girl. She thought that Byom-tae-ha was really unusual. With a broad back shaped by hardships, she wanted to embrace those shoulders which have been burdened by the world's pain in a more mature way. But instead, she ended up leaning on him. Never had she felt so serene and safe as she did now in this guy's arms. Hae-su closed her eyes, pressed herself against him, and exhaled with relief, savoring the moment. Once inside the young master's flat, Lee Jae thought that Chairman Byom Tae-ju was not a man to be disobeyed. When he first heard the chairman say that he needed to keep an eye on Byom-tae-ha and report any suspicious behavior, the man thought it was rather ironic that such a powerful man still felt the need to control his son. So he thought he would do his job quickly and easily enough, tell about the ridiculous antics of the Chaebol heir and get a tidy sum for it. In the end, he'd rather deal with a spoilt brat than such a madman. There's something strange about this guy. His actions are sometimes so bizarre it's hard to ignore your intuition. Lee Jae was sure that if he had reported the young master's affairs to the chairman, he probably wouldn't have died a peaceful death. He didn't know whose orders to obey now, caught between father and son. Lee Jae made sure that Byom-tae-ha didn't realize that he was observing him on the chairman's orders, so he had to be careful. The man left the apartment as quietly as he came in. When Hae-su returned home, she started carefully embroidered a heart on the teddy bear's chest. With each seam, his heart filled, and the girl felt that Byom-tae-ha's presence in her life was mending her wounds like a torn doll. With careful seams, step by step, her wounds were being mended by his caring hands. And even though she felt like a broken toy, the fact that it was important and dear to him to keep her safe warmed her heart and soul. Finished, the girl lifted the teddy bear to examine her work. She was very proud of herself. Looking at it, she marveled at how just one needle and some thread could bring so much joy. Hae-su thought it was very cute and afraid that she might get it dirty carrying it around with her. She decided to invite Byom-tae-ha to her house tomorrow after work and give it to him as a present. The girl admired the teddy bear, sighed, and thought she hoped the guy would like it. Minchul was lying in bed with Ari sleeping, thinking that it had been several days since he had left home, and Hae-su still hadn't called him once. Honestly, he was hoping she'd run after him right away. She couldn't help but worry about him because she'd always cared about him even if her anger hadn't cooled off yet. Hae-su was all about that. She was always concerned about where he was, whether he had eaten, how he was feeling. It was like it was second nature to her. Minchel thought about how he couldn't wear the same things indefinitely. Ari keeps nagging him and insisting to replace it, but not to go back to that house. The man reasoned that she was very wasteful compared to Na Hai-su, perhaps due to her youth. His ex-wife was always mending clothes and wearing them. He decided that he would go home tomorrow to get his things and see how Na Hai-su was doing. The next day, much dismay, Byum Tae-ha sent a text message apologizing for not being able to meet the girl after work. Na Hai-su was upset, feeling silly because she had hoped to meet him all day long. She texted him back that everything was fine and said she was looking forward to seeing him another day. The girl was so used to seeing him every day that it had become a habit for her. After all, he had his own life. So there would be days when he couldn't come, so she reassured herself. On the way home, Na Hai-su realized that this was the first time the guy had texted her that he couldn't meet her. She was worried that something bad had happened to him. At this time, Byum Tae-ha, accompanied by Lee Jae, arrived at the meeting place. He was sure it was going to be an interesting evening. And on the other side of town, Minchel came confidently to there with Na Hai-su's shabby apartment. The man smirked and thought about how happy the girl would be to see him, and most likely he would be able to play on her feelings again. Chapter 27. Minchel cautiously opened the door and saw what he expected to see. He was even relieved that nothing had changed since the night he'd left. Even though it was clean inside, his and Na Hai-su's flat was still shabby. While the man was not at home, the girl continued to live in this flat. It seemed a matter of course. Suddenly, his gaze fell on a table in the middle of the room. Minchel picked up the teddy bear and looked at it. He never thought that Na Hai-su liked stuffed animals. Then the man laughed, thinking that apparently the girl missed him so much that she bought herself a toy to cuddle with. He thought it was kind of cute. He threw the toy back and smugly thought she should have appreciated him while he was around. The man then headed to the wardrobe to retrieve some of his clothes, rather noting that Na Hai-su had washed them and folded them up. Byum Tae-ha, accompanied by Lee Jae, arrived at the family dinner. His older brother stood on the top floor, sipping wine and watching his brother. A nasty grin appeared on his handsome face. He tossed the crystal glass and looked down carelessly. The glass flew a centimeter from Byum Tae-ha's face and shattered right at his feet. The guy looked up at his brother nonchalantly. Byum Tae-hee looked at his brother mockingly and asked how he was doing. He wasn't happy that his little brother didn't greet him properly, started saying nasty things right away. Then he noticed that Byum Tae-ha had grown even taller since their last meeting, and he had chosen a bodyguard to match. The young man started talking in a mocking manner about how the younger brother should have his legs cut so he could look his elders in the eye. Byum Tae-ha looked down at him and replied that perhaps it was his brother who should grow up. Byum Tae-hee got angry while the young man innocently continued to ask why his older brother never grew taller again. He reminded his brother how he suffered with leg pains and cried every day. Byum Tae-ha grinned contentedly and asked with feigned sympathy,
Do you still cry every night?
No sooner had the older brother swung his arm than he was immediately caught and immobilized by Lee Jae. Byum Tae-hee brought his face close to his brother's and spat out not to be happy for long. He promised to get to him and finish him off just like his mother. The guy looked at his older brother calmly and replied that he would look forward to it. Suddenly, one of the bodyguards announced that the chairman had arrived. Lee Jae removed his hands and released the elder master. Byum Tae-hee turned to him and said that he will remember his face and that he had better look around on his way home at night. Byum Tae-ha smilingly put his hand on Lee Jae's shoulder and said that he had to be careful now because his older brother was very vindictive. It sounded like a mockery. Soon, the three men were seated at a large, beautifully set table. The elder brother was silently and thoughtfully picking at his plate when the chairman's voice rang out. The man wanted to know who a girl named Melissa was. The guy got nervous and said it was just a crazy girl from the other side of the world, asked why her father was interested in her. The chairman didn't like that answer. And although he was calm on the outside, one look at him was enough to realize he was not to be trifled with. Byum Tae-hee got even more nervous and blurted out that he had nothing to do with her child, that it was just a crazy girl who wanted to get her hands on his money. He suggested that the father bring her to examine on her. The man continued to stare at his son as if he were an underdog and answered nothing. The guy swallowed hard and, grumbling to himself, apologized. Beomtaiha quietly dined as he listened to his brother apologize to his father for his indiscreet behavior. He was about to sip wine from his glass when the chairman asked what about him. The man wanted to know if his son had any problems. The guy remembered Nahesu, hesitated for a moment, and finally replied confidently that he was doing fine and that his father had nothing to worry about. Back home, Nahesu saw Minchul's shoes on the doorstep and her eyes glazed over with rage. She ran into the house screaming his name. The man, as if nothing had happened, walked out of the room holding a bag of belongings. The girl started shouting at him, asking him who he thought he was for breaking into her house. Minchul smiled impressively and replied that the girl had made a very bold statement. After all, this was their shared home. Such calm and insolent behavior infuriated the girl even more, she thought. Who the hell he thought he was, and answered rudely,
"No, this is no longer our house. It's my house."
She jumped on him with fists and screamed at him, asking how he had the conscience to come back after seducing a young girl. Minchul intercepted her wrists and squeezed tightly. He smirked and asked who she thought was young. Ari was 25 years old and quite aware of what she was doing. Nahesu tried to break free from his steel grip and continued to accuse the man of being irresponsible. She shouted that he should have avoided that girl, knowing the situation, should have acted like an adult. Minchul laughed and then brought his face closer to the girl's face and snidely told her to admit that she was just jealous. There was panic and incomprehension in the girl's eyes. He mockingly whispered, "Is she offended that he cheated on her with a girl 8 years younger than her?" Nahesu couldn't get over the shock of what that man was saying. Then the man lowered his hand and squeezed her ass, continuing to ask maybe she was angry because she missed him. The girl's body felt like it was pricked with needles of disgust. She looked at her ex-husband and was convinced that he was a crazy bastard. She started throwing everything she could get her hands on at the man with unbelievable force and screamed at him to never touch her again and to get out of her home. Minchul, pleased with this reaction, smilingly left the apartment and said they would see each other again. He liked the way she was hysterical and threw her fists at him like a real bully. He walked out of the house dancing and humming a little song to himself. The man was sure that since she'd left his things behind, it meant she was pretending not to be happy to see him. He was sure she missed him. He could even breathe easier because he saw Nahesu's rage. She finally looked like a living person. Nahesu stood in the middle of the apartment and breathed heavily. Her anger was slowly subsiding. The girl's body began to shiver, and she weakened and fell to her knees. She surprised herself, but the first thing that came to mind was to pick up the phone and call a specific person. Finally, she heard a familiar voice on the other end of the phone. Beomtaiha replied almost instantly. Hearing the girl's voice, the guy immediately realized that something bad had happened. His eyes lit up with anger and a promise of revenge. Chapter 28. Beomtaiha listened intently to the girl on the other end of the phone. And with every word she said, his expression grew darker and darker, and he was already halfway to her. Finished speaking, the guy exhaled heavily. He'd expected something like this from her stupid ex-husband. He'd even considered killing him. Lee Jae caught the young master's attention with his cheerful appearance. He asked him if he wanted him to stay with him today and help him bury someone's body. Beomtaiha looked at him thoughtfully and then smirked and calmly replied that it wasn't necessary for now. He thought about the fact that it wasn't time yet. He's going to let that bastard enjoy his supposed victory. And then he'll make sure his end is as miserable as possible. Thinking about it, the guy stared out the car window in cold blood. Beomtaiha had too much alcohol at dinner and tried to clean himself up in the bathroom. The bodyguard asked if he was all right, to which the young man snapped and said that nothing was all right, that the dinner had been so awful that he didn't know whether he wanted to eat or vomit more. The guy stared at himself in the mirror and at the memory of his brother and father. He shook with anger. He was disgusted at how much Beomtaiha tried to resemble their father, his manner of speaking, eating, even his style of dress, all copied from the chairman. His cheek muscles flexed. The bodyguard said the younger master left recently. Beomtaiha smiled wickedly and said that his younger brother had been doing everything all evening, as if he was the chairman's only worthy son, and as if he already had the whole family under his control. The young man stared at himself in the mirror with a crazed look and promised he wouldn't let his brother just get away with it. Nahae-su stood at the bus stop and looked at the cars passing by. Absorbed in her thoughts, she did not immediately notice the tall figure that appeared beside her.
I'm sorry. I tried to get here as quickly as possible. Did you wait long?
The girl heard a familiar voice and turned around to meet Byum Tae-ha's gaze. He was standing in front of her, so dressed up and handsome. She was a little confused looking at him. She couldn't even think of what to say at once. The girl remembered that he had texted her that he had important things to do that evening. Maybe he had a job interview or something. The guy just smiled with his head tilted to the side and looked at her. Nahae-su started to apologize for taking him away from his business, but the guy just reached out his hand to her face, wrapped a loose lock of hair around his finger, and without letting her finish saying anything, replied that she wasn't bothering him. Byum Tae-ha looked at her, still playing with her hair, and said,
Thank you for contacting me first.
Still sitting in the car, the guy was thinking about the fact that it was hard for him to tell if the girl's trembling voice made him angry or hurt. But one thing he knew for sure, knowing that he was the first person she was searching for in a difficult situation, gave him a strange sense of satisfaction. Nahae-su looked down tiredly and said that she had no one she could turn to, as she had no family or close friends, and recently no husband either. After the words about her husband, the girl looked at the guy and saw that he was smiling quite a bit. She smiled back at him and said,
Just be my friend for today.
Byum Tae-ha looked at her, genuinely pleased that she needed him. His eyes were filled with care. Then he moved closer to the girl and asked conspiratorially,
Do I get nothing in return?
Nahae-su felt awkward at how close he stood beside her and looked at her expectantly. While the girl was seriously considering how to thank him, not understanding the guy's ambiguous hints, Byum Tae-ha stood like a sly kitten waiting for encouragement. Suddenly, the girl started rummaging around in her coat pockets. And then she reached out and put something in the guy's palm and said in an apologetic tone that it was all she had. The guy froze in place, looking at the crumpled notes in his palm. Nahae-su apologized for taking up his time and told him to buy himself something sweet later. The young man couldn't decide whether to cry or laugh. He wanted to flirt with her, but she took it all at face value. At that moment, he felt disgusted with himself. The girl had already managed to get not far away when Byum Tae-ha called out to her and said that she couldn't just leave after she had just bought it. She stared at him and wondered what he meant. The guy leaned towards her with a beaming smile and replied that she had just bought it for 2001, so she couldn't just leave him like that. The owner of a roadside food stall was tiredly stirring her food when she heard customers coming in. Looking up, she saw a young, pretty girl, and behind her, an incredibly handsome man. The young men greeted her in a friendly manner. When they went inside, the shopkeeper said enthusiastically that they were so beautiful that they looked like celebrities. Nahae-su was a little embarrassed. The girl was about to go on in silence, but the older woman continued to admire them and, saying that they didn't look like siblings, asked if they were a couple. The girl was embarrassed and rushed to object. She said they were just good acquaintances. Byum Tae-ha looked at the girl thoughtfully. He moved closer to the girl and put his hand on her shoulder. The gesture made her cheeks flame and sent shivers down her spine. She thought that perhaps her abrupt response had sounded a little hurtful and ugly to him. But the guy ducked down to her and gave her a little hug, smiled at her in his boyish way, and said to the elderly lady in a cheeky manner,
I'm in unrequited love with her, so I'm the one chasing after her.
He said it so lightly and sincerely that Nahae-su immediately blushed with embarrassment. She could only silently open her mouth in surprise. The woman sighed resignedly and said dreamily that this is the best time of the relationship. While Nahae-su was embarrassed and thinking of what to say, the guy continued to tease her and smiled sweetly. It was getting dusk outside and starting to snow lightly. Young people were spending time in a small roadside tent. Nahae-su opened the bottle of soju and looked at the glass, thinking about how Kang Min-chul always drank without any snacks when their lives became especially unbearable. For 13 years, their life had been full of hardships. And even in moments like this, the girl kept remembering her neglectful husband. She reached for the bottle to pour herself a glass, but Byum Tae-ha reached out and stopped her. He said he would pour the alcohol for her himself.
Last time it was cigarettes, today It's alcohol.
he said as he poured the soju and sighed heavily. He kept his eyes on the girl and noticed that last time she looked as if she was about to cry, but today she looked only angry. Nahai-su confidently took the glass and said that he himself had told her that there were many good things in the world, so she decided to try them. The guy rubbed his neck with his hand and replied that the good things he suggested had nothing to do with what she was doing. When she grumbled and asked what kind of things he was talking about, the guy ducked his head even more, gave her a flirtatious look, and stopped talking. He wondered if she was really so naive that she was completely unaware of his innuendos.
If you keep asking, I might just want to tell you.
He smirked at her and looked at her expectantly. For a moment, their gazes lingered on each other. The girl even opened her mouth a little, as if she were about to ask something. The guy kept looking at her flirtatiously. Byum-tae-ha gently moved his foot so that it touched the girl's thigh. Suddenly, the girl looked at him and said that looking at him, she couldn't help but think of Kang Min-chul from the old days. The guy thought for a moment and then smirked, asking if she meant to insult him in that way. The girl laughed. She exhaled tiredly and replied nostalgically that it sounded like an insult now, but there had been a time when things had been different. There was a time when their days together were full of a twinkle in their eyes. And those were wonderful times. Chapter 29. Nahei-su was walking home when a guy came up to her and said hello. She looked at him in surprise as he introduced himself and said he lived not far from her. The guy said he knew her and even knew where she lived. The girl did not understand why he started talking to her. He handed her a bun and smiled and said he'd bought it especially for her. The girl stared perplexedly at the bun. Seeing her doubts, the guy told her not to worry about the quality of the bun and to eat it in peace. Then he walked on, waved goodbye to her, and said they would see each other later. Nahai-su was left standing with a bun in her hands. She actually knew this boy. He lived on top of a mountain. He had no parents, and his grandmother had died early. At night, he often spent time in the company of older boys. They smoked and drank in dark corners. It seemed like all the boys and girls knew him. And while you'd think he looked like a real delinquent, he was actually a very good-natured guy. He often helped neighbors and had a charming personality, so many adults had a good opinion of him. And since he was quite good-looking, everyone around him unanimously thought he was a good bloke. After that time, Min-chul began to meet the girl every day, and every time he brought her some kind of treat. Sometimes it was banana milk, and sometimes it was cup noodles. Each time, the girl didn't understand why he was doing all this, why he was paying attention to her. One day, a guy couldn't stand it and asked why she never once asked anything about him. They've been seeing each other every day for a month, but she never once asked him a single question. He held out his mobile phone to her and asked her to give him her number. Min-chul teased her by saying that he would cry very loudly if she turned him down. When he saw that she was embarrassed, he said that if she didn't want to, she could refuse him. Hae-soo got nervous but replied that she wanted to give him her number, but she didn't have a phone. The guy was very surprised. It was strange that someone was still walking around without a phone. Min-chul promised himself he'd make money in a month and give the girl a phone. He worked long and hard on the construction site, and even borrowed money from an acquaintance. And finally, after a month, he was able to buy a phone, though not expensive, but still a phone. He was very proud of himself and told the girl that he wanted to give her something more expensive, but it was better than nothing. Nahai-su was very grateful but asked why he did it, and Min-chul said he wanted to be able to always be in touch with her. The guy started showing her how to use the phone and asked her to write down his number. The girl just wrote down his name, to which the guy jokingly took offense. Said it looked too official. He took the phone and added a heart emoticon at the end of his name and asked her not to edit the contact when she got home. That same night, Nahai-su lay curled up in a ball and tried to drown out the drunken shouting and swearing by covering her ears. The phone screen lit up, alerting her to a text message that had arrived. Min-chul sent her a smiley face kitty. It looked so cute. But in this situation, it was so stupid that the girl cried. There was no room for anything good in her life up to that point, so it was simple things like this that gave her mixed feelings. Min-chul's school friends began to notice that he had become absent-minded and was often late for lessons. The guy smugly stated that the girl he likes has a class that starts 30 minutes late, So even though he gets scolded, he'll still be late because he has to see her off. Friends were surprised and asked what would happen to Sangmi. The boy stared at them incomprehensibly and asked who they were talking about. The guys replied that there is a girl named Sangmi and everyone knows that she likes Minchul a lot. They warned him to be careful because this girl is very dangerous. She constantly bullies other girls. But Kang Minchul said he doesn't care and it's not his problem. Soon it was time for the exams. Nahai-su was very anxious and unsure of her abilities. Minchul, on the other hand, was relaxed. He was mostly hoping for good luck. Later, sitting on the porch of the house, the guy asked the girl how her exams went, but embarrassed, the girl said it was better he didn't ask. Laughing and snatching the results sheet out of her hands, the guy said he wanted to see. Hae-soo pounced on him like a kitten trying to get her papers back. Looking at her sheet completely crossed out in red pen, the guy joked that she didn't have a single correct answer at all. The girl said that he had probably failed it himself. The boy handed her his paper with only a couple of mistakes on it and asked that she didn't expect him to be so good at his studies. Nahae-soo stared at him in surprise. He really was very clever and gifted, and it made her feel sorry for him. It was such a shame that such a gifted boy was growing up without parents. In addition, his grandparents also died early and he was left all alone. It is a pity that none of his relatives can see how wonderful he is growing up. She continued to think that this was a great loss. She was sorry that such talent was wasted. Everyone around him thought he was well-mannered and nice, said he had no faults and wished him all the best. That's what everyone thought of him. But it was only years later that the girl realized it was all just pity. Everyone felt sorry for Kang Minchul. Minchul was just passing by with his friends when he noticed Nahae-soo watching him and waved cheerfully, calling her his wife. His friends started hooting and patting him on the shoulder, and the guy told them all to call her their sister-in-law. The guys started cheerfully greeting her. Nahae-soo was shocked and burned with shame. She wasn't even in a relationship with that guy. She embarrassedly tucked a loose curl behind her ear and moved on. The girl was calmly walking down the street when suddenly someone called out to her. It was a group of girls. One of them came forward and asked if she was Nahae-soo. One of Minchul's friends who was passing by at that moment saw the girls surround Nahae-soo and take her somewhere else. The guy found Minchul and asked if his girlfriend was friends with the girls from Seongyeon High School. He was surprised and said it couldn't be, and then his friend told him that he saw them take Nahae-soo somewhere. Minchul visibly tensed up and asked where exactly he had seen them. Chapter 30. The girls dragged Nahae-soo into the washroom, surrounded her and insulted her, asking her what kind of relationship she might have with Kang Minchul, to which the girl frightenedly replied that there was nothing between them. Sangmi leaned over to the girl and said that she would ruin her face so that she could no longer flirt with guys. Nahae-soo stared at her in horror, unable to believe what was happening. One of the girls was assigned to watch the entrance so they wouldn't be caught and punished. She was sure no one would come in, but suddenly Kang Minchul appeared at the door. He pushed the door open with such force that the girl fell to her knees with her hands covering her head. The guy pulled Sangmi's arm with force and shoved her aside. He saw Nahae-soo sitting on the floor in the corner. The girl was covered in abrasions and her clothes were torn, so she had to cover her body with her hands. Her eyes were full of tears. Minchul took off his shirt and threw it over her shoulders. He helped her up and said he would walk her home. Sangmi, in a rage, pulled out a stationery knife and threatened the guy that she would finish him off. The guy grabbed her arm and put the knife to his throat. He looked at her angrily and told her to try it. The girl didn't budge. Late at night, Minchul was helping Nahae-soo get home. Wrapped tightly in the guy's shirt, the girl wondered what would happen now. She was worried that these girls might be plotting something against him. Minchul hugged the girl and brightened with a smile, asking if she really cared that much about him. Later, the guy had to face a group of older guys who were sent to him by those girls, and although he got a decent beating, he managed to beat them up too. Seeing Minchul after the fight, Nahae-soo was angry and sorry at the same time. After all, he had promised her he wouldn't get hurt. The guy stood in front of her, awkwardly rubbing his neck, covered in abrasions. He told the girl not to worry about him, bragged that he managed to beat those guys even though they attacked him at the same time. Then he froze when he saw Nahae-soo crying with her fists clenched tightly. He asked her to calm down, promising that next time he would fight like crazy and not miss a beat. He even offered her to hit him if she wanted to. The guy took her hand, bringing it to his head, and froze when he heard the girl ask why he was treating her so well. Nahai-su stood with her head down and sniffed her nose as she continued to ask why he was being so nice to her. She looked at him and saw his ears and cheeks redden. He asked embarrassedly if she didn't realize why. Na-Hei-su saw in front of her the guy who she knew had stolen girls' hearts more than once, and now he stood blushing in front of her, his hands trembling. She reached up and wrapped her arms around his neck. They were both immature, but their youth had been full of rawness and beatings. The girl kissed him and was ready to burn to ashes in that vivid raw youth that night. And after they both burned in that flame, Minchul disappeared like smoke, and Na-Hai-su was left as ashes. Memories consumed the girl, and she drank another shot of soju. Byum-tae-ha silently watched her intently. Hae-su asked why he was watching so intently, as if he'd never seen people drink before. The guy admitted that he was jealous of her. She sat next to him and drank, but her thoughts were occupied with another man. It hurts. While she held the glass sadly and silently, the guy thought about whether he could ever win. What he had to do to defeat her memories that he could neither destroy nor erase. Na-Hei-su muttered that he was just a promiscuous. She said that when he says things like that with his pretty face, girls probably fall in love with him right away. Byum-tae-ha looked at the girl carefully and smirked.
You didn't fall for it.
She replied that it was because she knew everything, but the guy said that it looked like she didn't know anything. Na-Hai-su told him not to interrupt the adults, to which the guy laughed and said he was an adult too. Then the girl looked at him and asked,
Honestly, tell me, how old are you?
Byum-tae-ha leaned towards the girl, put his hand on her forearm and pulled her closer to him. His breath tickled her ear and he whispered softly.
I'm 23.
He bit his lower lip, holding back a laugh, while the girl turned away in embarrassment and began coughing. Hae-su thought she was going crazy. She of course realized that he was younger than her, and even though he looked so damn attractive and was more mature for his age, he was still 10 years younger than her. The girl couldn't stop coughing, so she grabbed a bottle of soju and drank it straight from her throat. The guy stared at her in bewilderment. He propped his head up with his hand and grinned, saying that apparently Auntie was already drunk. The girl hiccuped and lowered her head and mumbled that she wasn't drunk at all. Seeing that she might fall, Byum-tae-ha reached out and put her head on his shoulder. Nahai-su felt how warm and strong he was, and when she opened her eyes, she admitted that no matter how much she thought of him, he was still too young. Hearing those words, the guy smiled. On a drunken head, the girl was saying funny things. He ducked down to her and asked,
Aren't you happy to win?
Na-Hei-su raised an incomprehensible gaze and their eyes met. The girl blushed at the sight of his face so close to hers. The guy kept smiling seductively and said that her ex was sleeping with a girl 8 years younger than him, and he was even younger than her, so she should be happy about it. The girl continued to drown in his eyes while Byum-tae-ha said that she must be terribly angry at and wanted to take revenge on her ex-husband.
Then it's okay to use me.
The guy offered her. For a moment, obscene thoughts flashed through the girl's mind, but then she froze with shock. The girl jumped up from her seat and said she wanted to leave. She couldn't do that. He was too good a guy for her. Byum-tae-ha walked quietly behind the girl while she walked along the road, swaying from side to side. Noticing that she was off course, the guy gently took her by the shoulders and told her that her house was in the other direction. A slight smile played across his face. But suddenly, Na-Hei-su clung to him and rested her head on his chest, saying she didn't want to go home. The guy froze. He wrapped his arm around her waist, holding her up and keeping her from falling. She was so warm and soft. Swallowing, the guy said,
That's a bit dangerous to say.
Na-Hei-su pressed her back against him, feeling his firm, warm chest. His hand gently held her under her breasts, but at the same time sent goosebumps all over her body. The girl sighed, and the guy asked if she wanted him to stay with her.
You look completely seductive,
the girl replied. Byum-tae-ha continued to hug her. When he heard this, he smirked and said that because of the alcohol, the girl didn't filter what she said, but she protested and said that she had always had that opinion of him. He just didn't know it. The guy smiled and with a shake of laughter replied that earlier she had said he was too young for her. Nahai-su turned around in his arms and told him to stop acting like an adult in front of her. The girl grabbed him by the arms and started telling him off for acting like that, saying that if he teased her, telling her to take advantage of him, she would punish him. To be taller and see him better, she stood on the toes of his shoes. Taeha was amused by this situation. He enjoyed teasing her and how frank she became after drinking. He smiled playfully at her and looked her in the eye and challenged her.
Go ahead. Try it.
Nahesu pulled his sleeves down while stretching out on her toes. She pressed her breasts against his, feeling her heart quicken and pleasure flow through her veins. Exhaling, she whispered softly,
Come here. Lower your head more.
She pulled him by the lapels of his coat and reached for him with her lips. The guy kept smiling, not taking the situation seriously, because she was barely on her feet. He thought about how funny she was. But suddenly the blood pulsing in his ears rumbled. Taeha could feel his heart beating against his chest, and his lips were captured. This small, fragile woman pressed her body against him and kissed him. She took over his whole world. Chapter 31. Taeha froze in surprise when he felt soft, warm lips on his lips. He hadn't expected the girl to do something like this. Breathing heavily, the girl shivered briefly and then kissed him again. Her heart beat like a moth that was happy to fly into the light. She continued to hold him by the lapels of his coat and lowered her head, trying to regain her breath. The guy kept looking at her, trying to figure out what to do. Nahai-su pronounced that she said she would do it and did it. It seemed like she was trying to prove something to herself rather than to him. The girl jabbed her finger at his chest and looked at him with a flaming face of shame, telling him not to argue with her anymore. The moment their eyes met, something clicked in Taeha's mind. He reached out his hands and wrapped them around the back of the girl's head, bringing his face closer. She tried to say that she had more life experience, but the guy didn't let her finish. He bowed her head slightly and dug his lips into hers in a greedy kiss. At that moment, his body was as if struck by lightning. He ran his hands through her hair and began to move in time with her. Nahei-su felt his tongue slip into her mouth, and then he took her face in his palms and started kissing her as if he was looking for salvation in her. She closed her eyes and gave in to the desire. The girl's legs trembled. The guy was kissing her very skillfully, and she was reaching for him closer and closer. She stood up on her toes to kiss him even harder, but suddenly felt her body spinning. Taeha turned her around, pressing her close to him. He wrapped one arm around her waist and hugged her tightly, and with the other hand, he gently held her neck, hovering over her and making the kiss even deeper. He could hear her moaning and feel her pressed against him, but he continued to taste her gently. The girl's mind was almost completely clouded. She tried to remember to breathe. They pulled away from each other for a moment to breathe in the air. Nahai-su immediately felt the coldness prickling her lips and reached for the guy to resume the kiss. And then suddenly she started breathing heavily and said they had to stop. Taeha's gaze became serious and expressionless. The girl lowered her flaming face to his chest and tearing breaths tried to say she couldn't breathe. She rubbed her cheek against his hard chest and admitted that he was the reason she couldn't think straight. Then suddenly, panic came over her so hard that the girl felt that she was losing consciousness. Taeha picked her up and held her gently in his arms. He looked at the unconscious girl and tried to make a decision. He walked with her in his arms through the hotel lobby like she was light as a feather. Walking up to the front desk, the guy nonchalantly asked for a room. Nahai-su was sniffling and moaning heavily at the same time. Porter and portier began to watch the young man with interest. At first, they thought it was the chairman himself, but on closer inspection, they realized that it was his son, who looked like 2 drops of water. One of the men assumed it was the eldest son of the Biom family, who takes new girls to his room every day. But the portier said it was the wrong son. The one about whom the unpleasant rumors had been circulating he saw quite often in the company of various girls. One could recognize him as a typical representative of the chaebols at a glance. At the time, he thought that the guy looked like the chairman like 2 drops of water. But now looking at this son, he was even creeped out by how much more he resembled his father. It's like he's a carbon copy of him. Biom Tae-hee was having fun with another girl at the time. He paused for a moment and scratched his ears, saying that someone was talking about him. The girl began to grumble unhappily because he had stopped. She licked her lips and pulled down the straps of her dress, wondering if he was capable of taking his eyes off her. The young man immediately returned his attention to her and replied that he was unable to tear himself away from her. He kissed the girl and said he didn't have the patience for a hotel and that they would do it right here. The spacious room was dark and silent. Byum-tae-ha gently laid Na-hae-soo on the bed. He sat down by the bed and carefully pulled the shoes off the girl's feet. He couldn't put her to bed with her shoes on. He wanted her to rest in comfort. The guy thought about their kiss and what she had said to him. It would have been easy to take advantage of the situation, but he didn't want to. He talked himself into being patient and waiting for her quietly. After handling the shoes, he lifted the girl up to take off her coat. Na-hae-soo was almost completely unconscious, only mumbling quietly. Byum-tae-ha tried to act carefully so as not to alarm her. All the while, he was thinking that he wanted the girl can be completely at ease. Na-hae-soo turned her head in his direction and pressed her cheek against his shoulder. The guy froze, gazing intently at her face. He smirked, watching her snuggle up to him in her sleep as if seeking protection. It was like she trusted him quite a bit already. He gently tucked her back into bed and whispered sweet dreams to her. She would definitely be hungover tomorrow, so he didn't want to bother her any further. Byum-tae-ha covered her with a blanket and stroked her. He was about to take his hand away when the girl instinctively reached for him and wouldn't let him go. The guy propped himself up on the bed, hovering over her, and again talked himself into restraint. His heart was racing, and he desperately wanted to get naked for this girl, but he had to wait. He stood up and took a few steps toward the exit when he heard the girl's quiet sobs. The guy came back and stroked her head, whispering that she was going to be fine. He crouched on the edge of the bed and continued to stroke her and soothe her until the girl's breathing evened out. Chapter 32. Na-hae-soo moaned contentedly. She felt her body drowning in something soft and warm. Normally, she woke up with a draft blowing through her body and her body aching, but today she felt very comfortable. She turned around abruptly and opened her eyes, trying to focus her attention. The girl sat down on the bed and looked around, trying to figure out where she was. She obviously didn't know this place and didn't remember how she'd gotten here. Then the events of last night began to resurface in her mind. The last thing she remembered was a passionate kiss with Byum-tae-ha. From the realization of what had happened, the girl jumped up on the spot like a frightened cat. Her face instantly burned with shame. She put her palm to her flaming cheek and talked herself into believing that it must have been a dream, just like last time. She'd been having a lot of dreams like this lately because of this guy. Na-hae-soo looked around the room, and it wasn't hard for her to imagine that it was a dream. Her shoes were neatly folded, her coat was neatly hung up, and her purse was carefully left on the nightstand. But she distinctly remembered the slow and gentle touch of someone who had taken care of her after she got drunk. She groped herself in a panic to make sure her underwear was in place. She felt like nothing had happened to her that night. Na-hae-soo hid her head in shame and thought that although she was glad that nothing had happened, wasn't it too late to worry about such things now? She shouldn't have crossed that line, but his gestures, which were like asking for a chance to cross it, tickled her nerves so much. And his perpetually smug and calm expression, looking at which the girl couldn't help herself. She wanted to bite his lip hard enough to hurt him, but at the end of the day, she doesn't have to be dramatic. They didn't sleep together, so it's hardly worth making a big deal out of it. Hae-soo began to put on her shoes and caught herself jealously thinking that this was probably not the first time for him. With his handsome face, it would be silly to think that he didn't have a past. She blushed and admitted to herself that he turned out to be quite skillful. Putting on her coat, the girl scolded herself for being such an irresponsible adult and thinking silly things. She should definitely apologize to him. When she dipped her hand into her pocket, she found a note. Making sure the girl was sleeping peacefully and soundly, Byum-tae-ha decided to write a note for her. He was sure that when the girl woke up, she might be frightened to find herself in a strange place. He wrote that she was too drunk to carry her to her house, so he apologized for bringing her to the hotel and hoped she would understand. He also asked her not to worry about paying for the room. To the girl, he wrote that he had a winning free voucher, and he was planning to use it when he got a girlfriend. In fact, the hotel was actually owned by his family, and the entire staff walked him to his car. Lee Jae gave a strange smile and asked the young master if he really needed the extra protection of the house. He was surprised by the extra shift, asked if the guy thought someone would fly through a window into a skyscraper in downtown Seoul to stab him with a knife. Byum-tae-ha laughed and asked the young man to entertain him with something. Lee Jae asked if the guy was going to meet that girl today. Byum-tae-ha smiled and replied that he wasn't going to be the first to contact her today. He smirked oddly and stated that her debt to him had grown, so she should be the first to contact him. In that case, maybe he'd be in the mood to let it slide. Lee Jae looked at the guy like he was crazy and couldn't understand what he was muttering about. He couldn't understand what the guy was thinking lately. He followed him last night and saw him go into the hotel with the girl in his arms, and then come out accompanied by hotel staff. Now he couldn't tell if this guy wanted to avoid being exposed or if he was burning to be found out. Taking a drag on his cigarette, Lee Jae thought whose exposure would be scarier, that girl's or the chairman's. Minchul and Heeji were lying in bed talking about nothing. Suddenly, the girl fake pouted her lips and declared that it wasn't fair that the man was so skillful in various fields. She said it looks like he's dated a lot of women and his ex-wife is even obsessed with him. Asked if it's because he's good at it or because he's big. The man smiled smugly. Noticing his reaction, the girl jealously said that he probably didn't screw up his first time either. Minchul smirked and looked at the girl, thinking how naive she was. Did she really think he was like that when he was younger? He put his arm around her and condescendingly replied that it was because he was older than her. Heeji asked, "Is that what happens when you get older?" The man replied evasively. Minchul recalled the beginning of his and Nahaisu's story and said that as people get older, they stop being as stupid and naive as they were when they were young. He remembered the first time she had kissed him. How childish they really were and how scared he'd been of it. The guy turned her back to him so she couldn't see his embarrassed, reddened face. He told the girl to go home. She asked him if he liked the kiss and why he was sending her away so suddenly. The guy was struggling to hold back and trying to catch his breath. He said his body was sore from the fight and Nahai-Su offered to give him medicine, but the guy panicked and asked her not to turn around and look at him. Eventually, he abruptly turned around and said he was going home first. The girl stared after him and didn't know what to do or say. Mincheol, on the other hand, was trying to catch his breath and calm his frantically beating heart. He couldn't believe that this girl had stirred up such a storm of emotions in him. Heeji, looking at how stupidly the man was smiling, asked what he was thinking. She wondered if he was thinking about his first love. Mincheol exhaled and said he wasn't thinking about anything important. Nahai-Su decided to clean the house and get rid of all unnecessary things. Since she was no longer going to live with Mincheol, she decided to pack up all his belongings. She got rid of most of her things with ease, but looking at some of them made her think of memories. But even then, she didn't shed a tear, for she had promised herself she would never cry again. The girl decided that she would never cry for this man again and let go of all their memories together. Finished, the girl exhaled in relief and stretched her stiff shoulders. She felt as if she had moved into a new home. She remembered that it's customary to eat jjajangmyeon when moving. She and Mincheol had eaten this dish on moving day. Nahai-Su smiled at this memory and realized that she felt an unprecedented lightness, as if she had gotten rid of something very heavy in her life. Now the house was clean and empty, with no one to even eat with. But it made the girl realize how little space she had before in their already small apartment. The girl decided to throw out all her old underwear at the same time. Even though she no longer lived with Mincheol, the poverty that had haunted her for the past 13 years would remain with her. But she will buy new underwear to fill the void in her heart. Throwing a glance at the teddy bear she had so diligently embroidered the heart on, the girl thought she might find room in her heart for something else. She immediately thought of calling Bom Tae-ha and asking him to eat jjajangmyeon together. The guy was sitting with Lee Jae playing Jenga, trying to pass the time. Suddenly, the screen of his phone lit up and a ringtone echoed through the room. Bom Tae-ha took the phone in his hands and smiled contentedly. Chapter 33. Nahai-Su went shopping. For the first time in her life, she decided to buy something new for herself. Before that, she was always given old and used things. So if she had something of her own, she'd attach herself to it and consider it her jewel. The most dazzling thing that ever happened in her life was Kang Mincheol, but he disappeared from her life so easily, as if he had never belonged to her from the beginning. The girl stopped at a clothing stall and started looking around. Upon noticing her, the friendly saleswoman immediately began offering her her goods. She asked her what she was looking for, and Nahai-Su said she was looking for basic lingerie. The woman complimented her beautiful form, and the girl blushed with embarrassment. The saleswoman started picking out different bras and offering it to the girl. Finally smiling, she pulled out a red lace bra and smiling said that in this, a girl would drive her husband crazy. Nahai-Su was shaking with embarrassment, looking for something absolutely basic. Then the woman handed her a classic white bra that satisfied the girl. She asked if Nahai-Su had a boyfriend or husband. Smiling, the girl easily replied that she was single. Hearing this, the kind saleswoman packed her a red lace thong in a separate bag, saying that it was a gift, and that such a young girl should wear beautiful lingerie. Nahai-Su, who had never worn anything like this in her life, clutched the shopping bags to her chest. Even though she was embarrassed, she was proud that she had bought something for herself for the first time. After that, the girl was pleased to find that spending money on little things was very satisfying. She bought a beautiful package for the bear she was going to give to Beomtaeha. She also bought warm socks for herself. She walked and hummed a little song to herself, pleased with herself. Thinking about the guy, the girl suddenly remembered one very important detail. He often wore gloves, but they didn't look warm at all. And then her gaze fell on a pair of warm knitted mittens. She didn't hesitate to give them to the guy. Packing them in a separate bag, the pleased with herself girl went on her way. Nahaisu received a message from Beomtaeha saying that he had already arrived on the spot. She looked around, but it was hard to see anything in the crowded marketplace. Then suddenly she saw him. Tall and handsome, he stood surrounded by local women vendors. Women cooed around him and asked if he was a model. They praised their familiar girls and daughters to him in the hope that he would want to meet them. But when Beomtaeha saw a girl out of the corner of his eye, he smiled and said that he already had a lover, finally meeting the guy's gaze. Nahaisu froze, a little embarrassed after what happened yesterday. Then she went to meet him and smiling thanked him for coming to her so quickly. Beomtaeha reached for her bags and replied that he was getting very curious. The girl thought he was about to start a conversation about what had happened, and she began to think feverishly about what to say to him and how he would react. Beomtaeha took the packets from her hands and smilingly asked why she had called him today. The girl was embarrassed and said she wanted to eat jjajangmyeon with sweet and sour pork, but she didn't want to do it alone, so she wanted to invite him over. The girl was embarrassed and said she wanted to eat jjajangmyeon with sweet and sour pork, but she didn't want to do it alone, so she wanted to invite him over. Soon they were in a restaurant and sat in awkward silence. Nahaisu drank water while waiting for their order and thought about how she looked like a shameless auntie who made all of the first moves towards a guy and then treated him to food as an apology. When the food was ready, the girl said he should definitely try it because this place serves the most delicious jjajangmyeon. The guy asked if she comes here often. Quicker than she realized, she answered that she'd been here with Minchul, and then said she'd been here a couple of times herself. She felt very embarrassed that she had mentioned her ex in front of him. As she ate, the girl thought about how awkward it was to mention her ex-husband in front of the guy she'd kissed, even if drunk. It was wrong. Then she glanced at the guy and wondered how he could stay so calm and relaxed as if nothing had happened between them yesterday. Beomtaeha was quietly eating and kept a friendly expression on her face without forcing her to make conversation. The girl thought about the fact that it probably didn't matter much to him because he probably had a lot of girls with his looks. So he preferred to pretend that a drunken mistake like that didn't happen. Nahaisu decided to relax and just have a meal. As they approached the house, the girl thanked the guy for spending time with her and walked her home. She also thanked him for coming yesterday when she called him even though he had his own business to attend to. The girl lowered her head and said she had something else to say. She plucked up the courage to look him in the eye and told him she was sorry for what she had done yesterday. She was drunk and she shouldn't have behaved like that. Suddenly, the guy abruptly brought his face close to hers and interrupted her, saying that he didn't need her apology. When she felt his breath on her face, the girl froze. Beomtaeha looked into her eyes. Their faces were so close that he could run his nose over hers. He was serious and said she didn't have to apologize because he liked it so much. The guy asked if she didn't like it. The girl blushed and turned her face away and replied that it wasn't that. Her heart sped up, and her mind flashed again with obscene thoughts. That answer flattered Beomtaeha. He thought that at least she was being honest with herself. He turned his head to catch her gaze again and said it was all right, that she could use him if she wanted to, then smiled flirtatiously. The guy reached for her hand, continuing to say that if her heart wasn't ready to accept him yet, she could use his body for now. Hearing such a blatant offer, Nahaisu, hiding her red face, shoved the gift bag into his hand and turned around abruptly. Running home before the guy embarrassed her further, she shouted that it was a Christmas present and asked him to open it at home. Beomtaeha smiled merrily, enjoying how cute she was embarrassed and running away from him. He shouted after her, asking if he could go to her house and open the present, to which the girl told him to go home. Once home, the girl leaned her back against the wall, burning with shame. She thought of the guy pretending to be innocent but acting like a total pro. What was he thinking trying to get into her house? Nahaisu pressed her hand to her mouth, imagining all sorts of naughty things he could think of. The tense girl then stood up and decided she should take a shower and relax. After getting out of the shower, the girl decided to put on new underwear as it was cold in the flat. She looked for the laundry bag and sat down in front of the brown paper bag. Suddenly, she froze in bewilderment. She remembered exactly that the nice shop assistant had put the underwear in a red bag and the mittens was in a brown one. Now she was looking at the very same brown bag. Once in his flat, Teha pulled a teddy bear with an embroidered heart out of a box. Intrigued by the next gift, the guy picked up a red paper bag and dipped his hand into it. At this time, realizing her fatal mistake, Nahe-su screamed in horror in her flat. Chapter 34. The original plan was to give Taiha a teddy bear with an embroidered heart and a pair of warm mittens. But in reality, the guy got a bag of her underwear. The girl had never felt such shame before. She grabbed her phone and called him, nervously chewing on the pad of her finger as she waited for an answer. Her head spinning with the thought that if he'd been home and opened the package, he'd probably have called her. She hoped he hadn't seen the contents yet. Teha collapsed on the sofa and answered the phone. His voice was low and hoarse. Hearing his voice, the girl asked hopefully if he had already got home and had time to open his present. The guy replied that he was already home but hadn't looked in the bag yet. She exhaled happily and admitted that she had mistakenly given him the wrong bag and asked him not to look inside. Teha covered his eyes with his hand as if she could see him and catch him in a lie. He swallowed hard and asked why he shouldn't do it. The girl stammered and replied that there was something so scary at there that he might have nightmares again. She calmly repeated to him not to open the bag. She thought it was strange that his voice was hoarse and his breathing sounded as if he had a cold. Then the guy said he'd give it back to her tomorrow morning, and they said goodbye. Nahe-su breathed a sigh of relief. Teha slowly took the phone away from his ear and lowered his hand to the couch. His face was flaming. Who would have thought it? Now, thanks to chance, he had something to think about. It was quiet in the semi-darkness of the quarters. Only the languid breathing of the two could be heard. On the girl's neck and shoulders, there were already alleluia of fresh marks left by Teha. Soon, she was looking down at him in anticipation. At the sight of her, a cold flame raged in his eyes, which flared up with rapid speed. The guy slowly clamped a small piece of cloth between his teeth. Nahe-su jumped up abruptly, waking up and trying to come to her senses. She turned round and, hugging the pillow, moaned. She was definitely starting to lose her mind. Both never slept a wink until morning. Only neither of them suspected it or the cause of their insomnia. The girl decided that even though it was still early, she would get ready for work. After showering and getting dressed, she heard the bell ring. Teha stood at the door of the girl's house and hid his nose in the high collar of his jumper against the cold. The girl looked out and saw him. As promised, he had come early in the morning to exchange packages. The guy held out the red, ill-fated bag to her. In exchange for it, the girl embarrassedly held out another one and said it was his real present. The girl apologized for disturbing him, but he smiled enigmatically and replied that it was fine. She looked at him and thought that even though he was smiling, he looked strange. Nahe-su asked if he was sick, to which the guy said he wasn't. She persisted and asked if he was tired, and he smirked and said he was hooked. He ducked down to her and told her that last night he couldn't sleep a wink at all. The girl looked away embarrassed and said she hadn't slept well either. She said it was probably because of the cold. There was an awkward silence between them for a moment. Then the girl mumbled that she had to pack up and go to work. She had already turned towards the house when she felt a gentle tug on her coat.
I also brought you a gift. Go inside and open it.
Taiha handed the black bag to the surprised girl. Once at home, Nahe-su opened the bag and took out a beautiful soft jumper. Her eyes lit up with happiness. She immediately put it on and was surprised that it fit her perfectly. The girl was happy about the gift sincerely, like a child. It was very warm and apparently not cheap. She decided that she would thank the guy again when she met him. Soon, she strutted into the flower shop and greeted her colleague radiantly. In spite of the frosty weather, spring reigned in her soul. Hwajung yawned and was about to greet the girl when she suddenly noticed her in her new clothes. She immediately complimented Hae-su and said that she looked great. The girl thanked her happily and said that it was a gift. Hwajung said that she used to be shy to say, but because the girl wore the same clothes every day, she looked shabby. Now she looks very beautiful. Nahe-su was embarrassed. The joy of the gift was gone. She wondered if Taiha had given her a jumper because she looked shabby and pathetic in her old clothes. Hwajung, meanwhile, went on to say that her husband must have good taste. Nahe-su stared at her. and the girl said that since it was a gift, it must have been from her husband. Or was she confused? Na Haesu lowered her head and hesitantly admitted that she had actually recently gotten divorced. Hwajung was surprised and asked why it happened so suddenly. And why didn't the girl say anything earlier? Well, Na Haesu left to change her clothes, and on the way, she threw back that it was just the circumstances. The girl stood there and looked suspiciously at her. She thought it all looked rather strange. Shortly after the shop opened, their regular handsome customer showed up as usual. He and Na Haesu chatted nicely while the girl picked the bouquet of roses for him as usual. Hwajung watched with envy and bewilderment as the guy flirted with Na Haesu. And just as strangely, the girl cheered him on. Beom Taeha was genuinely smiling and bantering with the girl while she was fulfilling his order. It was obvious from the outside that the two were quite close. The moment he gently stroked Na Haesu's hand with his hand, Hwajung thought she had lost her mind. She couldn't believe that a handsome man like him would be courting an auntie much older than him. It's not known if she's really divorced or not. It didn't make any sense and looked weird. So the girl got out from behind the counter and walked over to the guy and tugged at his coat. She asked the guy for a few minutes. Beom Taeha looked at the girl dismissively. Chapter 35. Naesu saw this and turned away, saying she would get back to work and the young people could talk for a while. The guy looked at her in surprise and a little resentment. He felt bad that the girl's colleague had interrupted them and that the girl herself had turned her back on him so easily. Hwajung called him outside, and to her surprise, the guy obediently followed her out. She put her hands in her pockets and looked up at him proudly, asking him what his relationship with Na Haesu was like. Beomtea smirked and asked her why she cares. The girl said that if he didn't want to answer, that was his right. Hwajung said he sees that he likes her, but he should stop acting like that because there's something he doesn't know. Beomtea's gaze turned cold. He seemed to realize what the girl was getting at. Na Haesu tried to do her job, but couldn't help but think about why Hwajung had so suddenly called Beom Taeha in for a conversation. A small flame of jealousy burned in her soul. Meanwhile, Hwajung folded her arms on her chest and smuked that she didn't realize that Uni was this kind of woman. She got nervous and bit her finger and said that Na Haesu was married, and that at her age and her status as a married woman, it was not appropriate for her to behave like that. The girl suggested that she might be lying about her divorce because of the guy. Beom Taeha asked why she was telling him this, and the girl said that of course it was because she was worried about him. The guy frowned and asked why all of a sudden she cared about a complete stranger. Did it have anything to do with her personally? Hwajung was annoyed and angrily replied that she couldn't watch an old divorcee hiding her past and trying to seduce a young guy. Suddenly, Beom Taeha leaned towards the girl and smugly said that he knew about everything.
I knew that she had a husband and that things ended with him a long time ago. I knew everything, and yet I lingered. Every single day, I crossed the line little by little, waiting eagerly for that relationship to collapse. Wishing for something so selfish and wrong.
Realizing how badly she screwed up, Hwajung asked why he was doing it. Satisfied that he had managed to put the girl's self-serving colleague in her place, he smirked and replied that he had impure intentions. He leaned in close to her ear, his gaze cold. He quietly and threateningly said that now she could go to Na Haesu and tell her to be wary of him, as she should be worried about her friend now. Beom Taeha stood on the roof of a skyscraper and thoughtfully examined his Christmas present. Lee Jae watched him and thought that the young master was like a puppy who follows his mistress to work and then faithfully waits until she is finished and walks her home. It seemed him kind of touching. Suddenly, the guy waved a glove that only held 4 of his fingers and asked with a smile how he liked his gift. Beom Taeha was happy about it, even if they turned out to be small for him. Lee Jae asked why he kept begging for gifts from the girl, even though he could afford everything and knew the tight circumstances in which she lived. He asked directly if the master was really sincere with her, to which the guy replied with a question about what he thought. Lee Jae honestly replied that he doesn't see her being taken seriously by him. He said that the master behaves carelessly, even though he has the ability to hide himself better. This makes him think that Beom Taeha is deliberately behaving like this in order to get caught and find out if she will continue to be with him or if it's all over. For a man of his age to court an adult divorcee was unusual, but not something impossible to understand. From what he had seen, he could tell that this girl was not the kind of woman who could be bribed with gifts and money. That must be why she had put up with her worthless husband for so long. But it's also possible that if she finds out that the young master is from a family of chibols, she'll start pulling every penny she can out of him. All people have a taste for money. In any case, for a young master to whom the whole world seems boring and simple, perhaps only someone who will not fall in love so easily is able to give a thrill. And perhaps that is the essence of their relationship. Beom Taiha listened to the man and smirked and replied that he would give him an answer next time. Lee Jae didn't say anything, just thought that he expected nothing less from him. When Beom Taiha got home, he took the teddy bear Nahai Su gave him and put it to bed with him. He saw with what confusion and jealousy she watched them while he talked to her colleague outside. He stroked the teddy bear contentedly as if trying to reassure the girl. It warmed his ego. She definitely had feelings for him. Nahai Su was lying awake again. She couldn't get out of my head that Beom Taiha and Hwajong looked much better together. Although at his age it was not uncommon to have such frivolous feelings, the girl tried to pretend she didn't realize he was interested in her because she was lonely. She decided that the longer she pretended nothing was going on, the longer he'd be there for her. And now, while the guy quite enjoyed the feelings, the girl decided that it was time to end their relationship. After all, sooner or later they will have to admit that they are completely unsuitable for each other. The next day, Beom Taiha, as usual, led the girl to the house and told her to hurry up and go inside as it was very cold outside. But suddenly, the girl grabbed him by the arm and dragged him into the house, saying she had something urgent to tell him. The guy grinned, not expecting her to be so pushy. He decided to make a joke and said that she intrigued him, to which the girl did not turn round and said that he would not like what she had to say. Suddenly, they stopped at her door, and looking into his eyes, the girl said she was going to hurt him. It was really unexpected for him. He asked her how, and the girl immediately said that he already knew a girl from her work. Hwajong. Beom Taeha grinned and reached his hand to the girl's chin and asked if she was jealous because he was talking to that girl. But Nahai Su just said she could introduce him to her if he wanted to. The guy's hand froze.
Ah, that hurts a little.
The boy looked at her pained. The girl started to say that he could meet any other girl of his age because she was sure there were always lots of beautiful girls around him. Suddenly, she was silent as she saw the guy's gaze harden. He slowly ran his finger down her cheek and hovered over her. He pressed his thumb over her bottom lip so that the girl's mouth fell open. Her cheeks instantly flushed and Beom Taeha caught her breath and growled,
I'm the bastard who wants to be with a divorced auntie.
The girl pushed him away from her and screamed that it wasn't okay for him to like an old divorcee. Hesu was angry and kept saying that anyone who cared about him would tell him that he was out of his mind. She lowered her head and said more quietly that if he was sane, he should meet someone suitable for him. Beom Taeha, whose blood was boiling from such an outburst of emotion, lifted her head again by her chin, and looking into her eyes asked if she thought he was sane. Nahaisu looked at him defiantly. She had so many mixed feelings that she was not responsible for her sanity. She quietly said no and reached out to him with her lips. A lone tear trickled down the girl's cheek and she closed her eyes. The guy gave in to his feelings and wrapped both palms round her face and kissed her as if she were the air without which he would suffocate. Nahesu clutched the collar of his shirt and instinctively reached for the guy, taking short breaths between kisses. Beom Taeha looked at her from beneath lowered lashes and pressed the girl even tighter against the wall. They weren't drunk this time, but she clung to him so desperately, as if she was afraid he'd disappear. Only their breathing could be heard in the cold silence of the corridor. Becoming bolder, Na-Hae-Soo wrapped her hands around the back of the guy's head, and he felt a wave of goosebumps sweep across his body. Then suddenly the girl slowly shivered and looked at him. Beom Taeha breathed heavily and looked at her with a hazy gaze. He saw the regret in her eyes and lightly slammed his fist on the wall beside her head. She said that she was a human being too, and that the guy was right to suggest that she have an affair to spite her ex-husband because she was really hurt by the way he treated her. She did have those thoughts. Of course, it pleased her to think that a young and successful guy like Beom Taeha was following her and that she could live happily and do things like that with him. She wanted to show her ex-husband that and to mock him. The girl trembled with tears and lowered her head tiredly. She tried to catch her breath, and then quietly went on to say that even though she was shabby and jaded, she didn't want to destroy herself by dating someone just to prove something to that bastard. And she certainly didn't want to use someone as good as him to drown out her loneliness. When she was younger, she had no one to support her, so she wanted to be that person for Beom Taeha. Na-Hae-Soo closed her eyes, letting her tears flow, and turned away with pain in her heart, saying that he shouldn't fall in love with her. The guy quietly replied that feelings of love are not something a person can control. but the girl interrupted him and said tiredly that he should try harder. Beomteha took her hand and frantically said that in that case, let the girl pretend to know nothing about his feelings. The girl looked up at him with tearful eyes, and he looked at her and said that, so far she've done that well so far. Let it be like before. The guy looked at her with sadness and thought that she should do what was best for her, because he, for his part, was ready to use all the necessary means. He dropped his head on her shoulder and said with a heavy weight on his heart that he would not force her to love him, and that if she did not want him near her, she should not pretend to care for him. His breath touched her neck and cheek. He could feel her breasts heaving rapidly. He said all she had to do was say she hated him, and then he wouldn't come back again. The girl tiredly leaned her head against the wall. Tears were pouring from her eyes. With his words, it was as if he had opened her chest and pulled out her heart clenched tightly in his fist. Later, sitting in her bed at home, Na-Hae-Soo sent a message to the guy not to come to pick her up from work tomorrow. The girl wrapped her arms around herself and rested her head tiredly on her knees. After much thought, this message was the only thing that came to her mind. She just couldn't see him. After she decided to let him get so close to her, she sharply pushed him away. But she couldn't bring herself to say the words to not see him again. She pondered why she never got round to saying them. He had given her the perfect opportunity to end things with him, but she couldn't. From the moment she was about to open her mouth, she had a feeling he knew even before she answered. He would have known she didn't mean it if she said she hated him, that all of her words would have been lies. There was silence in Beomteha's flat. He held the teddy bear and pressed its toy nose. Lee Jae looked uncertainly at the young master and wondered what the hell was his problem. Why did he call him in and create such a tense atmosphere? He looked at the guy sitting silently with a look like he was planning someone's murder. It was much better when they were joking around and playing Jenga. The man was creeped out by how similar the guy and the chairman's faces were. Suddenly, Beomteha asked if he would ask why he had called him. Lee Jae gave a strained smile and thought he was afraid to ask a question, but he said aloud that of course he was curious. The guy pressed the embroidered heart of the teddy bear with force and calmly replied that he wanted to give him an answer. Seeing the bodyguard's uncomprehending look, he said it was about the question Lee Jae had asked him on the roof about that girl. The guy started telling that when he was a kid, he saw a film where there was a scene where a man brought an intoxicated girl to a motel. The room was filled with nothing but the sound of breathing. The man did nothing until morning came. He stayed awake beside the woman he liked, as if he might wake her from her deep sleep with the sound of his blinking. He wondered then why such a simple scene was filmed so sentimentally. Why were that man's emotions, that one night's patience, considered to be so special? Beomteha put down the teddy bear and met the man's eyes, saying that he now realized that it wasn't easy. Lee Jae listened intently to the guy and realized he was just crazy. Was that really his answer? The man thought that the chairman had completely failed at parenting. He thanked the young master for his answer and said with a smile that he was a little funny to hear him say such things. After all, Beomteha is not a virgin coming with his girlfriend to a motel for the first time to make it such a big deal. Glancing at the guy, Lee Jae saw the emotionless expression on his face. The man laughed at the naive things the guy said, as if he really was an inexperienced youngster. But when he noticed that the young master did not share his amusement, his smile faded. Beomteha continued to stare impassively at the bodyguard, as if silently asking what funny thing he had just said. The man swallowed hard and couldn't believe what he had just learnt. It would never have occurred to him. Na-Hae-Soo was at work when her colleague excitedly asked if the girl was okay. The girl said she'd been watching her all day, and that it was like she was mentally somewhere far away, making mistakes she hadn't made before. Hae-Soo replied confusedly that everything was fine, that she was just thinking about something else for a bit. At the end of the day, she asked her colleague and boss for advice. She asked, "What are some ways to make someone who likes you lose interest in you?" Her colleague stared at her with suspicion, but didn't want to pressurize and embarrass her with unnecessary questions. Even though she said she wasn't asking for herself, but for her friend, everyone in the room knew it was definitely about Na-Hae-Soo. The girl suggested that Na-Hae-Soo ask the guy who keeps coming for her to scare the annoying guy. She said that he looked pretty strong and could easily do it. Seeing that she had rejected this option, the colleagues looked at each other and said that in such a case, there was only one sure way to get rid of someone. Na-Hae-Soo was walking home and thinking about what she had been offered to make a man disappear from her life once and for all. In order to break relations with relatives, friends, or close people once and for all, it is necessary to ask for money. And the more the better. Nahai-Su looked at the screen of her phone and thought that love in youth is full of passion but fleeting. Even if people call it love, it may pass after a season or two. For a moment, she remembered again her and Minchul's youth and how it had ended. She started typing a message to Beom Taiha asking to borrow 10,000 won. But suddenly, she was afraid that he, driven by his youthful impulsiveness, might ruin his life trying to get the money. So she decided to ask him for an unrealistically huge amount of money that he could never get under any circumstances. The phone screen lit up and a sound alerted about new text message. The guy reached out to look at it. He read a message from Nahai-Su asking her to borrow money. Another message came next. The girl asked for 100 million won. Beom Taiha grinned after reading her messages. He thought about the fact that the girl had chosen such a tactic to get rid of him, and that it was funny. It's been a few weeks since Nahai-Su hasn't heard a word about Beom Taiha. Their communication, which was usually initiated by the guy, stopped after her last message. The phone was silent, and the girl returned home alone every day. But for some reason, she was sad and uneasy, although Nahai-Su realized that she had hurt him with her cruel words. In her heart, she hoped that he would still hold on to her. Every day, she looked hopefully at the door of the shop and waited for him to come. It took her 2 weeks to come to terms with the fact that he might never walk through those doors again. Because of the fact that the girl often hovered in her thoughts, she became absent-minded and began to make many mistakes at work. The number of dissatisfied customers grew, so she had to dutifully apologize to everyone. But it didn't bother her. On the contrary, she often wondered how Beom Taiha was doing and whether he was all right. She was walking down the street alone, and all she could think about was how his life was going at 24. Does he have nightmares? Is he safe? Do the gloves she gave him keep him warm? Did he go again to the place where he had taken her to see the city at night and be alone? That time she had been too caught up in her emotions to realize that Beom Taiha also had countless emotions that he needed to let go of too. She wondered how many times he had gone there and how much pain he had to let go of looking at all those countless lights. The girl slowly walked down the street feeling a lump in her throat and only now realized that she didn't really know anything about him at all. Suddenly passing by, she recognized the shop window where she had bought that very teddy bear. At Heisu stopped. Until now, the girl thought there was nothing left to remind her of him. Their relationship was so fleeting that it would feel too grand to say, forgetting. She stepped closer and looked at the empty stool where the teddy bear used to sit and put her hand to the display case. The girl remembered how she had bought him and how she had carefully embroidered a heart on his chest. Heisu thought sadly that there was something she never got to tell him. There is a belief that if you put a teddy bear like this at the head of your bed, it will protect you and you will never have nightmares again. Her eyes filled with tears and her chest ached. She thought she should have had time to tell him about it. With him, who always seemed deeply scarred, she acted like a selfish and horrible adult until the very end. The words she had never been able to bring herself to say to him personally for a long time hurt her heart. A man was lying face down on the ground. Beom Taiha stood over him. Lee Jae stood against the wall with his back leaning against it and grudgingly asked why the young master was bothering innocent people. If he's drunk, he should just go home and sleep peacefully. The man excitedly thought about Beom Taiha being very tense lately and throwing himself into fights with anyone who meets his path. The guy stood there covered in abrasions and looked indifferently at the unconscious man. Suddenly, he asked Lee Jae how well he fights. The bodyguard tensed up and replied that he was pretty confident, then asked for what purpose the guy was interested. The young man smiled like a madman and asked him to hit him, preferably in the most visible place. The man had a chill down his spine. He shivered and told the master not to say such things. And anyway, it's pretty weird to hear such things from a guy who's built like a door. Beom Taiha smiled tiredly and ran his palm through his hair, pushing it back. He said that Lee Jae was free for the day. The man asked if he was going home, but he said he had some other things to do. The man was very surprised. Where could he possibly go looking like that? Heisu stared at the phone screen and read the message anxiously. The guy texted he was standing in front of her house. She went out to him in conflicted feelings, not knowing what to say and not realizing why he had come after all this time. He stood there as if nothing had happened, his hands in his pockets, staring at her with that look in his eyes. The girl confidently stated that if he didn't bring what she asked for, she had no desire to talk to him, so he should leave. Then she cut the speech short and noticed the abrasions and scratches on his face and neck. She warily removed the mask from his face and saw that his lips and nose were smashed. The girl asked in horror what had happened to him. Nahaisu felt her eyes watering, and she started berating the guy for getting into fights like a real thug. She shouted that he was old enough to avoid it and asked him if he was in pain now. Beomtaiha looked at her silently. He thought about the fact that she was always digging into his vulnerable parts and didn't realize whether it was strange or not. But he realized that he was the one who was getting softer and weaker for her sake. The girl exhaled heavily. It pained her to see the form he had come to her in. Then she said that this would be the last time and turned round and told him to follow her. The guy stood motionless for a few moments. She said she would just put some ointment on his wounds. Soon they were sitting on the floor of her cramped, shabby flat, and the girl was tenderly treating his wounds. When she finished, she said that if he didn't want to be scarred, he should stop fighting, and that if he came to her like that next time, she wouldn't come out to him. Beomtaiha didn't say a word the whole time, silently listening and watching her intently, as if he were having a silent dialogue with himself. Nahaisu stood up and said that he could go now, but suddenly she felt him gently grab her arm and pull her towards him. Beomtaiha reached into the back pocket of his jeans and, without taking his eyes off the girl, said that he brought what she asked him for and asked if he could stay a little longer. The girl thought she had misunderstood him and knelt down in front of him and asked what he meant. He handed her a brown paper bag. She took the package with trembling hands and thought about how this was simply impossible. He couldn't get such a cosmic sum in just a couple of weeks. She turned it over and wads of money began to fall out of it. The girl's heart skipped a beat. Her throat was dry and she barely audibly asked where he got it. Then she shouted for him to answer her immediately. The guy dispassionately replied that she asked him to lend her money and he had done it. Nahaisu pounced on him in horror and grabbed his t-shirt. She looked at him with a mixture of fear and disbelief, unable to imagine what he'd gotten himself into to get that much money. Suddenly, the guy, without taking his eyes off her, took her wrist and pulled that down, lifting her t-shirt up. He guided her hand up his chest until she felt the scar beneath her fingers, then calmly told her he'd sold something and was being paid well. Nahaisu froze in horror, her heart beating so loudly that her blood rumbled in her ears. She looked at the scar on his chest and guilt flooded her. All she could think about was what she had done. She lowered her head and the guy felt her start to shiver. And then she looked up at him with eyes full of tears. The girl cried as bitterly as she had probably never cried in her life. Then Beomtaiha excitedly started gibbering that it was a joke. He didn't expect her to believe him since it was a very old scar. Seeing that the girl was panicking and would not calm down, he gently stroked her cheek and apologized. He admitted that he was wrong and said that he would leave as soon as she told him to, but that she had to calm down first. He asked her to say him something, but the girl heard his last words burst into tears, and now she was choking and screaming at him, asking him how he could do this to her. What did he want to achieve? The guy hugged her, trying to comfort her and deeply regretting what he had done, but realizing that saying anything else would be unnecessary now. Meanwhile, she continued to sob and ask why he was making her hesitate, even though she was trying to push him away from her. Why did he make her feel like an irresponsible adult? Beomtaiha sat the girl on his lap and cradled her like a small child. After a while, she stopped crying, just shook quietly in his arms. Gently stroking her head, he quietly asked if she had finished crying. Nahaisu's eyes were red and puffy, and she was embarrassed to look at him after such a tantrum. She said it was already fine, and then the guy asked how long they would have to sit in that position. The girl looked up at him in confusion and surprise, and then she finally felt something pressing against her thigh. Beomtaiha said he was fine, but worried that maybe the girl would feel uncomfortable. She was embarrassed and asked, how could he say such embarrassing things in such a situation? Is he even the least bit embarrassed? The guy looked at her carefully and then quietly said, can't she see for herself? He turned away. Nahaisu looked at him and saw that his cheeks were flushed red and a drop of sweat rolled down his cheekbone. She reached out a hand to wipe it and suddenly remembered how a young man had once said that if she wasn't ready to give him her heart, she could at least use his body. Something clicked in her. She looked up at him and realized she was tired of resisting him. The girl wrapped her arms around the guy's neck and gently pulled herself closer to him. The guy froze, not expecting her to do such a thing. And then she said something that knocked all the thoughts out of his head and made him doubt that he was thinking straight. The girl pressed against him and quietly asked him to stay over tonight. Nahaisu kissed him on the corner of his lip just where he had a wound and then lightly bit his lower lip. The guy stared at her in amazement. He was still in a state of shock from what he had heard. Not noticing his confusion, the girl sat down comfortably on his lap. Soon, Beom Taiha realized what she wanted from him and put his hand on her waist, pulling her to him. They succumbed again to the feelings overwhelming them. Nahaisu began to run her hands over his body, but suddenly the guy pulled her away from him and looked into her eyes. The girl was breathing hard. Her eyes were misty and her cheeks were burning. He understood her emotions, but seriously said that if she was going to regret later what she wanted to do, they'd better stop right now. Nahaisu saw the struggle in his gaze and realized what was happening. But she had decided to step onto this path, and she wasn't going to turn back from it. Then she took his palm and put it back to her waist, looked at him confidently, and told him that if anything, he'll be the only one to regret this. The room was in semi-darkness, and only the sound of their breathing could be heard. Beom Taiha gently leaned towards her neck, and then discovered that her ears were very sensual and the girl really liked what he was doing. With a hand reaching behind her back, he defeated the clasp with a flick of the clasp. He stared at her for a few moments, his throat dry. His heart pounded against his ribs with a furious force. The girl stared at him in anticipation. From time to time, he caught himself thinking that he was not dreaming, that the girl in front of him was real, and that he had been waiting for this for a very long time. And even though he didn't have a lot of experience, he wanted to make the girl remember the evening. It was a surprise to Nahaisu that she was able to feel such emotions. Minchul had never paid so much attention to her, and everything was happening quickly. Beom Taiha was in no hurry, attentive, and seemed to savor every moment, making sure that the girl lost her head completely. Nahaisu was sleeping peacefully in a guy's arms. The dawn was as calm as a deep river. Her body was enveloped in a pleasant and warm exhaustion. She could feel Beom Taiha's warmth and his measured breathing. When sleep gradually left her, the girl wrinkled her nose and opened her eyes. She didn't even remember when she fell asleep. She thought her bed was more comfortable this night and the house was warmer because she slept so well. She wanted to get up and go get ready for work, but she felt a strong male arm wrap around her waist. Beom Taiha was lying on a nearby pillow, his face serene, his hair disheveled. He looked stunningly handsome, like a fallen angel. Nahesu's cheeks flushed as she caught herself looking at him. She lay back down, resting her head on his forearm, and tried to calm her racing heart. The events of the previous evening came flooding back to her. She took a deep breath, covering her eyes, and tried to calm herself down, telling herself that she knew what she was getting into. And even though it may have seemed impulsive, what a damn good thing it was. She was thinking about how to act when he woke up. Maybe it would be better not to make such a big deal out of it, since they were both adults. The girl thought modern young people often do that when they drink too much, and then remembered that they were both completely sober. She suddenly remembered how his timid and clumsy touches had become confident and skillful movements. The girl turned round, looking at the sleeping guy, and thought sadly what else she had expected, for he had apparently had a lot of experience. She felt sad and jealous. She decided that he was unlikely to make a big deal out of what had happened, so she shouldn't worry too much about it. After a while, she became uncomfortable just lying there and wanted to get up and get dressed. Nahaisu tried to get out of his grip, but the guy had her in a vice-like grip, and she wondered if he was asleep or just joking with her. Suddenly, she heard a low, velvet voice touching her ear. Beom Taiha put both arms around her and asked her where she was going. The girl saw his sly smile and was embarrassed. Her mind immediately flashed back to yesterday when he had whispered in her ear, and she felt her skin goosebumps. She turned away, tucking her hair behind her ear, and embarrassedly asked him not to whisper in her ear like that. The boy smiled and hugged her tighter, asking why, even though he could see her reaction. But he liked to tease her. Nahaisu said that his whisper made her body tingle. She tried again to get out of his arms and said she had to go to work. Beom Taiha calmly asked her not to leave, saying that his wounds still hurt. The girl jumped up and asked indignantly how a man who had done such things recently could complain that he was in pain. The guy laughed gleefully. Eventually, she agreed to skip her shift. Beom Taiha promised to ask a friend he could trust to replace her. Even though the girl agreed, she was still worried. Ever since she met him, she'd been doing reckless things. First, she'd made impulsive purchases, and now she was skipping work. Beom Taiha kept his loving gaze on her, continuing to hold her gently in his arms and savor the closeness. The girl thought that his tastes were very strange, and he often behaved rather strangely himself. Then she looked at his scar on his chest again, and then noticed many more small ones all over his body. Nahai-su gently ran her fingertip over each one as if she was afraid of hurting him, and excitedly asked why there were so many scars on his body. The boy looked at her carefully, going back to memories from his childhood, and replied that when he was little, he was often ill. He remembered how weak and helpless he was. He said that while he was in the hospital, he was always begging to be allowed to walk outside, but it had been so long ago that he had almost forgotten about it. The guy grinned and said she might find that hard to believe considering how healthy he was now. The girl continued to gently stroke the largest scar in the center of his chest and quietly replied that it wasn't at all. She leaned her head against his chest and said that he had probably been through a lot of pain. Beom Taiha gently stroked her. The girl thought about how many tears he had shed while suffering such a deep wound as a young boy. She couldn't even imagine him shedding tears. And then sternly told him that if he knew how much it hurt, he shouldn't fight anymore. Threatened him that otherwise she wouldn't see him. The guy smiled. He thought about the fact that first she told him he should see other girls, and now she's threatening not to meet with him. They lay there arguing like little children. Beom Taeha said he wouldn't do it again so as not to upset her. Suddenly, the girl's stomach rumbled with hunger, and she blushed. The guy asked if she was hungry, but the girl tried to lie and said she wasn't. To her surprise, he immediately got up and told her to wait a little while he made breakfast for her. Nahai-su watched him walk confidently towards the kitchen, confused. She tried to talk him out of it since he was her guest, but the guy assured her he was good at cooking. Forgetting her appearance, she got up and wanted to run after him, but then, in time, picked up the blanket covering herself up. Beom Taiha stood at the door and smiled contentedly, said he didn't see anything, but the girl panicked and shouted that he was lying. Then the guy smiled even wider and said that she had caught him. While the guy went to the kitchen, Nahai-su started to get dressed. She took out the jumper he had given her, but then she froze. She remembered how her ex-husband had once wanted to cook dinner, saying he was a great cook. He ended up nearly burning down the whole kitchen in them. The girl rushed into the kitchen to make sure the guy was okay. She ran over to Beom Taiha, standing by the cooker, and frantically asked him if he knew how to use the cooker and began to show him where she kept the salt. The guy silently threw her onto his shoulder as if she weighed nothing and headed into the room. And then he put her on the bed and told her to just rest while he cooked and not worry about anything because she looked tired. Nahai-su was embarrassed. She thought it was funny because it was his fault she was so tired. Then she felt uncomfortable with how much care and attention he was giving her. She couldn't resist and decided to see what he was doing in the kitchen. She opened the door slightly and looked at him, and her heart started beating again at an accelerated rhythm. The guy just looked huge in her cramped little kitchen. His broad back was rippling with muscle with every movement of his arms, and his jeans sat low on his hips. The sight of him made her throat dry. Beom Taiha, with a confident look, was making breakfast from what he could find in the girl's kitchen, and suddenly felt her gaze on his back. The girl watched him like a mesmerized girl. She was also curious about what he was going to cook. She didn't notice herself letting out a quiet sigh. The guy heard a muffled sigh and turned around slightly to see that the girl was peeking at him, clearly enjoying the view. He looked back, but the girl had already hidden behind the wall. He smiled, pleased with her reaction to him and eager to tease her some more. Nahai-su sat behind the wall with her hands tightly clasped over her mouth, burning with shame. She thought that she was crazy for peeping at the guy and drooling on him. Beom Taiha sat in a chair in his apartment, carefully studying the photo. Yes, he had acted wrongly, taking advantage of the situation and deceitfully stealing it while the girl wasn't looking. But such a discovery gave him hope that the girl had truly left her past relationships behind. After breakfast, Nahai-su asked him to wait while she took a shower and told him to stay put, not leave, and especially not enter the bathroom. The guy obediently stayed sitting on the floor. He sat, tapping his fingers on the floor until he heard the sound of running water. Smirking and letting out a heavy sigh, he tilted his head back and thought about how much the girl trusted him. In reality, he had no intention of calmly sitting and waiting for her. Making sure she was busy in the shower, he headed toward her room. Entering the girl's room, Beom Taeha began to look around. He was curious about what she was hiding and whether there were any traces of her ex-husband left in her apartment. He methodically opened each cupboard and every shelf, carefully examining the girl's belongings. When he came across a shelf with lingerie, he pulled out a red lace set and smirked. It was the very same lingerie she had accidentally given him instead of a Christmas gift. He hoped that next time he would see it on her. Then the guy stepped into the hallway and made sure there was nothing there either. He paused and thought that there really were no traces left in the apartment of anyone who had once filled her life. It seemed like she had gotten rid of everything, and that couldn't help but please him. Then he left the apartment, and near the door by the trash bag, he found a bundle that seemed to be filled with old belongings. The guy crouched down and began to examine the contents. Although the girl didn't know at that moment, as he looked at the past she had so methodically thrown out of her life with her own hands, Bom Tai-ha felt a tingling sensation, and a sense of dizziness filled him. He smirked as he looked at the old photo of the girl with her bastard ex-husband. He took pleasure in the fact that now it was nothing more than a distant memory, a piece of her past that no longer held any power over her, or over him. The guy tossed the photo aside and picked up an old flip phone. It was dead, but he was certain that the girl had deleted everything from it before getting rid of it. Then he froze, at first not believing what he saw, thinking that maybe he was mistaken. He pulled an ultrasound photo from the bundle. His heart skipped a beat. He couldn't even imagine that Na Hai-soo could have a child. Now, the guy sat there, staring at the photo without blinking, deep in thought. If the girl had thrown something like this away, decided to erase it from her life, it meant she was completely and irreversibly ready to move on. He swallowed hard, continuing to think about what she must have gone through in the past. Suddenly, he heard Lee Jae's voice, who had arrived at his request, and the guy immediately flipped the picture over. He remarked that the bodyguard had arrived rather quickly and took a sip from his glass. Lee Jae carefully examined the young master and was surprised. The man thought to himself that this guy looked too satisfied today, smiling and acting so relaxed. He even felt a bit sorry for that woman, as he couldn't even imagine how much he must have deceived her to now be in such a good mood. Bom Tai-ha asked him to play with him. Lee Jae asked if they were going to play Jenga again, but the guy replied, no. He smiled kind of wildly and said he wanted to play Monopoly today. The man began to feel uneasy. The bodyguard tensed up and said that he wouldn't want to play Monopoly with someone who, in real life, could bankrupt his in-laws and distant relatives for generations to come, if he so wished. He added that the young master already lived as if he were playing games in real life. In the end, Lee Jae had no choice but to play with him. Suddenly, the man looked closely at the young man and realized that something was off with him. He watched him closely and noticed that he was acting strangely. Before, he carried himself as though he owned the world, but now everything felt off, as if something had shifted. After another loss, Bom Tai-ha lifted his gaze to Lee Jae, who was wondering why his young master was so unlucky today. A wild thought suddenly crossed the bodyguard's mind. Could it be that his master had accomplished something with that auntie? Then he immediately shook off the thought, covering his eyes with his hand, reminding himself that he definitely should not be noticing such things, let alone meddling in his employer's private life. Na Hai-soo, feeling a surge of energy, happily carried out her duties at the little restaurant. She recalled that morning she had spent with Bom Tai-ha back then. After breakfast, the girl said she would wash the dishes, but the guy stopped her, saying he would do it himself since he was good at household chores. He wanted to do something nice for her. He smiled sincerely and enjoyed being able to take care of her. The girl gave a strained smile and thought to herself that, in reality, he had oversalted and burned the rice a bit, but she couldn't bring herself to say anything against his disarming smile. She was genuinely touched by his care. Na Hai-soo suddenly noticed the package with money that had been lying on the floor since last night. She swallowed, remembering that he had come to her bringing the money. A bitter taste rose in her throat as she couldn't shake off the question of where he had gotten such a huge amount from. The girl called out to him and anxiously asked where all this money had come from. She looked at him, waiting for an answer. The guy leaned toward her and asked if she wanted to take the money for herself. Na Hai-soo blushed and replied that, of course not. Those money belonged to him. She then asked why he thought she would want to take them in the first place. For some reason, the guy had hoped she would say that. This girl wasn't materialistic. What mattered to him was that she wanted to be with him for who he was, not for anything else. He smiled and, looking a bit guilty, said that, in fact, the money wasn't real. It was more like a prop for movies. The girl gave him a reproachful look and replied that she had suspected it all along. She asked why he did it. Did he really think to impressing her like that? The guy smiled, slightly apologetic, and said he was sorry. He leaned closer to her and, in a low voice, replied that he thought without it, she wouldn't want to see him again. There was a trace of mockery in his tone, as it was exactly what she had said to him before. Nahesu froze, holding the dishes in her hands. Those were definitely her words. She thought about how it must have felt for him to hear that from her. She turned away, hoping he wouldn't notice her face turning red with shame. The girl realized that he had caught her in a lie. It was strange at one point. Even when he wasn't around, the girl could still hear the echo of his voice. His quiet laugh lazily tickled her. Despite the embarrassment from the night they spent together, she felt comfortable with him, as if she had returned home after a long journey. Nahaisu's body still ached lightly, a reminder of what had happened between them. Suddenly, a colleague approached her and, smiling, asked if something good had happened to her. Nahaisu stared at her in confusion, and the colleague continued, saying that Nahaisu looked very happy today, as if she were glowing from within. The colleague leaned in conspiratorially and asked if perhaps Nahaisu had eaten something sweet. The girl immediately blushed, unsure of how to respond. She started to deny it, saying she hadn't done anything like that. She really did feel much lighter and happier, but she didn't think it was so noticeable. The girl patted her on the shoulder and said that no matter what, she looked really good, and it suited her well. Recently, she had noticed that Nahaisu seemed a bit down, but she was glad that everything was good for her now. She had thought that the girl was upset because of the previous incident with the drunk guests, but usually she never dwelled on such things. Nahaisu suddenly remembered that lately there had been much fewer troublemakers and work had become easier. She had no idea that all of this was thanks to Taiha. He, along with Lee Jae, had dealt with everyone who caused trouble for her, making sure they would forever forget about behaving abusively toward those weaker than them. The girls felt like everyone around them had suddenly taken some sort of medicine for anger, becoming polite and calm as the number of problematic clients had dropped to 0. Taiha was satisfied. No one dared to inconvenience his woman. He liked that he had done all of this behind her back, so that she would feel that even though there are trashy days in life, good ones always follow them. The girl truly radiated from within, feeling how her life was getting better. If even those around her noticed, it meant she was really on the right path. Warmth spread through her soul. At that time, Minchul was enjoying the company of Ari. Since he now lived with her, they were constantly absorbed in each other. Unfortunately, over time, physical contact became insufficient to sustain the relationship. Exhausted by him, the girl lay on the couch and asked him to make her some ramen. Meanwhile, the man indifferently buried himself in his phone. He replied without taking his eyes off the phone, telling her to make it herself since he didn't know how. Ari puckered her lips and said that because of him, she couldn't even walk properly. She was hurt that the man used her but didn't show any attention or care. He wanted to be pampered but never offering the same in return. She started kicking him with her foot and said that there are guys who cook for their girlfriends and even help them take a bath, while he always tells her either to sleep or do it again. Minchul openly ignored her, half listening and muttering something in response. This angered the girl, and she wrapped her legs around him, grabbing his nose and pulling it, cursing at him and telling him to put his phone down and listen to her. The man sighed wearily, thinking about how much of a nuisance Ari had become and how tired he was of her. He suddenly remembered how much easier it was with Nahaisu. Ari was leaning against Minchul while he was boiling water, standing by the stove. The girl, pleased that she convinced him to cook dinner for her, asked him to add an egg to the ramen. Grumbling, the man said he would do it and asked her to go wait while he finished. He opened the pack of noodles and suddenly memories from his youth flooded his mind. The first time he had ever cooked for someone. He and Na Hai-Soo were returning home late in the evening, and by that time, they had been dating for a while. Suddenly, the girl lifted her gaze to him and shyly asked if she could have dinner at his place tonight. Minchul instantly blushed, never having brought a girl to his place before. He became nervous and asked why, all of a sudden, she was asking such a thing. The girl slightly lowered her head and quietly replied that her father had returned home. The guy knew what that meant for her. Her father drank and caused trouble, and he understood why she didn't want to go back home too soon. So he replied that of course they could have dinner at his place. Approaching his house, he said that they would have dinner and then he would escort her home. When they entered, the girl froze, staring at his living space. Since the guy hadn't expected guests, the place was a mess, with his underwear and socks scattered in plain sight. Minchul immediately started hastily picking things up and apologizing. Meanwhile, the girl stood there in confusion, watching him. After a moment, he said that the only thing he had left to eat was ramen. Nahesu said that it would be fine and began taking off her outerwear. The guy watched her nervously, feeling a sense of excitement building inside him. She seemed calm and without hesitation settled into his room. Meanwhile, he felt awkward and strange as just the day before, he had been fantasizing about this girl. And now here she was, in his house. The guy swallowed hard, trying to regain his composure, reminding himself that he had invited her over only for dinner, and only because he didn't want her insane father to harm her. He turned completely red from the uninvited thoughts filling his mind and tried to focus on recalling the proper sequence for making ramen. When Nahesu leaned towards him and asked if he wanted her to cook dinner herself, he tensed up even more and stammered that there was no need for that. He quickly stood up and headed to the kitchen, telling her to sit and wait for him, relieved that he could distract himself for a moment from the thought of being alone with his girlfriend in an empty house. Soon, Minchul triumphantly placed the pot of ramen in front of her. The girl stared at the dish in surprise. It looked really good. She began eating and thanked him, saying that it was really delicious. Then she asked if he wasn't going to eat as well. The guy, still feeling embarrassed, replied that he would eat too. But suddenly, the girl placed her hand on his thigh and anxiously said that his nose was bleeding. Minchul looked at her, still red from the tension. He started wiping his nose with his hand, reassuring her that he was fine. Nahesu continued to worry, asking where the tissues were and wanting to help him wipe the blood away. The guy tried to convince her not to dwell on it and just eat the ramen. The girl, overwhelmed with worry, didn't notice how her hands ended up in a dangerous zone. They both froze as Minchul's tension reached its peak, and Nahesu, finally realizing the situation they were in and the reason for his condition, suddenly blushed as well. In the next moment, her hands were high above her head and she was pinned to the floor. The guy leaned over, already struggling to comprehend what was happening. They both looked at each other in embarrassment, led by their emotions. They barely remembered how it all started, both clumsy and uncertain. Minchul was scared, constantly thinking about how he thought everything would be easy and simple. But in reality, he had no idea what to do. Nahesu looked at him with frightened eyes, just as confused and lost as he was. The guy saw the girl start to cry, and he began to blame himself for causing her pain. His mind was torn with thoughts, realizing he was just a self-absorbed idiot who didn't know what to do to help her, and he started to panic. In that moment, Nahesu took his face in her hands. She said that if it was him, everything would be all right. She kissed him, and for them, the whole world ceased to exist. In that moment, it was everything he had dreamed of every day, because it was her, and only her that he had dreamt of. But over time, phrases like, "I'm tired today," or "I'm sorry," began to be said too often and became routine. Minchul stood by the stove, smiling faintly, lost in a melancholic mood. Memories from those times stirred something in his chest. He suddenly remembered that there was another time between him and Nahesu. He imagined the girl sitting at home, going through his things, and wondered if she felt the sadness of encountering the emptiness he had left behind when he walked away from her. Did she regret pushing him away? Was she crying, even just a little, over the wounds he had inflicted on her? Nahesu had always cried because of the pain he caused her, yet she continued to miss him. In his memories, she was always crying so much because of him, which is why he hoped she would keep crying, even more than before. And even though it hurt her, he wanted her to come back to him. Nahesu was cleaning the table when she accidentally overheard a conversation between two visitors. One of the men was complaining that he had to turn off his phone because he was being bombarded with calls and texts from a woman with whom he had spent only one night. His friend laughed at him. He said that after 2 times, she would ask him to marry her. The men laughed and discussed how it was obvious that since they started with just a one-night stand, there was no talk of a serious relationship. The girl listened carefully to their conversation. Nahesu didn't have any false hopes. She wasn't 18, but 34, so she didn't lose her head just because someone told her that he liked her. Despite the fact that her feelings were more than just impulsive actions, a selfish desire to take everything she could and then leave awoke within her. She had already seen what relationships could be like, so she wasn't going to act as desperately as she might have before, or try too hard. She decided not to complicate things with unnecessary thoughts. Relationships could ignite quickly and burn brightly, but in the end, they all fade and become cold. A cold, indifferent familiarity. The end of love is always like that. Nahai-su considered herself just an insignificant woman he once held because he had desperately and tirelessly pursued her. Eventually, he would realize this himself. People often deceive themselves into thinking that the one who gains affection is the winner. But in her relationship with Minchol, the winner was him. That's why she didn't know how to fill the emptiness left by their vanished attachment. So she suppressed everything inside of her. His indifference, his contempt, his cold sneers, and his ever-changing attitude. Because if she hadn't, it would have meant that their relationship had truly come to an end. So she meekly accepted everything. Her thoughts were interrupted when she suddenly saw Beom Taiha outside the restaurant window. The guy was sitting on his motorcycle, smiling and waving his phone at her, clearly hinting that she should check her phone. He looked obscenely handsome. The girl grabbed her phone and read the message. He was asking how she was feeling and if her body was still hurting. She replied that everything was fine. The guy looked at her with a reproachful gaze from outside the window and gave a slight smile, as if he had caught a little child in a lie. He slowly said, "It doesn't seem like it." So she could read his lips and smiled again, somewhat condescendingly. Nahai-su blushed, realizing that he understood everything and that he was so cunning. There was nothing that could be hidden from his gaze. Suddenly, her phone notified her of a new SMS. He asked if she would mind going on a date with him after work. The girl was so surprised that she slightly opened her mouth. As if seeking confirmation that she wasn't imagining it, she lifted her gaze to the guy, who was smiling at her sweetly, waiting for her response. Bom Taeha reminded her of a cute little puppy, tilting his head in anticipation. The girl thought about how youthful love fades quickly, but in its own way, it's beautiful. She sent him a short, "okay," and looked at him gently. In that moment, the girl decided that, although feelings are fleeting, she couldn't allow herself to completely break. The silence of the night was briefly interrupted by the roar of an engine. The guy stopped and with a swift motion, placed the motorcycle on its kickstand. Leaning over, he got off the motorcycle and carefully reached out to help Nahai-su take off her helmet. Beom Taiha told her to wrap her arms around his neck and he would help her get down since it was too high for her. The girl grumbled and asked why he was so tall. She glanced to the side and saw the familiar staircase leading to her house. The girl was surprised because he had invited her on a date, but in the end, they had ended up at her home. The guy noticed the change in her expression, and while she was distracted, he pulled her into his arms and asked if she was upset. The girl hid her face and pretended not to understand what he was talking about. Then, Beom Taiha said that he really wanted to spend more time with her. He hugged her tighter, and the girl admitted that she felt the same way. His scent filled her lungs, and she felt a sense of comfort and warmth in his arms. Nahai-su wrapped her arms around his neck, inhaling his scent deeply as the guy continued to hold her in his embrace. He knew that each day for her felt too short because of the overwhelming amount of work, and that she would have to sacrifice her sleep for every desire she dares to pursue. Beom Taiha stood, looking her in the eyes, and said that he knew she was busy, and that he would patiently wait for her without complaints. They were climbing the familiar stairs when the girl suddenly asked if the gloves she had given him fit. The guy smiled, thanked her, and lied, saying they fit perfectly. She told him not to ride with cold hands and not to hesitate to wear them. Then, a little embarrassed, she said that if they wore out, she would buy him new ones. She remembered herself when she was younger. The girl had always been afraid to wear new things because she treasured them so much and feared damaging them. As a result, most of them remained unused and eventually lost their relevance. She looked at his hands and thought that he really should use it, and that probably his hands had gotten very cold while riding. Unexpectedly for herself, she reached out and placed her palm in his hand. Beom Taiha, not expecting such a gesture from her, silently looked at her in surprise. Seeing him look at their intertwined fingers, the girl blushed and stammered, explaining that she had taken his hand because she thought he was cold and because there was a strong wind today. Her heart was pounding wildly with nervousness. Seeing him look at their intertwined fingers, the girl blushed and stammered, explaining that she had taken his hand because she thought he was cold and because there was a strong wind today. Her heart was pounding wildly with nervousness. Beom Taiha smiled joyfully and gently. He was so happy that it felt as though a glow had appeared around him, and he said that he felt incredibly warm thanks to her. The guy walked, casting occasional glances at the girl, feeling a growing joy in his chest. Nahai-su thought about how, usually after physical closeness, touches become routine. But now, holding his hand, a variety of emotions surged within her, including embarrassment. His large and warm body heat makes her feel like her nerves are tangled at the tips of her fingers. Nahai-su felt embarrassed and wasn't sure if she had the right to experience such feelings for this young man, but she really enjoyed it. Approaching the house, her cheeks and ears were burning with embarrassment. She awkwardly lowered her head and whispered that they had arrived. She didn't want to let go of his hand, not wanting to break the warmth that was flowing between them. Finally, she pulled her hand away, and the cold air burned her skin where his hand had just been. She reminded herself again that she shouldn't be harboring false hopes. She thought it was the right thing to do. So she turned to him, facing him, and said that she didn't want him to misunderstand her. She asked if he understood that there couldn't be any serious relationship between them. Taeha lazily smiled and said that he hadn't thought that way. But the girl responded that he himself had suggested she use him, even if she wasn't ready to give him her heart. But he wasn't planning to rush her. The girl stared at him in shock, unable to believe that he would actually agree to the fact that all she wanted from him was just his body. Although he claimed to be more innocent than she thought, she knew that wasn't true. From his mere appearance, it was clear that he was far more experienced than he let on. She felt deceived as she looked at this handsome and statuesque man. Meanwhile, he stood there, calmly looking at her, as if waiting for her to say or offer something more. Nahei-su turned away, embarrassed by her own frank thoughts, and told him to go home and not get involved in any trouble on the way. She slowly descended the stairs, hearing his leisurely, lazy steps behind her, as if he were a little puppy following closely on her heels. She looked back at him several times, each time meeting his sweet smile. Finally, she asked why he was following her. Teha approached her, leaning in, and said that his wounds were still aching. He asked if she could apply some more ointment on them. He smiled with the corner of his lips. The girl could feel his broad chest against her back. Her pulse quickened and her mouth went dry. She said that he was capable of applying the ointment himself, because the way he was speaking made it seem like he had hidden motives. Suddenly, she heard his deep chuckle, and the guy reached out, leaning against the wall, effectively trapping her. He quietly said that she was right. Nahei-su turned to him, her face burning with confusion, and found herself staring into his laughing eyes. The guy smiled and his breath brushed against her cheek. He softly said that he just wanted to flirt with her. The girl felt something ignite inside her. Her breathing quickened, but she said that he shouldn't behave like this with someone older, and that she would punish him. Teha smirked, his voice low and hoarse. He agreed with her. Then he pulled her into his embrace, resting his head on her shoulder, and asked her to hug him goodbye. At that moment, she was enveloped by his warmth. The girl could feel his heart beating strongly through the fabric of their clothes. He held her gently, as if she might shatter into 1,000 pieces at any moment, yet tightly at the same time, as if afraid this might be the last time. Taeha felt the girl shudder when his breath brushed against her neck, and her arms instinctively pulled him closer. He inhaled her scent and then leaned towards her neck. He kissed her, and the girl couldn't hold back a soft sigh. She reached out to him, gently trailing her hand from his jaw to his neck. Nahei-su tilted her head back, giving him more access, and the guy reached the throbbing vein. Her quiet sighs caressed his hearing. Finally, he turned his face towards hers, their breath mingling so she could feel it on the tip of her tongue. The girl opened her lips in anticipation of the kiss. She lifted her face, looking at him from beneath her half-lowered lashes, and their gazes met. But Teha was watching her closely. In the next moment, he pulled away from her and said that since she wanted it so badly, he would go home and they would see each other tomorrow. Nahei-su looked at him in confusion, still not fully catching her breath. She slowly opened the door, and while he stood there watching, the girl stepped inside and managed to say she would see him tomorrow. As soon as the door closed behind her, the girl slid down, holding her burning cheeks in embarrassment. She had just realized that she almost invited him to stay again, and she really wanted that. But she was scared because she had never acted like this before. On the table lay Lee Jae's personal file, and there was a bottle of expensive wine. Chairman Tae-ju frowned as he looked out the window, hands shoved into his pockets, and said that he hadn't received any reports from his son's bodyguard in quite a while. One of his men immediately expressed his willingness to get in touch with him. The man simply raised his hand in a silent gesture, signaling to the bodyguard to be quiet. Then, in a steely voice, he said that he would handle the matter himself. Lee Jae stood in the young master's apartment, forcing a smile as he thought about how he could never understand his mood. Whether he was in a good mood, angry, or just irritated, his facial expression was unreadable. Bom Tae-ha simply lay on the couch, putting gloves on the teddy bear. Both gifts from the girl, staring at the toy while lost in his own thoughts. The windows in the apartment were wide open despite the cold weather, and the wind was sweeping through the place, making the man stand there, shivering. He wondered why the guy had turned the house into a fridge. Unable to hold back, he asked if the young master had accidentally planned to catch a cold. Beom Tae-ha, still thoughtfully spinning the teddy bear in his hands, replied that he was actually hoping for that. The man smirked and asked if it wasn't enough that the guy had allowed himself to be beaten. His expensive, handsome face was covered in bruises and scratches, but instead of calming down, he continued to sulk. The guy smirked in response and said that it was indeed true. He was thinking about what else he needed to do for her to be satisfied. He thought about how he had already given her his love and his first time. Then he said aloud that he had given this girl everything he had, but it still wasn't enough. The man sighed, averting his gaze, and said that perhaps the young master simply wasn't to her taste. After all, looking at her ex-husband, it was clear they were completely different types. Lee Jae replied that life wasn't a board game and that it would be boring if everything always went according to plan. He said that in life, it often happens that you can be used and then thrown away. The guy froze and looked at the bodyguard strangely, saying nothing in response to his last remark. Then he sat down, scratched the back of his head, and said that he was giving him the day off tomorrow, so he didn't need to come to him. At that moment, Na Hai-soo, lying alone in her apartment, was consumed by conflicting emotions. She felt lonely in her bed now, after having experienced how warm it could be next to Beom Tae-ha. At the same time, she scolded herself for so desperately wanting to invite him. The guy mysteriously told Lee Jae that he didn't plan to spend tomorrow night at home. After that, a sly smile spread across his face. The room was filled with sighs and loud breathing. Beom Tae-hee was spending time with another girl, but even she couldn't distract him from his thoughts. He leaned over the girl and looked at her with irritation. He was frustrated that his younger brother wouldn't leave his mind, even in moments like this. Then, without pausing, the young man suddenly asked if the girl knew what his younger brother was up to. The girl didn't understand who or what he was asking about. But Beom Tae-hee continued to grow angry and said that she must have many acquaintances, so she might have met him. The guy felt his anger mixing with pleasure, but the girl kept babbling that she didn't understand anything of what he was saying. When he finally pushed his sweat-drenched hair back and tried to catch his breath, the girl asked who the hell this brother was that Beom Tae-hee kept grumbling about. The young man replied that he was just some bastard and walked into the next room. There, on the couch, his friend was waiting for him and asked if he had finished his business. The young man sat down next to him and asked for a light. He exhaled a puff of smoke and said that what bothered him was how quiet it was. Then, tilting his head back, he said that he was sure the bastard hadn't died, but not a single soul around knew what he was up to. Either he finally understood where he belonged, or something else entirely. He asked if it even made sense that a guy with such looks and abilities wasn't dating any girl. His friend asked who he was talking about, and Beom Tae-hee replied that it was about his younger brother. The guy finally remembered how his friend used to beat the small, pale boy with the sweet face every day. He asked if it was about him. The young man said he almost felt like vomiting. He told his friend that the bastard was now a head taller than him. His friend laughed and said he must be joking. He put out his cigarette and said that in any case, he was the young master. And with his status, he couldn't have a girlfriend. It must be that his younger brother's tastes were different from his. The guy suggested that perhaps his brother preferred older women. Beom Tae-hee took a drag and said that he couldn't stand women older than him. They always look at him with disapproval, as if they were constantly trying to teach him something. It pisses him off. His friend smirked and said that's exactly what turns most men on. He said men have a damn wide range of preferences. The guy sighed wearily and said that Korea was damn boring. His friend asked why he didn't leave then, but Beom Tae-hee replied that he absolutely wouldn't do that right now. He said the chairman had to make a decision soon, so he had to be here. He wasn't going to let that bastard get a penny under any circumstances. He grinned wildly and said that all the money and power should belong to him alone. Tae-ha sat on the floor of the room he despised and wearily watched the setting sun through the large windows. Suddenly, delicate feminine hands appeared before his eyes. They gently touched his face, covering his eyes as if trying to shield him from the world. In his mind, he pleaded to be allowed to just escape, to simply disappear. Suddenly, the hands parted, and he heard a voice reminding him that he should not let his feelings be discovered. A woman's hand gently touched his cheek, carefully brushing over the wound, and the guy felt the fingertips slowly pull away, taking the warmth and care with them. In the next moment, Tae-ha opened his eyes and the terrible dream faded away. The teddy bear gently embraced him with its plush paw. The guy lay on the couch, hugging the stuffed animal. The bear's paw was wearing gloves that Na Hai-soo had given him as a gift. He remembered how she had told him that the teddy bear would keep nightmares away from him. He ran his fingers over the spot where the wound used to be and where, now, he felt the gentle touch of the girl through his sleep. A faint smile spread across his face as he pressed his hand to his cheek, as if he could touch the girl's hand. He hugged the stuffed animal close, inhaling the familiar scent and feeling glad that it still carried Na Hai-soo's fragrance, before drifting off into a peaceful sleep. Na Hai-soo pondered the emptiness left after Kang Min-cheol's departure. And she didn't mean just the empty house or the bed that had grown colder without the warmth of his body. While doing the calculations, she realized that despite spending more than usual in the past few months, she felt freer and even had more money left than she had anticipated. It was a relief, as she could pay off a significant portion of the main debt and interest. She knew that the traces of her youth remained as a debt she still had to repay, even without Kang Min-cheol. All the time spent with him, and now without him, still left her living hard and working tirelessly, constantly under pressure. She remembered their last meeting with Tae-ha and how he had said that he knew she worked a lot, and that he would wait patiently without complaining. The girl pondered, even if just for a little while. Didn't she have the right to take a full breath and feel free? Can't she allow herself to be a little greedy? Her voice echoed in the room. She called her boss and said that she wouldn't be able to come to work today. Tae-ha stood outside the girl's house, exhaling hot vapor into the cold air. His plan had worked, and today he felt as though he was sick. He lowered his medical mask from his face. He waited patiently for the girl, raising his eyes to the sky. His eyes were red, and it was clear that his temperature would soon spike. Soon the door opened and the girl peeked out. She anxiously asked if he had waited for too long, and the guy replied that he had just arrived. She stood next to him, awkwardly looking at him. She knew he thought he would walk her to work, not realizing that her plans had changed. Gathering her courage, she asked if he was busy today. The guy looked at her with interest and then replied, "No." Na Hai-soo was nervous about how he would react, but she asked if he minded taking a walk with her today. The guy asked in surprise, "What about work?" The girl quickly replied that she had taken the day off because she wanted to buy some things. Tae-ha was genuinely surprised by this turn of events. She had managed to catch him off guard, but then Na Hai-soo noticed something was off with him. She said that his face looked swollen and that he appeared to be sick. She suggested that if that was the case, he should go rest. The guy tightly clenched the handkerchief behind his back and replied that he was fine. Although it was clear he was lying, Tae-ha said that he felt perfectly fine and wanted to spend time with her. The girl looked at him skeptically and became worried. She reached out and touched his face, then said that he was burning up. The guy smiled sweetly and said that he was just young and healthy, so he had a lot of warmth. Na Hai-soo still suspected that he was hiding something from her. She knew she wouldn't be able to convince him, given how persistent he was. So she started thinking about where young people go to spend time together. After all, back in the day, she and Min-cheol only went to school, to his house, and occasionally to karaoke. They started walking slowly, and the girl asked if there was anything he wanted to do together. The guy walked leisurely, matching her pace, and asked if there was something like that. Would she really agree to do it with him? He paused for a moment and looked at her with interest, thinking about what he definitely wanted to do. In his mind, a plan quickly started to form. Their hands found each other and intertwined so naturally, as if by instinct. Both of them simultaneously felt the warmth that connected them. After her quiet and confident, "Yes," Tae-ha smiled sincerely with a mischievous, boyish grin and said that she had just made him a promise, and now she wouldn't be able to back out. Joy filled him. The young girls stood at the mirror, adjusting their hairstyles and makeup. They chattered happily about how beautiful they looked and decided they needed to take a few more photos. Suddenly, one of the girls became upset when a shadow loomed over her. She turned around and asked what the hell happened. Did a wall just suddenly appear next to her? As he passed by, Teha shot the girls a cold, disdainful glance. The girls immediately blushed upon seeing such a handsome guy and began whispering about how tall and attractive he was. They started debating which one of them should approach him and ask for his number. Meanwhile, the guy, embracing Nahai-su, led her into a booth. One of the girls replied that she was ready to approach him but asked if her friends had noticed that there was a woman next to him. Taiha embraced the girl, trying to show with his every gesture that everything was fine. The girl, hearing the whispers of the other girls, felt embarrassed and uncomfortable. Nahai-su asked where they had come to. The guy replied that it was something like a sticker photo booth. The girl blushed and said that she wasn't familiar with such things, adding that if he wanted to do something like that, he should do it with his friends. Taiha leaned closer to her and asked if she was refusing. He really wanted to take at least one photo with her. He looked like a little puppy. The girl couldn't bring herself to refuse him as he looked so cute. Seeing the girl blush, the guy playfully poked her cheeks and, smiling, said that she looked so cute when she pouted. The girl became even more embarrassed and told him to look at the camera. Taiha replied that he was already looking, but in reality, he couldn't take his eyes off her. At first, she was embarrassed, but soon they began to fool around, letting their feelings be genuine and carefree. As they left, they received 2 copies of the photos, where the young couple looked incredibly happy, as if they were scenes from a movie. The guy asked if the photos turned out great, and Nahai-su agreed. He suggested that each of them take a photo as a keepsake. The girl couldn't help but stare at him. He was holding the small photos and looked so content. She found it incredibly cute that a guy who's built like a door could be so excited over it. Then, suddenly, she remembered his face from that night. How he looked and how he gazed at her. And her cheeks turned bright red. The girl closed her eyes in embarrassment. She shouldn't be thinking about such things, and how could such an adult guy look so cute? Taiha looked at her in surprise. In the next moment, she felt something soft gently wrap around her neck. Teha draped his scarf around her and, cupping her face with his hands, looked at her with a wide smile. His eyes sparkled with joy as he suggested they to move on to the next thing. Soon, they found themselves in a clothing store, where a polite consultant immediately greeted them. They entered the store hand in hand, and the girl asked if he wanted to buy new clothes. The guy smiled mischievously and nodded in agreement. She thought to herself that she wasn't very good with clothes, but she would do her best to help him choose. Nahai-su looked at the exquisite items around her, thinking to herself that they were probably so expensive that she would never be able to afford anything like that. Suddenly, the guy appeared in front of her, holding a beautiful blouse and asking if she liked it. He was nervous, as he didn't know much about women's clothing. The girl liked it at first glance and asked if he was really planning to buy it for her. The guy looked pleased and nodded in agreement. The girl felt uneasy. She blushed and replied that he had already given her clothes before, and it would be better if he spent the money on something delicious for himself, as clothes were really expensive right now. But then she heard him respond that he had saved up a little, and that everything was fine. She remembered the young Minchul and how, in the beginning, he had also tried so hard for her. She sighed as she had long stopped receiving such gestures of affection and hadn't felt cared for in a long time. Suddenly, the consultant appeared next to them and chirped that they made such a beautiful and cute couple. The guy immediately smiled proudly, while the girl blushed. The woman apologized for the interruption and offered her help. She friendly scanned the girl from head to toe and then asked Taiha if he was picking out clothes for his girlfriend. The guy proudly answered, "Yes," and the woman smiled widely, saying that she was even a little envious. She praised him for being so attentive to his girlfriend. Then she started showing him clothes that would perfectly complement Hai-Su's fair skin. The consultant picked out very beautiful and high-quality blouses and pants, while the guy carefully examined each piece. Hai-Su stood in shock, surrounded by a pile of clothes that had been set aside for her, and tried to say that she didn't need any of it. While the girl was in confusion, the woman gave her a strange look. Then, the woman approached her with a pair of very beautiful pants made from high-quality fabric. The girl could tell they must be very expensive, but the consultant assured her that there were huge discounts in their store only for today, and all these items could be bought at a very low price. The girl took the pants in her hands and couldn't believe that such a high-quality item could be so cheap. Only 9,900 Korean won. It felt like she had stepped into a fairy tale. The woman gave a mischievous smile and told the girl to let the guy spoil her a little today. Beom Taeha stood off to the side, watching with a content expression as the girl enjoyed picking out clothes. He kept picking out and setting aside one piece of clothing after another, until the girl finally stopped him and said that she simply couldn't handle so many clothes. Soon, the young couple left the store with their arms full of shopping bags. The guy looked pleased with himself, while the girl nervously pressed the bag to her chest, wondering if perhaps she shouldn't have let him spend so much money on her. Of course, all these items were not expensive individually, but together they added up to quite a hefty sum. The girl was worried that he might later regret spending so much on her. Suddenly, her thoughts were interrupted by the guy's voice. He asked her to give him all the bags so that it wouldn't be too heavy for her. Nahai-soo pondered deeply, realizing that sometimes his unquestionable kindness scared her. And even though their connection was fleeting, she feared that one day he might regret meeting her, just as she was sure Minchul had regretted it. She told the guy that next month, after receiving her salary, she would buy him something as well. The guy was surprised and said that it wasn't necessary, but the girl replied that it didn't feel right to be the one who only receives. Gifts should be exchanged. When she said that she would definitely repay him, Beom Taeha's mood immediately soured. He wasn't doing all of this to get something in return, but he simply replied, "All right." He understood that she hadn't meant to offend him, but still, it stung a little. He wished things were simpler, and that Nahai-soo could just enjoy receiving gifts from him without overthinking it. But no matter how much he searched for an answer to this question, even if he eventually found one, he was sure there wouldn't be an easy solution. So he walked up to the girl and, gently touching her, took her hand. The girl said that they still had plenty of time and asked where else he would like to go with her. Beom Taeha smiled and replied that if he told her everything, one day wouldn't be enough. To his surprise, the girl answered that if they didn't manage to do everything today, they could just continue the next day. Then the guy suddenly hugged her from behind and thought to himself, what will happen if he constantly feels like there's not enough time with her, to the point where it becomes unbearable? He asked her, what if next time they don't have enough time either? And kept holding her tightly. Trapped in his arms, the girl felt embarrassed and asked, why should that be a problem? She promised that she would find time for him again and again. Hearing this, the guy let out a relieved sigh but didn't release her from the hug. Nahai-soo felt embarrassed as they were standing in the middle of the street and told him that he wasn't a little kid and that his hair was tickling her. She enjoyed feeling his strong, big arms and the warmth of his body, but she told him that they needed to hurry and go to wherever he wanted next. He really did feel like an anxious child. The guy carefully adjusted her collar to cover the hickey on her neck. The blouse was cheap, and he wondered if she'd throw it away without regret after using it. He was afraid the same thing might happen to him. After that, the young couple went to a cafe where Beom Taeha couldn't take his eyes off the girl. Then, they walked through the park, holding hands and eating bungjopang. Afterward, they visited the oceanarium. They were mesmerized as they watched the fish and the large shark, receiving a wave of emotions from the experience. Beom Taeha was glowing with happiness, like a little child. Meanwhile, Nahai-soo thought that she needed a break. It had been too long since she had walked around so much. She thought that the guy was full of energy compared to her, and probably it was due to the age difference. She said she was going to the bathroom for a bit and asked him to wait. The guy agreed. The girl glanced at the guy, who was patiently standing among the passers-by holding the bags. He stood out in the crowd with his bright appearance. Suddenly, the guy heard the voices of girls chattering excitedly and addressing him. He indifferently shifted his gaze to the two girls. One of them smiled at him and asked if he remembered her. At that moment, Nahai-soo returned and, glancing around, began looking for the guy. Finally, she froze, seeing the scene before her. Her foolish heart skipped a beat. Beom Taeha was standing there, smiling charmingly as he chatted with a very attractive and young girl. The two of them looked very beautiful and harmonious together. The girl stood uncertain, watching what was happening. And suddenly, the girls began to leave, and one of them shouted to the guy as a parting remark, telling him not to regret his decision later, and winked. Finally, Nahai-soo approached him, and the guy immediately smiled at her. She asked who the girl was that he had been talking to. Beom Taeha replied without hesitation that it was just some unfamiliar girl. The girl felt a little sad. She had anticipated this. that the procession of women around him would be endless. After all, many people have similar tastes. It would be very strange if someone didn't fall in love with Beomteha at first sight, given his appearance. The girl thought that it wasn't so much the glamorous lives of the people passing by, but rather his constant kindness and care that made her feel insignificant. Beomteha noticed how the girl nervously gripped the strap of her bag. He realized she was upset and silently took her hand in his, gently intertwining their fingers. Na Haisu looked up at their intertwined hands in surprise, feeling the warmth radiating from him. Then, suddenly, she asked if that girl liked him, to which the guy immediately responded negatively. She wanted to ask something else, but then thought that maybe she was being too curious. It would probably be strange to feel jealous and ask such questions since she had decided there was nothing serious between them. Suddenly, the guy leaned towards her and quietly said that the girl was just good at reading faces. He flashed a mischievous smile and looked at the surprised girl with attention. She raised her gaze to him and with interest asked what kind of face reading happens on the street. Then the guy became serious, not taking his eyes off Nahaisu, and replied that the girl had told him his future was full of misfortune. She said he was born unhappy, would wander and live a life full of sorrow, and that his life would be short. The girl listened in horror, her eyes growing wider and filling with concern. Noticing her concern, the guy smiled inwardly and continued, saying that, fortunately, if he met the right person, he would have a chance at a happy life. He leaned in conspiratorially closer to the girl's face and said that the woman would be 10 years older than him, with the surname Na, a name ending in Su. In that moment, his tone was serious and dramatic. For a moment, an awkward silence hung between them. The guy burst out laughing, while the girl blushed and became angry with herself for listening so attentively and trustingly to him. She turned away and said that it was too cruel of a joke on her. He kept laughing loudly and contagiously. She then asked if he really thought she was that gullible. The young couple walked along the waterfront, playfully arguing while holding hands. Nahaisu pouted, saying she was upset and was going to leave, adding that he could eat his ramen alone. Beomteha pretended to be horrified and asked if she had used him and was now abandoning him. Hearing this, the girl blushed and asked him not to say such things in public. They laughed, chatted, and flirted happily. The guy looked at her warmly, thinking to himself that the world of this girl moved slower than usual. Even to forget her withered love, it took her more time than it did for others. He admired her smile and the way she blushed, thinking to himself that she, slowly warming up, shone in the most tenderly. He was waiting for the moment when her heart would thaw for him. He was curious about when she, the one who had been drowning in the cold for so long, would finally warm up. He was more than willing to be the one to heat her. Beomteha suddenly tugged on the girl's hand, pulling her closer to him. He hugged her tightly, pouring all his feelings into the embrace, making it clear that she could continue asking questions, no matter how annoying. He was ready to prove it to her, no matter how much she demanded. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, a woman exhaled a cloud of smoke and smiled. Lee Jae sat on the edge of the bed, listening to her playful reproach about how he had been ignoring her messages. The man wearily rubbed his neck and said that he works as a personal assistant to a young master on a 24-hour schedule, and that he was finally given a day off after a long time. The woman smiled and asked if his employer was really that strict. He smirked and replied that if it were only about that, he would be happy. The man said that he was completely insane and that he didn't know what to do about it. He recalled how recently Beomteha had given him the task of bringing items to the boutique and negotiating with the consultant. The woman had refused to believe it wasn't a joke until the very end, constantly asking where the hidden camera was. She looked at the items he had brought and said that it was the first time she had seen such expensive things being asked to be sold at a discount. She added that one would have to be a real psycho to pull something like that off. Lee Jae could only smile humbly and agree. The problem was that the young master knew he was crazy, yet still continued to make such actions. The woman snapped him out of his thoughts and, after taking him a drag, asked him what his master's name was. The man smiled and replied that he couldn't tell her, because if he let his tongue slip, he might find himself buried somewhere high in the mountains. He merely said that she would be surprised to hear his master's name. The woman ran her hand across his chest and replied that he should have agreed to accept his allowance, as dealing with such people was very dangerous for one's life. But the man caught her hand and said that he was too short on things like allowance, so he couldn't do that. Meanwhile, Beom Taiha and Nahai Su entered the supermarket to buy instant ramen. They decided to get just one to share, as they had already eaten quite a bit earlier. They headed towards the river to eat, watching the sunset. Suddenly, the girl asked what else he would like to do that they hadn't done yet today. The guy smiled and looked at her. He said there were so many things he wanted to do. He didn't even know where to start. The girl mentally listed everything they had done today. They took photos in a photo booth, chatted at a cafe, visited the oceanarium, ate bungeopang, and now they were sitting by the riverbank eating. It seemed like they had done a lot already, but she asked him to name at least one or two more things. Bom Taiha replied that he would like to go shopping with her and cook a warm dinner together. He also wanted to try tarot cards or to see his love fortune. He smiled and said he had never done anything like that before. The girl listened carefully, and after looking at him, she thought that it was unlikely because he hadn't had a girlfriend before, as she was sure he had had many. It seemed like he just had never looked into his love fortune. She paused for a moment and replied that these predictions rarely come true. The guy asked curiously if she had ever had her fortune told, and the girl responded that she had once. Nahai Su remembered how, a long time ago, she and Minchul had gone to learn about their futures. The elderly woman pointed her finger at the young man and said that he should treat his girlfriend very well and take good care of her. Minchul was excited and said that he was already doing so, asking Nahai Su to confirm it. The woman sighed and told him that he should continue acting this way, so that later he wouldn't feel ashamed of his behavior. Then the old woman looked at the girl carefully and, pointing at her, asked if she was older than her boyfriend. But he replied that he was older. He grumbled that he had been told she was an excellent fortune teller, but it turned out she was just a charlatan. He pulled the girl by the hand and told her not to listen to this nonsense and that they were leaving. The woman kept muttering that it was strange, but she could see that the guy destined for her was younger than her. Finally, she warned the girl that she should be careful with men and not trust them blindly. The young couple was already at the door, and Minchul was covering the girl's ears so she wouldn't hear what he considered nonsense coming from the old woman. Through the door, the last warning could be heard. The woman told Nahai Su to be careful until a leech with a black heart attached itself to her and drained the life out of her. And although it wasn't tarot cards or love fortune, the feeling from the visit still felt strange to her. She didn't go into detail with Beom Teha, only saying that it wasn't a very pleasant experience. The guy said that in that case, if she didn't like such things, she shouldn't do them. Then he suddenly looked above her head and said that they had picked the perfect time, as the sunset was just beginning. He told the girl to look at how beautiful it was. Nahai Su turned around to look in the same direction and froze in awe at the breathtaking beauty. They stood on the riverbank, their eyes fixed on the sky, where the stunning sunset wrapped the city in golden and pink hues. Sunlight danced on the water, reflecting its glow and creating an enchanting atmosphere in which they both forgot everything, lost in the moment. The girl was so captivated by the view that she couldn't take her eyes off it for a long time, silently enjoying the beauty of the moment, while Beom Taiha, in turn, couldn't take his eyes off her. Suddenly, she softly said that when he suggested having ramen by the river earlier, he didn't actually want to eat ramen. The guy continued to watch her intently, not giving an answer, as the girl had already figured everything out on her own. She gazed at the stunning, soft sunset and quietly thanked him for the beautiful moment. Now, she realized with painful clarity that even the purest love could turn into something ugly, leaving only the bitter aftertaste of broken promises. Beom Taiha watched the girl intently and noticed how her excitement shifted to a subtle sadness. He wondered what she was thinking in that moment. He understood that Nahai Su was not naive enough to believe in childish, innocent love. He caught her attention and, holding out the bowl of ramen, asked if he could ask her to hold it for a moment. The girl took it in her hands and looked at him with curiosity. In the next moment, to her surprise, the guy cupped her face with his hands and pulled her toward him. She froze in surprise as the guy's lips gently touched hers in a soft kiss. Nahai Su knew that he would be the one to remain sincere in his love until the very end, but she always believed that the time for their farewell would eventually come. And she responded to his kiss, not wanting to waste any time, as she believed they had so little of it left. And she felt a deep sense of regret. The young couple stood in the golden rays of the setting sun, kissing as if the world around them had frozen, savoring the moment and the desire to remain in it, to melt away into each other, After some time, the young couple decided to fulfill another one of the guy's wishes and went to the supermarket to buy groceries for dinner. Nahai Su was determined. Since there was only an hour left before closing and many people were trying to grab the discounted groceries, the girl told him to stay close to her and not get lost. Beom Taiha watched her with a smile. The girl carefully examined the shelves, thinking about what to buy right away to prepare breakfast. Leaning on the shopping cart, the guy watched her closely and thought that, even though she had said there was only a physical relationships between them, right now it felt as if they were living together. Meanwhile, Minchul and Ari got into the car after finishing work. He took the driver's seat in her car and asked her to fasten her seatbelt. The girl let out a heavy sigh and said she was too tired, asking him to do it for her. The man reluctantly leaned over and fastened her seatbelt. She looked at him attentively and suddenly asked if he thought she should change her car. Minchul was surprised and asked why, since there was nothing wrong with the current car. The girl replied that since he was the one primarily using it, something cooler might suit him better. The man chuckled, thinking to himself that she was treating it like some kind of whim. He sarcastically asked where she was magically going to find the money for a new car, considering their salaries weren't exactly high. Ari gave him an innocent smile and replied that she could just crash the car somewhere and ask her father to buy her a new one. She was confident he wouldn't refuse her. After all, he had always fulfilled her every wish. The man smirked, surprised by how someone could be so careless and useless. It was rather amusing, as this type of person attracted him precisely because they were different, not like he and Nahai Su. The privilege of speaking such things in such a casual tone, that carefree attitude that allowed the girl to grow up under the care of parents who were always ready to help her no matter what happened. At first, her carefree and lighthearted nature was refreshing to him, but over time it began to suffocate him. Ari interrupted his thoughts, saying that she didn't want to go home. She wanted to go on a date. The man replied that he was tired after work and just wanted to rest, but the girl pouted and said that she was tired of always working and being at home. She added that he was acting like an old man. He replied that he was indeed an old man. Then the girl looked at him carefully and decided to ask something that had been on her mind for a while. She hesitantly asked if he ever thought about having a child with her. Minchul was surprised and bristled. He replied that she should seriously think about such things before speaking. But the girl got offended and said that she wanted to marry him, and that she had been seriously thinking about it for a long time, weighing everything carefully. He reached out to her and said that she was still too young. The girl got upset and said that she was already 26 and that he was fine with doing everything else with her. But whenever the conversation turned to marriage, he always said it was too soon. He got tired of listening to her talk and decided to stop her chatter by silencing her with a kiss. While he was kissing her, his hand went lower and began to undo the buttons of her blouse, which made all thoughts immediately disappear from the girl's head. Pulling away from her, the man looked into her clouded eyes and watched as she blushed and began to breathe frequently. Then he coldly said that he didn't treat her like a child and asked if she was satisfied now. Ari's embarrassment turned into anger and indignation. She lowered her head, hiding the tears that were already welling in her eyes, and said that it irritated her how he always avoided answering like this. She knew she loved him more than he loved her, so she tolerated a lot, but she really wanted to marry him. She asked him to seriously think about it. Minchul sat behind the wheel with an indifferent expression, thinking about how tired he had become of her. Arriving at the girl's house, Beom Taiha smiled and thanked her for spending the day with him, saying that he had a wonderful time. Nahai Su was also glad and responded that she should be the one thanking him for such a wonderful day. The guy looked at her carefully and said that it was time for him to go. However, when he heard her surprised question, asking if he was really leaving, a satisfied smile spread across his face, and he answered, yes. The girl, feeling shy, asked him not to leave. She softly said that there was still one more thing on his list of desires that he wanted to do. With a voice trembling from nervousness, she said that he should stay to finish it. Beom Taiha stood still, towering over her, feeling satisfied as he thought about all the desires he still had regarding her. He felt pleasure spread through his body, and with a sly squint, he asked what she meant. He saw how cute she looked, blushing despite what had already happened between them, and it amused him. Smiling, he asked what she meant, as he wasn't entirely sure what she was referring to. Nahai Su blushed and replied that he had mentioned going to the store together and cooking. Since he had made breakfast for her last time, she wanted to cook breakfast for him this time. The girl stood there, hiding her eyes and biting her lip in nervousness, realizing how it sounded and looked. The guy studied her intently, making her even more anxious, as he silently admitted to himself that she had surprised him. Therefore, he slowly leaned towards her, his voice quiet and low, sending a shiver down her spine. He whispered that he knew an auntie who told him that if he didn't learn to be cautious around adults and followed someone somewhere, he would get into serious trouble. Feeling flustered, the girl decided that he was making fun of her. Grabbing the door handle, she said that if he didn't want to, he didn't have to go. But he was quicker, and with a swift movement, he blocked the door with his foot, not giving her the chance to close it. Then he leaned against the door frame, trying to open the door wider, and said that he had never said he didn't want to follow her. His gaze pierced through her. The door closed behind them, and Taeha teased her, asking if she wasn't planning to do anything strange with him, to which the girl's indignation was clearly heard. At that moment, an unknown figure stood in the shadow of the house. While the guy was taking a shower, Nahai-su decided to fold the items she had bought today and also sort out the freshly washed clothes. The girl was in an elevated mood, unable to believe that luck had finally turned in her favor. She was so happy that she had managed to buy so many new beautiful clothes. It would be enough for her for several years. Taeha stepped out of the shower and froze, intrigued by the sight before him. She was happily hugging her new clothes, squealing with excitement as she rolled around on the floor. He couldn't help but ask what she was doing. She froze, feeling embarrassed that he had caught her in such a position. She quickly sat up and said that she was just folding the clothes. The guy bit his lip to keep from laughing and said that she was doing it in quite an amusing way, adding that he'd help her. Although she tried to protest, saying that he was a guest and shouldn't be doing such things, the guy began helping her, responding that he actually enjoyed doing things like that. Nahai-su looked at him and thought that the more she observed him, the more fascinating he seemed. No matter what she said, his expression rarely changed, but sometimes his ears would turn red. It was as if his emotions were reflected through his ears, and he reminded her of a cute little puppy. He was sitting with a content expression on his face, folding clothes, and she could see that he was in a good mood. Suddenly, she had a strong urge to do something, and she moved toward the guy, pressing her breasts against him. She hadn't noticed before, but now it seemed easier to understand his feelings, maybe because they were closer now. His expression is always so restrained, but the way he subtly shows emotions for some reason looks quite cute. She was drawn to him, so she gave in to the urge and kissed his earlobe gently. When he felt the girl's lips on his ear, Taeha felt an electric shock, and he opened his eyes suddenly and froze. He slowly turned his head, their lips almost touching, and Nahai-su's face flushed as she realized what she had just done. She recoiled from him, covering her mouth with her hand in disbelief, burning with embarrassment. He didn't take his eyes off her. His gaze now filled with emotions, as if preparing for something. The girl began to slowly crawl away from him, stammering, trying to explain that it wasn't what he thought. But in the next moment, he moved with the speed of a predator, grabbing her by the ankle and pulling her toward him. The girl's heart seemed ready to jump out of her chest, driven by adrenaline. Meanwhile, Taeha, with a predatory grin, easily caught her wrists in his, not giving her a single chance to resist, immobilizing her. Then he smoothly lifted her arms, fixing them above her head, and leaned in close to her face. Nahai-su felt a mix of excitement and fear. Seeing her confused yet interested look, the guy smirked and with one hand took a trip down her body. His fingers traveled lightly down her waist and over her ribs. He leaned in closer, his breath against hers, whispering softly. Without taking his gaze off and smiling slyly, he asked what his auntie was doing right now. Nahai-su gulped loudly, falling into the captivity of his eyes and the sensations he was causing in her. She looked away and quietly replied that she bit his earlobe. Then Taeha asked why she did that, his voice already hoarse. The girl hesitated before replying that she didn't know what came over her, and he gave her a crooked smile. In the next moment, he leaned in and gently bit her neck, saying that she shouldn't lie to him. Nahai-su couldn't suppress a sigh, remembering that it was the exact same spot as last time. In a soft voice, she said it tickled. She remained lying there, pinned down, and asked why he kept biting her like a dog. The girl looked at him with her wide eyes and thought that it wasn't about him. It was about how every time she found herself pinned against his big, warm body, her entire being tensed up, like a small creature that instinctively knew it was about to be devoured by a predator. In the next moment, their lips met, and, as usual, it became hard for her to breathe. She recognized this feeling. It was exactly the same as the last time. Na Hai-soo barely managed to escape his embrace and reach for the switch to turn off the light. But the guy was just as quick. He immediately caught her hand, turned her to face him, pinning her against the wall as he loomed over her. Their breaths mingled. His movements were slow and honed. Finally, she caught his hands and, a bit flustered, said that she wanted to go to the room. Beom Taiha lifted her chin and, smirking, asked if she wanted to run away from him. To his surprise, the girl confidently placed her hands on his chest and boldly replied, asking what made him think that. She pushed him gently and said that last time it was a little difficult for her. Therefore, this time she wants to do everything herself, and he needs to be obedient. The guy stared at her with wide, stunned eyes. Na Hai-soo tried to act boldly, but inside, fear was trembling in her, so at some point it became hard for her. The guy reached for her face and began teasing her, whispering silly things. She lowered her head, hugging him tightly. At some point, she stopped feeling embarrassed and started saying things that made his pulse quicken even more. Byung-tae gazed at her flushed face and gently stroked her hair, drawing her closer for a kiss, both of them dissolving into each other in that moment. Then he continued to gaze into her eyes, and Na Hai-soo felt like she was losing her mind. Covering his eyes with her palm, she said she couldn't handle his gaze, but he shook his head and met her with an intense gaze that made the girl shiver all over. In the next moment, he felt her body tense up and she hid her face against his chest. Her face was burning with embarrassment as he gently stroked her head, giving her the space to catch her breath. Then he smirked with satisfaction and said that their evening was just beginning. Holding the girl close, he thought to himself that he hadn't even started yet. Na Hai-soo was horrified to realize how gravely she had miscalculated, thinking she could stay in control of the situation, when in reality, she had handed him the upper hand. The guy felt her trembling as she tried to scold him for not listening to her. After all, she had said she would do everything on her own. He gave a sly smile and moved in a way that made the girl's breath hitch once again. Smirking, he replied that she was the one who let control slip away, then asked if she really wanted him to stop. In the end, she gave in. Lowering her head onto his shoulder, she softly asked him to continue. She was breathing heavily, and as she looked into his eyes, she kept asking him again and again. His piercing gaze, which she used to catch only in fleeting glances, now sent shivers down her spine and made her entire body tense with anticipation. Every time their eyes met, Na Hai-soo found it impossible to hold herself back. And now, seeing the expression on his face, she felt even more flustered. She shut her eyes tightly, afraid she might completely lose what little reason she had left. Beom Taiha gently nipped at her chin and asked why she always hid her face from him. It troubled him because he couldn't tell if she was shy or if it was because she felt uncomfortable looking at him, thinking that their relationship was only physical. In the next moment, he stopped and looked at her. The girl asked what had happened, and he replied that, actually, he preferred facing each other. Then, he turned the girl around, making her face away from him, and whispered that if she didn't like it, they wouldn't facing each other. The girl was slightly shocked by the change in his mood. He smirked and said that it seemed like now she liked everything a lot more. Na Hai-soo admitted to herself that she often thought about him and often remembered that night. That's why, right now, she wanted him to stay with her until the day ended. Beom Taiha leaned in and kissed her deeply. As he felt that he had achieved his goal and the girl's body trembled once again, a self-satisfied smile spread across his face. After a few moments, the girl spoke, saying that she felt really good and that she wanted to continue. At this time, Ari was sleeping peacefully, cuddled in Minchel's arms. The man, however, couldn't fall asleep. He lay there, staring at his phone, filled with doubts. Beom Taiha lay back, enjoying the sight of Na Hai-soo, peacefully asleep and content. The girl was exhausted and fast asleep. Suddenly, her phone vibrated, notifying her of a new message. Minchel typed a message, his thoughts filled with irritation towards Na Hai-soo. Despite all his requests for her not to call or text, she had been so persistent. Now she was completely off the grid, and there had been no news from her. Was she even alive? He had expected that despite telling her to leave, she would eventually come back to him. So what was going on now? Was she protesting in this way because she was still angry with him? Typing a few words, he pressed send and thought to himself that there was something almost satisfying about witnessing her pride. He remembered her tear-streaked face when she caught him with Ari. The way she reacted in that moment had even somehow got to him. He lay there, thinking that this had dragged on too long and that it was time for her to stop sulking and come back to him. He believed there was no point in her staying angry, as her grudges never lasted more than a couple of days. Sighing, Minchell thought about how much he missed the ribs that Na-Hai-Soo used to make, and how tired he had become of ordering takeout all the time. Pleased with himself, he thought that she would surely respond to him in the morning when she read the message. After all, she should be grateful that he took the first step and messaged her first. Satisfied with his reasoning, he decided it was time to go to sleep. Meanwhile, Beom Taeha picked up the girl's phone, and the screen's light illuminated his face. He glanced at it for a moment, his fingers hovering over the screen as he debated what to do next. The message received at dawn from an unsaved number. It wasn't hard to guess who it was from. A deleted contact, replaced with 11 flashing digits. Compared to her, the one who blocked him out of her life completely, as if to shut him out in denial, Beom Taeha preferred it this way. He ran his fingers across the screen, unlocking pattern. It was so easy. He remembered that evening at the 24-hour convenience store when he came to visit her. He finally convinced the girl to exchange phone numbers, and she reluctantly agreed, grumbling as she took out her phone. She was so carefree and trusting that she didn't even notice how closely he watched every one of her movements, making it easy for him to memorize the pattern to unlock her phone. He couldn't help but laugh at how easy it had been. Her sincerity amused him. So now, with ease, he unlocked her phone and read the message. Her ex-husband, of course, wasn't particularly bright. He wrote the message as if nothing had ever ended between them. Reading the simple, "What are you doing?" message, the man smirked and thought about how best to respond. What exactly Na-Hai-Soo had been up to. His chest quietly trembled with suppressed laughter as he held the exhausted girl, who was pressing against him and sleeping soundly. His hand rested on her thigh as she nestled her face against his chest, quietly breathing in her sleep. Beom Taeha was torn by the dissonance. On one hand, he wanted to tell the man an unimaginable story, with all its excruciating details. But on the other hand, part of him wanted to keep everything a secret, savoring it for himself, because it was just his and no one else's. He sighed, thinking to himself that more and more he wanted to be caught. He pressed the block contact button and deleted the entire message history, wondering if he hurts. Well, she still hurts too. Would she abandon him and decide to return to her ex? Looking at the phone screen, he decided that it wouldn't hurt to test that. He wished, and he prayed that she will make him act worse. Act filthier. He placed her phone back in its place, pulled her head closer to his chest, and thought to himself that since she wasn't giving him certainty, he had no choice but to become even more petty. Meanwhile, Beom Tae-hee was spending his usual time at one of the clubs where a familiar girl noticed him. She sat down next to him and asked if he remembered her. The guy tried to guess her name but got it wrong twice, laughing and saying that he did remember her, just teasing. He handed her a lighter, and the girl asked if he wanted her to tell him something interesting. Beom Tae-hee indifferently asked what she meant, and when she replied that she had recently met a guy who looked exactly like him, he froze. He replied that there was no one as handsome as him. The girl laughed and said that it was true, and from a distance she had thought it was him. But when she got closer, she noticed a small difference. She teased and replied that that guy was much cuter than he. Then she added that the main difference between them was their height. The other guy was very tall, probably over 190 centimeters. Beom Tae-hee felt anger surging inside him and barely holding back. He asked what happened next. The girl simply told him that she was attracted to him and decided to ask for his number, but he confidently and politely declined. He smiled and was courteous, maintaining his distance, which only made her want to pursue him even more. Then she said that he turned her down, saying he already had a girlfriend. So she decided to leave, thinking that he had just brushed her off because she simply wasn't his type. But as she was leaving, she really did see a girl approach him, and he smiled at her so sweetly that it seemed like they were a couple. Hearing this, Beom Tae-hee couldn't believe his luck. He smiled like a madman, muttering, "Of course, my dear little brother has a girlfriend. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, in one of the apartments, the girl clutched the back of the bed with all her strength. Lee Jae was making the most of his one and long-awaited day off. After a while, the young couple sat at the edge of the bed, and the woman asked why he hadn't told her that he once dated one of her acquaintances. The man replied that it was in the past and asked if it mattered, questioning why they should stir up the past. With a sly smile, she said that because of him, she was now the same girl who had an affair with the ex-boyfriend of her old classmate. Lee Jae asked, wouldn't she have stopped seeing him if she knew? And with a smirk, the woman replied, it wouldn't have stopped me. She reached out to his face and said that her feminine intuition should have told her this earlier, as he was exactly the type her friend liked. His character, his face, and even the tattoo on his back. She really liked all of it. Lee Jae leaned towards her, smiling, and said that she was talking too much, and that they could do something else instead. But suddenly his phone rang and the man got up, grumbling about being on vacation and wondering who could be calling him at such a late hour. Seeing who was calling, the man froze for a moment, then immediately answered. The tip of the expensive polished shoes gleamed in the moonlight. On the other end of the line, a relaxed and confident voice of the chairman asked, without any greeting, if his son was with him at that moment. Lee Jae stood frozen, unable to utter a word, feeling fear spread through his body. The chairman continued, saying that since he hadn't seen his son in a long time and hadn't received any news from him, he had decided to see him in person. The man's eyes gleamed coldly as he informed that he was already heading over there. Lee Jae was hastily putting on his jacket as he rushed to the car. The fear that gripped him after the chairman's words still hadn't let go. He had tried to dissuade him from visiting the young master's house, saying that Beom Tae-ha was meeting friends today and wouldn't be home. But Chairman Beom was adamant and replied that it was even better. He wanted to see how his son lived. Their relationship wasn't exactly warm, so if his son wasn't home, he would simply look around. Lee Jae anxiously thought about what the man might find. The young master's apartment looked like the lair of a madman, with flower bouquets and various trinkets scattered everywhere, all methodically collected. He cursed mentally, realizing he'd seriously messed up. As he raced to Beom Tae-ha's apartment, he couldn't help but remember the day he first got the job. He had been told it was a prestigious position, and when he arrived, he had no idea he would ever work at such a large company. While riding the elevator with one of the bodyguards, he asked if he had any advice. The man smirked and said that if Lee Jae kept his mouth shut, everything would be fine. He didn't understand why superiors liked their subordinates to stay silent while they themselves loved to ramble. But turning down such a well-paying job would have been foolish. He continued following the bodyguard and asked if all newcomers went through such a complicated process. He'd lost count of how many corridors and elevators they'd passed. The man replied that normally no, but Lee Jae would be doing a rather unique job. He told him to listen carefully and began by saying the chairman had 2 sons. Lee Jae had heard that Chairman Beom Tae-ju had a son, the young heir to the Beom family, born with a vibranium spoon in his mouth and barely known to the public. But even in this gossip-ridden place, he'd never heard a single word about the second son. Judging by how his existence was hidden, it meant he was an illegitimate child they'd rather not acknowledge. At first, the idea that Chairman Beom Tae-ju had a child out of wedlock surprised Lee Jae, as he didn't seem like a man particularly interested in women. Although with his power, it wasn't that unusual. But after getting to know Beom Tae-ha better, he decided that, although strange, he had somehow grown close to him. While everyone else around tried desperately to flaunt their wealth, this young master was terrified of standing out. Lee Jae watched him closely, and with each passing day discovered new oddities about him. He had a strange taste in music. The young man listened to songs about love for ajumas. His biography was spotless. No money issues, no problems with women. He spent only what was necessary and had no interest in nightlife. Though when it came to women, things were still odd. Lee Jae had seen many girls confess their feelings to the young master. With his looks and money, he was never short on female attention. But each time he rejected them without a hint of interest, as if he was already tired of the attention. The last girl threw a real tantrum. She had been sincerely in love with him for a long time. He walked through life leaving behind trampled hearts, but his gaze never lingered on the eyes of the woman so desperately trying to claim him. Now, Lee Jae faced a fundamental question. What kind of report was the chairman expecting about a young master whose behavior was pathologically clean? The only questionable thing was his odd taste in women. As long as it wasn't serious, there was no issue. It wasn't unusual for rich young men to have strange preferences. Wanting to have fun with an older woman wasn't shocking. But the more Lee Jae observed him, the more oddities he noticed. He started to realize that the young master's peculiar tastes were the eccentric behavior the chairman had mentioned. And what initially seemed like a harmless fling began to go beyond acceptable boundaries. Lee Jae was already approaching the required floor, still thinking that the chairman had somehow known his son would eventually do something shocking, something more than just a passing whim. Why had it happened right when the young master's relationship with that woman started to deepen? As if the chairman had calculated everything. Lee Jae wondered whether he should just tell the truth. Was this a dirty way to find an excuse to remove Beom Taiha from the line of inheritance and legally pass everything to the elder son? That's what an ordinary man might do. But Beom Taiju wasn't ordinary. That man was so ruthless he could bury his own blood in a dark forest if he wanted. Would he really go to such trouble over something so trivial? The scent of roses overwhelmed Lee Jae as soon as he stepped into the apartment, making him dizzy. And only then did he realize he had overlooked something important. He remembered the woman's words, that he was too soft-hearted for this kind of work, and that in the end, he would be the one to suffer for getting involved. Entering the young master's apartment, he looked around and cursed, thinking she had been right. He should never have gotten involved in this. Grabbing a trash bag, he quickly began gathering all the bouquets and rose petals. He couldn't leave a single clue, not a single hint that could help the chairman uncover his son's eccentricities. Next, he grabbed the pack of cigarettes, the lighter, and a box of Band-Aids from the table. Even if these feelings would one day ruin the young master's golden future, right now he just wanted to support him. Finally, he grabbed the teddy bear and stuffed it deep into the wardrobe, making sure it was completely hidden and promising himself to put everything back later. Lee Jae couldn't understand what exactly the chairman was looking for. If his son were a dumb playboy, it would be enough to cut his finances. Relationships with women weren't even considered damaging to one's reputation. If he wanted his son to lead a flawless personal life, wouldn't it be easier to find him a bride from a decent family? Or, in the worst case, lock him up? Chairman Beom Tae-ju was already walking down the corridor toward the apartment. Lee Jae had barely finished tidying up the apartment and himself. Now he stood waiting, thinking about how he was just an ordinary person. He could never understand how someone could be obsessed with things like this. What kind of report did the chairman expect to hear from his son's right hand? Beom Tae-ju entered the apartment calmly, his composed but sharp eyes scanning the space. He walked slowly, not missing a single detail, meticulously examining every inch of Beom Taiha's residence. The man moved further inside, and Lee Jae watched him with bated breath, wondering why he was inspecting the house so closely. Its appearance barely revealed whether anyone lived there at all. Lee Jae was certain he hadn't left a single petal behind. He had destroyed every little thing that could give the young master away. Finally, the chairman headed toward the exit, and the man exhaled with relief. A drop of sweat rolled down his temple, and although he silently praised himself for a job well done, he understood it was only a matter of time before someone uncovered the truth. He was grateful it hadn't happened today, because that obsessive first love still needed time to sort things out, and the man had managed to buy them just a little more. Emboldened, he bowed and asked the chairman if he had seen everything he wanted. But suddenly, Beom Tae-ju stopped. Something had caught his attention, and he called the bodyguard by name. Lee Jae looked up and saw the man unfastening the strap of his expensive watch. He barely had time to grasp what that meant before he felt a sharp blow and the metallic taste of blood in his mouth. The next strike brought him down to one knee. The chairman's figure loomed above him, and Lee Jae didn't dare utter a word. He only stared straight ahead, breathing heavily. Then the chairman grabbed him by the hair and, lifting him up, said in a flat tone that he seemed to have grown quite close to his son. Beom Tae-ju's gaze felt like it was peering straight into the man's soul. Lee Jae apologized, but the chairman suddenly continued, saying it looked like his son was seeing someone. At that, Lee Jae froze in horror. He couldn't understand how the man had figured it out. The apartment had been perfectly cleaned. He was sure he hadn't slipped up. Meanwhile, Beom Tae-ju put his watch back on and asked why the bodyguard looked so surprised. He stood by the shoe rack where a pair of worn-out sneakers lay in plain sight. The chairman shoved his hands in his pockets and confidently stated that when a man starts acting out of character, what else could it be but a woman? Morning came and Minchell was sleeping restlessly. Lying beside him, holding him tightly, was Ari. He had been tossing and turning all night, unable to get any proper sleep. And now he wearily opened his eyes. The man felt awful and reached for his phone to check the time. Seeing that it was only 7:20, he cursed under his breath and thought that his alarm hadn't even gone off yet, and he was already awake. It had been a long time since he woke up this early. He smirked and thought to himself that Nei-Hei-Su should be grateful to him for waking up this early just to read a message from her. He felt a tingling sensation just thinking about the girl's reaction when she saw his message. She must have been waiting for it and was thrilled to finally receive a long-awaited message from Minchell. He decided to check his messages, smirking as he wondered what she might have replied. Perhaps something like, "I'll forgive you for everything. Just come back." Then he thought, no, she does have her pride. It was more likely she wrote, "I'll forgive you just this once. Come home." He was eager to satisfy his ego. In the end, it didn't really matter what she had written. Minchell was certain she was at home, desperately waiting for him. Maybe she'd play hard to get for a while, but in the end, she would give in. Minchell was convinced she would crumble easily before him. But then the smug smile faded from his face and a look of confusion took its place. He saw that she had read his messages but hadn't replied. What the hell is going on? He thought. It was unexpected. The man tossed aside his phone and thought that it was actually a bit amusing. He figured that Nei-Hei-Su was still the same boring auntie who only thought about work and money, which is probably why she rushed off to work early in the morning, not having time to reply to him. He descended the stairs with a laid-back gait, confident that she would reply to him during lunch. She was just playing hard to get, but in the end she would reply, and then he would also crack a little, but he would come back to her. He smirked and thought that they both knew that, aside from him, she was needed by no one else. Meanwhile, Taeha returned home and noticed the subtle changes that only he could spot, being the one who meticulously organized everything and lived there. The petals of red roses lay in a chaotic order, most of them much fresher than they should have been. The arrangement of his precious belongings. What he had left with such meticulousness on the small table was not how he had placed it. The guy smirked and thought to himself that this was quite interesting. What had been happening in his apartment while he was away? Soon, he was sitting in an armchair, reading a book. Lee Jae, as usual, stood nearby, silently doing his job. Taeha kept his gaze fixed on the bodyguard, studying him closely. There was a large bruise spreading across his cheek, and the guy remarked that it seemed like the man had a good time on his vacation, adding that he must have been hit pretty hard. He smiled and asked, "How could something like this happen to you?" Lee Jae calmly replied that he got beat for some love affair, and that it seemed karma had caught up with him for his sins. The guy looked at him strangely and, smirking, said that it suited him. The bodyguard simply turned away, thinking to himself who exactly this guy was trying to mock. He asked why the young master was already home so early in the morning. Judging by the fact that he had spent the night not alone, Lee Jae thought he might be asked to substitute for someone again for half the day. Taeha replied that he was busy today. Lee Jae smirked and, unusually for him, asked in a dissatisfied tone what the young master would be busy with today. Would he be selling his pretty face on the street again to sell flowers, working at a barbecue shop, or heading straight to a motel or checking out the slums? With a sneer, he added that the young master wouldn't rest until he had checked every move of that woman. He looked at the mysterious Taeha and thought that he was acting as if he would die if that woman, who had neither the means nor the sense to run away, disappeared from his sight, even for a moment. Meanwhile, the guy smirked and said that he was sorry to disappoint him, but they wouldn't be doing any of the things the bodyguard had listed. He smiled mysteriously and told him that today he wasn't planning to go to Nei-Hei-Su. Meanwhile, Nei-Hei-Su was at work in the flower shop, constantly checking her phone, hoping that the guy would text or call her. The day dragged on endlessly, her mind full of thoughts, and there was no news from Taeha. She didn't know what to think about it. She recalled this morning. Exhausted, she had slept peacefully in his arms while he seemed to be studying her as she slept. Finally, as sleep began to leave her, the girl rubbed her eyes and felt a pleasant scent emanating from Taeha. Half awake, she gently ran her hands over his body. The guy smiled and, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear, said in a low voice that she had mischievous hands. The girl sleepily mumbled that she just wanted to sleep a little longer. Finally, when she woke up, she realized that she had really slept longer than usual. She quickly got up and started getting ready for work, apologizing to him. The guy asked if she could stay with him, but the girl replied that she had already taken the day off yesterday, so she told him he could relax and rest as much as he needed, while she had to hurry and leave. That's why she felt guilty now. She had invited him to breakfast, but she had rushed off so quickly, not even having the chance to feed him. Moreover, he must have been in shock, as she had immediately dragged him to bed. The girl thought that she definitely needed to apologize to him. Nahesu sent him a message saying, "Sorry," but then decided to add that next time she would definitely treat him to breakfast. However, her fingers hovered over the send button, unsure whether to send it. She thought about how sending that message might cause a misunderstanding, so she hesitated for a long time, unsure whether to send it or not. She blushed and thought that it might look like she was inviting him to spend the night together again. But to be honest, at some point, she began to hope that he would come to her. Even after her harsh words about how their relationship would only be physical, he continued to penetrate her life, filling it and her nights until they overflowed. The girl blushed and wondered, is this what they call physical attachment? Because even though they weren't in a relationship, every time their eyes met, she felt like she wanted him in her life more and more. She had sworn to herself that their relationship would remain purely physical. But what if, in the end, it grew into something more? She recalled recently overhearing a conversation between two friends when one of them was asking the other for advice, wondering, if a relationship starts with physical contact, doesn't that mean it's already the end of the story? The girl froze and wondered, does Beom Taiha think the same way now? Maybe he believed that their relationship, built only on desire and not on tender attachment, had been doomed from the start. And now, perhaps someone like her, a plain, work-focused auntie, seemed just too easy to him. Just a worn-out adult, like warm and stale compared to his youth, still blazing with passion. But maybe this, them staying together, is just the fastest way for him to get tired of her. Nahesu stared at her phone, wondering, wasn't this exactly what she had wanted? For the guy to grow bored and walk away. Maybe that was the best possible outcome for both of them. Later, throughout the entire day, the girl kept checking her phone, hoping for a reply from him. She kept thinking about him and couldn't understand why he was acting so strangely today, and not even replying to her. Maybe he was just really busy. Meanwhile, Minchul was sitting at work, staring at his phone as if trying to hypnotize it, waiting for a reply from Nahai-su. He tapped his fingers nervously, unable to understand why she was so silent. Impatiently, he reached for his phone once again to check if he had somehow missed any notifications. A colleague walked up to him and asked what was going on with him today, why he hadn't taken his eyes off his phone since morning, as if someone had borrowed money from him and was just about to pay it back. But Minchul just snorted and thought to himself, who else here is waiting for someone? He stood up, grabbed his jacket, and headed for the door, throwing over his shoulder that nothing of the sort was happening and that the man better mind his own business. Meanwhile, during the break, the men, as usual, discussed women, sharing their adventures, while the female colleagues passing by thought to themselves that such conversations were simply disgusting. The elderly boss told his subordinates that at the marriageable age, one shouldn't waste time on the wrong people, and that it was better to find a good match among mutual acquaintances. The men laughed and asked if he could introduce them to someone from his social circle, but the boss said he didn't have anyone in mind. Suddenly, the security guard spoke up, suggesting that the man should try talking to someone among the colleagues, since the company had plenty of people. Then, he unexpectedly mentioned a woman who had recently come by looking for Minchul. Scratching his chin, the man said that although Minchul had a terrible personality, his taste in women was excellent. She didn't exactly resemble his relative, but she was very cute. She had a beautiful figure, and judging by her age, she seemed like a perfect match. The man smirked and said that the guy could ask Minchul to introduce them. At that moment, Minchul appeared, lighting a cigarette, and the men grinned, saying that as soon as they mentioned the devil, there he was. The security guard turned to him and asked if he remembered the woman who had come to the office looking for him. Minchul turned away and pretended not to understand who he was talking about. But the security guard wouldn't let up, mentioning that she had introduced herself as a member of his family and that she was quite cute. Minchel let out an irritated sigh. Immediately, a barrage of questions came at him about what she did and whether she was single. He said she looked so cute that Seong-hwan couldn't take his eyes off her. The men burst out laughing, while Minchel felt irritated and couldn't understand what the hell was going on. The men continued discussing Na Hae-soo, tossing around suggestive remarks, and one of them said that with such a figure and a cute face, she could easily find an older, rich man and live comfortably. For the first time in a long while, Minchel felt a pang of jealousy. He couldn't believe that someone as ordinary as Na Hae-soo could attract anyone's attention other than his own. Immediately, a barrage of questions came at him about what she did and whether she was single. He said she looked so cute that Seong-hwan couldn't take his eyes off her. The men burst out laughing, while Minchol felt irritated and couldn't understand what the hell was going on. The men continued discussing Na Hae-soo, tossing around suggestive remarks, and one of them said that with such a figure and a cute face, she could easily find an older, rich man and live comfortably. For the first time in a long while, Minchel felt a pang of jealousy. He couldn't believe that someone as ordinary as Na Hae-soo could attract anyone's attention other than his own. He threw the cigarette butt on the ground and asked the man if he was having fun. Then he started approaching him and said that his colleague was old and not very good at his job. Moreover, despite all that, he kept eyeing the young girls in the office, especially the new ones. Minchel grabbed the man by the collar and the man shouted, asking what the hell this bastard was talking about. They were just talking. But Minchel pressed him against the wall, continuing to squeeze his throat. The man could only gasp for air and demand to be let go. Finally, other men nearby started calming him down and asked what had gotten into him. They were just having guy talk and didn't mean to offend anyone. But Minchel seemed to see nothing in front of him and asked why they were saying such careless things about a married woman. Were they out of their minds? Why did she seem cute to them? He remembered Na Hae-soo, who always looked cheap and pitiful in her worn-out clothes. She was always cold and lacked even a drop of charm. Meanwhile, Seong-hwan kept apologizing, saying he didn't know she was married and begged to be released. Minchel let go of him, and the man collapsed to the ground, coughing and gasping for air. Minchel looked like a madman and continued saying that he'd better remember once and for all that this woman wasn't interested in anyone except her husband and would never look at anyone else. He remembered her and thought she was like a withered flower in his hands. She never even glanced past him, and he was the only one who could touch her. Finally, he shot a threatening glance at the men and told them not to even dare think about Na Hae-soo. Seong-hwan, still sitting on the ground, looked at him in shock and said the man had clearly gone insane. His friends helped him up while he kept swearing and saying that all he did was ask to be introduced to the woman. But the guy acted like a complete bastard. The men decided Minchel just didn't know how to behave in an office. He turned to the boss and said the guy had crazy eyes and almost choked him. He asked if the boss was going to punish him somehow, but the boss sighed and said he'd leave him alone for now. The boss said Minchel was hired by a decision from upper management. Seong-hwan was surprised and asked if he was the CEO's son or something, but the boss replied that he didn't know. He had tried asking around but never got any answers. In any case, they should all stay away from him. Meanwhile, Minchel checked his phone. There was still no reply from Na Hae-soo, and it made him very anxious. He didn't like what was going on. Beom Tae-hee was sprawled on the couch, trying to recover from a wild night. His bodyguard gently tried to get his attention. He mumbled that he felt sick and told everyone to leave him alone, but the man continued persistently trying to get his attention. Eventually, the guy yelled and asked how he dared wake him up and why he was even there. But when the bodyguard said he was there on the chairman's orders, he immediately opened his eyes and gave him his full attention. Sometime later, Beom Tae-hee arrived at a hotel owned by their family, smiling confidently. He was sure his time had finally come and that his father had finally decided to entrust him with the business. He walked toward the entrance with a relaxed and confident stride, thinking it was probably because his son, who had never cared about the family business, had finally gotten an education and learned how to run a hotel. He didn't like that he had to start from scratch when all of it should have been his by birthright. But what could he do? The chairman was harsh with his children. Beom Tae-hee was in a great mood also because his bastard brother was a total noob compared to him. That was the difference in their status. He was already imagining how he'd inherit everything and then deal with him. First of all, he'd make sure his younger brother was left with nothing. But suddenly, something familiar caught his eye. Byom Tae-ha was walking through the hotel lobby, accompanied by a staff member. What was he doing here? The young people had already entered the elevator and the doors were just about to close. But suddenly, someone's hand caught the elevator door and stopped it. Byom Tae-hee glared at his brother with hostility, trying to hide his confusion with sarcasm, saying, Well, look who we have here. Then he growled, asking Byom Tae-ha what he was doing there. Byom Tae-ha looked silently at his older brother. His face showed no emotion, and that infuriated Byom Tae-hee, who shouted, demanding an answer. Then, finally, the guy gave a slight smile and said that seeing him in a place like this was unexpected, asking if he wasn't happy to see him here. Enraged, Byom Tae-hee roughly grabbed the hotel staff member standing next to his brother by the arm. He squeezed her arm tightly and asked why she was there. Had the chairman assigned her to be with Byom Tae-ha and train him? But then Byom Tae-ha grabbed his hand and pulled it away from the frightened girl, saying he should behave properly. The girl cowered in the corner, watching the confrontation between the brothers. Meanwhile, the younger man said that thanks to Byom Tae-hee's reckless behavior, he also got the chance to prove himself to the chairman. Byom Tae-hee just laughed and insulted him crudely. He said that even though Byom Tae-ha was pretending to be the precious son, he was just a lunatic who didn't know his place. He stepped out of the elevator, smirking. Then he gave him a hostile, contemptuous look and promised he would regret behaving like that. The elevator doors were closing, but Byom Tae-ha's expression remained unreadable. And just a second before they closed, a faint, triumphant smirk appeared on his face. Byom Tae-hee stood there, lowered his head, and punched the wall hard, shouting curses. He was only thinking about how to get rid of that bastard. Suddenly, hazy memories from the previous night surfaced in his mind. A club, a familiar girl, and her story about seeing his brother with some woman. Byom Tae-hee straightened up, and a plan was already forming in his mind. Nahae-soo had taken a bath and checked her phone for the 100th time that day. Still no reply from the guy. She was racking her brain, wondering what could have happened to him. As she was getting ready for bed, she thought about how he hadn't messaged or called her once all day. She worried that something bad might have happened, or he was just too busy. She was afraid he might have been hurt again, and she wouldn't even know. He hadn't contacted her for just one day, and she was already on edge. It was almost funny. Suddenly, she got a phone notification. She immediately got up to check if Byom Tae-ha had messaged her. Maybe he had to work overtime today because he'd spent all of yesterday with her. But to her disappointment, it was just spam offering an interest-free loan. She gloomily put down her phone and lay down next to it, still staring at it, hoping he might message her. It was a completely ordinary day, just as routine as all the ones she had before Byom Tae-ha appeared in her life. She sadly thought about how she was waiting for a message from him and drifted into memories of life with Minchul. She used to text him often, but he rarely replied. When he came home, he constantly scolded and complained that she annoyed him with too many messages. He said she needed to stop being so clingy and turn off her phone because he was getting sick of her overwhelming presence in his life. She sighed heavily and thought about how no one had ever texted her or cared how she was doing. So why was she waiting now? Why was she acting so strangely? The girl scolded herself for her empty hopes. But suddenly, the screen of her phone lit up again. At that moment, Byom Tae-ha was standing, holding his phone, sending her a message. When Nahae-soo picked up her phone and saw that the message was from him, tears of joy sparkled in her eyes. Her hands trembled and a whirlwind of thoughts raced through her mind. He asked if they could see each other if she wasn't asleep yet, and said he was outside her house. Her heart was beating like crazy, and throwing the phone aside, she ran to the front door. She rushed so fast she didn't feel the floor beneath her feet, pressing a hand to her chest. Nahae-soo knew he was tempting her, and she gladly gave in to it, even though she knew how it would all end. Approaching the door, she opened it slightly and with an excited voice called out his name, then carefully peeked outside, sensing an unfamiliar smell. The next second, a man's hand wrapped around the back of her head and pulled her close. The girl only managed to let out a squeak of fear, but then Byom Tae-ha's lips crashed onto hers, and he held her tightly, kissing her. He seemed starved for her and couldn't get enough. The girl froze, melting into the moment.
Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed the recap, Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more epic stories. See you in the next one.